Good morning, I'm Mitch Chandler here in the 7 News newsroom here for day 19 of the Aurora Theater shooting trial. We'll be joining the courtroom session when it begins at about 8:40 this morning. In the meantime, we want to go over some of the key prosecution events that happened yesterday. Yesterday, the big news, more on the shooter's notebook. And if you'd like to read more about this, we have a lot on this on our 7 News website, thedenverchannel.com, as well as that 7 News app. This was a notebook that the prosecution was using to show that the shooter carefully planned this mass shooting. Found by detectives, it had diagrams inside of this different theaters. That also listed off some pros and cons of whether the theater was the ideal place to pull off a mass shooting. There were even portions of this that were read to the courtroom by some detectives there. Holmes, in fact, wrote that his mind was broken, but he said, quote, "I tried to fix it." Is part of that notebook testimony. Also on the stand yesterday, we also heard from Zachary Goldich. He's a shooting survivor, shot in the neck. He was a CSU football player in the theater that night, shot in the back of the neck. And he talked about not only the 911 call that he made, but also what it was like these days after that shooting. Let's listen in now to Zachary Goldich's testimony from yesterday. Okay, you know what? I don't think we have the sound quite up yet, so it's just loading up. So we'll get to that in just a second. Remember, this is Zachary Goldich. He was a freshman football player incoming there to Fort Collins to play for the CSU Rams, and he was talking about the night of the theater. Says he's been back to the theater, in fact, since the day of the shooting back in July of that year, but he does look at the theater a little differently and also takes particular note of the exits. And I think we have that sound now, so let's play it for you.
Half hour in or so, there's a gun scene, and during this gun scene I heard some firecracker sounds, several pops go off, and it startles my attention, and I look over my right shoulder to see a gentleman who had stood up and yelled some profound language. Obviously he was in distress. I had seen a gash in his right forearm and it had been bleeding. There was some smoke in the air, which led me to believe that I thought that someone was throwing firecrackers down from the audience to scare the people out of the theater because it was a midnight showing, and some people just do that. As soon as that happens, just before I look back at the screen, I hear something hits me, and my ears start ringing extremely, extremely loud. I think that a firecracker hit the back of my head. So I fall over into Jack's lap in pain and realized, and then I felt some liquid on my hands, and I knew it was blood because of the pain. So then I quickly jumped over the seat in front of me and ran out. And as I'm running out, I just remember looking down at my hands and seeing that the blood is just gushing out of my neck. And it's completely covered in my hand, and then I get to the lobby, and then I see the gentleman who had got hit in the arm was on the ground screaming for help. I look around, there's no one there. And then I continued forward, and I saw another friend of mine, and I asked him, said, how bad is it? How bad is it? Because I had no clue what was going on. As soon as that happens, I look over and hear a lot of commotion to my left, and there were just people stampeding out of the Theater 9. Unaware of what was happening at the moment, besides the injuries to myself, and I needed serious help. I ran across the parking lot, across the street that separates the theater to the mall, and called 911.
Arapahoe 911, is this reference to shooting in Aurora?
Yes, ma'am, and I got shot. I got hit.
You were hit?
Yes, I got
Okay,
hit.
hold on a second. Do not hang up. Sir, do not hang up. I need to bring Aurora on the phone, okay? Do not hang up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, my gosh. Ow.
Arapahoe County 911, what is the emergency?
I got hit with something, and I'm bleeding a lot.
Sir, hold on a second. Paramedics on the phone, okay? Hold on just a second.
Yes.
The daily grind and lessons to overcome hardships on the gridiron have been useful to Zach Goldich off the field.
The mentality is, you don't complain what you can't control, and you move on the best you can.
The incoming freshman Ram says it's been a year of highs and lows, but it's his extended family who's really helped.
I always kind of go back to the football team because that's what's truly developed me. The coaches from, Justin Hoffman and just like the entire Gateway staff and, continuing with the CSU staff.
Zach's days are like most student athletes.
Wake up, eat, go to like a study session, eat again, go to school, lift and then run, and then go to sleep and then do it again the next morning.
But if you look close enough, a memory of what he's been through.
Entry, exit, and then there's another exit right there. It doesn't really hurt at all.
Zach was shot in the back of the neck inside the Aurora movie theater July 20th, 2012. Since then, he's lived a fairly normal life, winning MVP, attending prom, and graduating from Gateway High School.
It's all about moving forward, and you just got to get over that because I don't want to not live a teenage life where I can't.
He's been back to the movies since then, but sadly with a new guard.
When I find myself, kind of was looking at the exits and, feeling a little bit uncomfortable.
While the shooting will always be a part of him, Zach says it doesn't define him.
You just kind of like grow into the community and kind of build a reputation of not, the guy that, that got shot and, survived the tragedy, but become someone in the community that, has an impact to the university.
Lindsay Sablon, 7 News.
Again, a look back there. This is Zachary Goldich testimony yesterday that he was the incoming freshman football player with the Rams up at CSU, an offensive tackle. Has said to us on many occasions he wants to be remembered for what he's done in the academic halls there at CSU and also on the football field, and not by the shooting, a shooting survivor. Also on the stand yesterday, very emotional testimony from Lasamoa Cross. She is the girlfriend of the A.J. Boyk. Of course, he died in the shooting. Her testimony wrapped up yesterday. Again, very emotional. Let's listen in for a moment.
Only talk about what you observed, all right? You may proceed.
So he goes down the way you described, and then what did you do when you saw him go down?
I jumped over him and held his head in my arms, in my hands, and that's when I realized he was bleeding.
Why did you hold his head? Why would you do that?
I just didn't want him to get hit again if that were the case, because I didn't know what was going on at all. Worst case scenario is protect his head.
And you said that's when you realized what?
I could feel this really hot, thick liquid dripping through my fingers, so I draw the conclusion that it was blood.
How long did you stay there?
Well, it felt like forever. Realistically, maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, and what's going on around you while you're down there holding his head?
Mad chaos. I saw a girl crawling with the rope behind me. And I just remember screaming and yelling for help to 3 friends that I knew were in the theater that night.
Hang on one second. Did you see 3 friends?
All right, looks like we're getting ready to move our way towards the courtroom session this morning again. It normally starts at about 8:40. It looks like it's about to begin, so we'll take you there now live for, again, day 19 of the Aurora Theater shooting trial.
Mr. Edson and Ms. Stitch McGuire. And we are outside the presence of the jury at this time. One scheduling matter. There's a juror who has a medical appointment not this Friday, but the following Friday. So that would be June 5th. And so I think what we're probably going to have to do is take a lunch break between 1 and 3 o'clock, or 1:15 and 3:15. And what I was hoping to do is to maybe stay here a little bit later, maybe till 5:30 that day. But before I ask the jurors, I want to make sure that counsel can do that on Friday, June 5th. Are the people available to do that?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense available to do that? Okay, thank you. One other housekeeping matter, sort of housekeeping matter. Yesterday, I made a record at the end of the day related to a ruling that I made and an objection to the question about were you scared? And I talked about how I have allowed that question in the past or when witnesses are testifying about at which point they became scared during the shooting. And we've had a lot of witnesses who have said that initially they thought this was fireworks or a joke, and then eventually they realized that it was a dangerous situation. And so I talked about that yesterday. I should have made a record about one other objection, and that is that there was an objection to hearsay or on hearsay grounds when Ms. Cross was testifying. That's the last witness who testified yesterday. And at the time the objection was made, it was related to the question about the names of her friends, whether she remembered the names of the friends that she had seen in the theater and in the theater next door. And the question did not call for hearsay, although she started the answer by saying something like, I called out, and that's when the objection was made. She had already testified without objection that she had yelled and screamed for help. And so the question then was, and more specifically, I think she had said something like, I had been yelling and screaming for help for my friends, or one of my friends that I knew was in the theater. And then after that, the question, I think, was along the lines of, and do you remember who your friends were, or the name of your friends, or something along those lines? And that's when the objection was made. So she had already said that she had yelled for help, and the question did not call for hearsay, although I realized that the initial part of her answer was, I called out for, and then she went into who her friends were. So at that point, I didn't think it was an objection that should be sustained. But secondly, even if this was hearsay, I think it falls within the excited utterance exception because the three foundational requirements are there. And that is, you have, number one, an event that was sufficiently startling to render normal reflective thought processes inoperative. Number two, the statement was a spontaneous reaction to the event. And number three, direct or circumstantial evidence is available to allow the jury to infer that the declarant had the opportunity to observe the startling event. So this was someone who testified that as she and her friend were trying to leave the theater during the shooting, she realized that her friend had somehow become unconscious, and she was holding his head in her hands and yelling out for help. So, all right, with that additional record, before we bring the jury in this morning, is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the prosecution? Mr. Orman?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the defense? Ms. Spengler?
No.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The records reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you doing? Good. A couple of notes before we start. One of you has a medical appointment on Friday, not this Friday, but Friday of next week, so that's June 5th. So we'll plan to take our lunch break between 1 and 3 or 1:15 and 3:15. So it'll be a late lunch and it'll be a 2-hour lunch instead of an hour and a half. To make up for that lost time, is everyone here available to stay until 5:30 that Friday? Okay. Is there anybody who's not available to stay until 5:30? Can I check? Yes, you can check, and that's why I'm telling you in advance. So the answer was not yes or no, but maybe, and that's okay. So let my staff know once you find out. If anybody cannot stay until 5:30 that particular Friday, not this Friday, but next Friday, Friday, June 5th, all right? And we'll plan probably to take a couple of shorter breaks in the morning, since we won't be taking a lunch break until 1 or 1:15. And then we may have an afternoon break, it depends. If we start at 3, we probably will take a short afternoon break. Otherwise, it'll be too long to go without a break. But by staying till 5:30, it'll allow us to make up for a little bit of the time that we're gonna lose that day. The other thing I wanted to tell you is that this Friday, lunch will be on us, so plan accordingly, okay? We can't buy lunch every day or even every week, but every once in a while, we're able to do that. And so this Friday, you can plan on having lunch here. And today, as I mentioned, is a day when we're gonna take an early lunch break, as you know, because of a medical appointment that we're trying to accommodate for one of you, all right? The last thing is that I know you've been here a while now. If there's anything I can do to make your stay more comfortable here, please let my staff know that that's important to me. You're here for a while, and so I wanna make sure that you're as comfortable as possible. We have limitations, as you know, you've found out by now, but there are certain things within those limitations that I can do or that we can do to make sure you're as comfortable as possible. So don't hesitate to tell my staff that, and I know that, frankly, you've done that already, so. But I just want to make sure that you understand, you know that it's important to me that you are as comfortable as reasonably possible, all right? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and get started. The prosecution may call its next witness at this time.
Nathan Juranic, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
My name is Nathan Michael Juranic, Nathan Michel Juranek.
You may proceed, Mr. Orman.
Thank you. Mr. Juranic, I think maybe you should pull that microphone a little bit closer so we can hear you. Why don't you try it that way, and we can move it if we need to. Want to ask you some questions about the events from July 19th into the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012, specifically in Theater 9 at the Century 16 Theater in Aurora. Were you there?
Yes.
Before we get to what happened in the theater, I want to ask you a couple of questions leading up to that. How old are you now, sir?
I am 20 years old.
How old were you then?
18.
Who were you with at the theater?
I was with a friend of mine, my sister, and her 2 friends.
What was your friend's name?
Leoka Lucero.
I think you're going to have to spell that for Madam Court Reporter.
Her first name is Leioka. Last name Lucero.
How'd you get there? How'd you get to the theater?
We were brought to the theater by my dad. He picked up Leoka and my sister's 2 friends, separate houses, and he brought us to the theater.
What were the names of your sister's friends?
Charlie, Charlie, and Brent, Brent.
You know their last names?
Butterworth, Butterworth.
Like the pancake syrup?
Yes.
So I want to get into what happens in the theater, but what time did you get there?
Around 11:15 at night.
And did you do anything before you actually went into auditorium number 9? In other words, concessions, anything like that?
No, we got concessions after we got into the theater and found seats.
When you got into the theater, how crowded was it?
Very crowded.
Was it hard to find seats?
Yes.
In fact, did you and your friend and your sister and her friends move around?
Yes.
What I want to do is have you tell us where you were at the end, where you were all seated, and then we're going to use this model here to sort of show how you guys were moving around. So if
Okay.
I can, Your Honor, I'd like to approach with a blank diagram of the theater, which I've marked for identification purposes. This is People's Exhibit 1222.
Okay.
Do you recognize that as a diagram of the theater?
Yes.
Could you do me a favor, some pens over there? Could you grab one of those? And write your name on the top of that. Could you put on there the final places where you and your friend and your sister and her friends were seated? And if you could put like me for you and the initials for everybody else. And in a few minutes, I'm going to ask you about seeing some flashes. Did you see some flashes?
Yes.
Could you put a circle around the area where you saw the flashes and then right inside that flashes for me? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And sir, what I need you to do for me also, just so we can have this totally clear, after you're done pouring your water, put your last name on there too, please. Your Honor, I move to admit 1222.
Any objection, Mr. King?
No.
All right, without objection, P-TR-1222 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. Actually, I'm not going to publish it at this time, Your Honor. I'm going to ask to use the model. So, sir, if you don't mind, should be a cordless microphone there. There you go. Now, why don't you come on down here to this model? And do you recognize this as sort of a model of Theater 9? Okay, use that microphone there. And stand back here. And see these yellow lines here? Those would be the walls, but we took them out because it was kind of hard to see. You understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So the theater screen would be up here. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't you tell me where you and your friends and your sister were originally, and then where you moved to by showing us on this model.
We were sitting 5th row from the top. We were all sitting in this row together.
Yes, sir.
And then first they decided, my sister and her friends decided to move to the outer row above the entrance.
So like right around here?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Or
then
was it these two seats?
these two seats and this back seat. And then finally they moved down to the very front row near the guardrail.
So that's where they were?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to ask you a couple more questions about what's going on in the theater. At some point in time, was the movie playing?
No.
Well, did the movie start?
No, not yet.
Okay. Let's go to the time it did.
Okay.
Okay. At some point, did the movie start?
Yes.
Okay. When the movie started, did you see something unusual that you wouldn't normally expect to see in a movie?
No.
What was the first thing unusual you saw?
During the movie when something flew across the screen.
There you go. So tell me about that. What was the first unusual thing you saw?
A smoke grenade flying across the screen, which looked like someone threw a water bottle with no cap on.
Did you see where it went? I mean, what direction it was going, anything like that you could point out on this model?
It flew across the screen and landed on the front row.
You think it landed there? Okay. Now, you say it was smoke. Did you ever have any type of reaction to what
I had
that
a hard time breathing. My eyes started to get watery. I had scratchy feeling in my throat.
And where were you when that happened?
Still in the same seats.
After the item that caused you that discomfort and the scratchiness and whatnot, did you see any flashes related to sounds that sounded like gunfire?
Yes.
Where was that? And this will be the last thing I ask you to do with the model. So if you could just point out, where was that?
Right in this area, right near the door.
Okay. Why don't you take that microphone, turn it off, and go back to your seat. I want to go back to the thing that you saw flying through the air. Did you hear any sounds associated with that item?
A faint hissing sound.
We talked about you seeing some flashes in the area by that emergency or the exit door. Are you familiar with the sound of gunfire?
Yes.
You ever been to like the shooting range?
Yes.
Does your family own any firearms?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is, Your Honor, he will testify to a certain sound that he heard that he knows what it sounds like because of his experience with firearms.
All right, overruled.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How about a shotgun? Does your dad own a shotgun?
Yes.
Ever seen him use it?
Yes.
And you've ever heard the sound of a shotgun racking?
Yes.
So I want to ask you a few questions about the sounds that you heard in the theater. Did you hear any sounds in the theater that to you sounded like gunfire?
Yes.
Did you hear sounds that were different? In other words, that sounded like different types of guns were being fired?
Yes.
How many different types of sounds did you hear? In other words, that sounded like different guns?
2.
Two or three, or I mean, I just want to make sure we get the right answer.
3. Sorry.
Okay. Well, you tell me.
3.
Okay. Did you hear something to you that sounded like a handgun?
Yes.
Did you hear something to you that sounded like a shotgun?
Yes.
And did you hear something to you that sounded like a rifle?
Yes.
I want to ask you about the shotgun. How many shotgun shots did you think you heard?
6.
You've talked about that you're familiar with a shotgun. Did you hear any other sounds when you were in the theater that would be consistent with what you would expect to hear when a shotgun is being fired?
No.
Did you hear sounds about racking a shotgun is what I'm asking.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm not sure if he asked that question, so I'll allow it.
What was your answer?
Yes.
Okay. How many times would you say you heard that sound of a shotgun being racked?
Too many times to count. Everything was going so fast.
So would it be fair to say that when all these events are going on, it's difficult to sort of put things in order?
Yes.
And to have a count and things like that?
Yes.
And the rifle shots that you heard, were they faster or slower than the shotgun shots? I mean, as far as the time in between shots?
Faster.
Could you tell us how many rifle shots you think you heard?
No.
I want to get you now to, you're in the seat with your friend, and your sister's down there, a few rows in front of you, and these gunshots start. All right, can I get you to that point in time?
Yes.
What happens to you and around you when those gunshots start?
Everyone started screaming. I pulled Leoka down behind the seats to try to shield her or just to get her out of the line of fire. And then I started telling her to go out of the row. Just stay.
Let me stop you there. When you're talking to her and you're telling her to go, are you down too, or are you standing up?
I'm down too.
And I'd like you to describe where you were in relation to her. Were you on top of her? Were you behind her, in front of her?
I was behind her.
And you said it's time to go. Were you pushing her?
Yes.
What happened then when you told her to go and you were pushing her?
We started crawling fast across the ground to try to get out of the row. And then we reached the end of the row of the seats. She got out first, and right as soon as I got out, I got hit in the leg.
Let me stop you there for a second and just step back a few steps. When you were crawling along, was the gunfire still going on?
Yes.
And when you got up, did you stand up all the way, or were you sort of crouching?
Sort of crouching.
How about your friend?
She was standing up.
Now, you talked about getting hit. So I want to go to that moment when that happens. Tell me where you were. I mean, were you right there getting out of that row, or were you up, or somewhere in between? Tell me where you were.
I was getting out of the row, about to, still crouched, about to stand up, and I got hit in the leg. I went down on one knee because the pain of the burning on my skin hurt, and then I just ran out of the exit door.
Was that the exit door at the top?
Yes.
And what was your friend doing when all this was going on?
She was out of the exit door on the balcony crying. She was outside. She was...
Let me stop you for a second there. We'll get there. How long would you say it took you then to get from your row up to that exit door?
A minute.
Were you limping or were you running? How were you getting there?
A little bit of both.
You talked about getting hit in the leg and going down to your knee. Was your leg in any pain?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Well, actually, counsel did not let me finish my question. I paused perhaps when I should not have.
Okay.
Was your leg in any pain as you were going up those stairs?
Yes.
When you got to the top of the stairs and when you're on your way up there, was the gunfire still going on?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, did you hear like an emergency siren or fire alarm or something like that?
Fire alarm, yes.
When did that happen?
Halfway through the shooting.
When you get to the top of the stairs, is your friend there or is she already outside?
She was there.
What did you do then when you got to the top of the stairs?
I had to take a minute on the balcony to catch my breath because of the smoke that was inside the theater. And I went downstairs from the balcony outside to try to find everyone.
Let me go back a second. You talked about you had to take a breath because of the smoke that was inside the theater. You'd already talked about how you had started coughing and had some discomfort as a result of that smoke. Did that stay with you your entire time inside Theater 9 from when it first started until you got out?
Yes.
Did it get worse or better?
A little worse, yes.
So I'd like you to describe then the effects of that gas on you when you're there at the top of the stairs, right before you take a minute to get your breath.
Objection. Cumulative. Rule 403.
Overruled.
I had a really hard time breathing. I couldn't see straight. I had a hard time swallowing, and I was coughing to try to get the smoke out to get my body back to normal.
You talk about getting to the top of the stairs.
Yes.
Did you then leave the theater?
Yes.
Did you run? Did you walk? Did you limp? How'd you get out there?
I ran down the stairs. I didn't feel any pain anymore because of the adrenaline that was going on. And I ran down the stairs out of the theater.
Were you with your friend?
No. She left at the time to find everyone else.
When you got outside, did you find your sister?
Yes.
And her friends?
Yes.
And your friend?
Yes.
Now you talked about friend. When you got outside, you talked about you got hit. Did any of them appear to be injured?
No.
Did you see anybody outside the theater that appeared to be injured?
Objection.
Yeah.
Relevance. 403.
Sustained.
Did you eventually get home?
Yes.
How'd that happen?
My father got a call from my sister saying about what happened.
Don't have to go into what she was saying. Did he come and pick you up?
Yes.
When you got home, did you have a chance to look at your leg?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries on your leg?
Yes.
When we talk about these injuries, I want to ask you a little bit back. Was there any blood? Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Where were you bleeding from?
On the side of my leg.
When you got home and you had a chance to look at your leg, did you clean off the blood?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries then? What did you see?
Open wounds a little bit, but mostly a ricochet that had enough force to cause an injury.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4870. I'm going to show it to counsel first.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Whose leg is that?
That is my leg.
And there are a number of red dots with a green circle around them. What are they?
Those are where I got hit.
Is this an accurate depiction of what your leg looked like after you left the theater and cleaned off the blood?
Yes.
And who put these circles around the red dots?
My mother.
Your Honor, move to admit 4870.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
All right, without objection, P-TR-4870 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If we could please put that up. $48.70. Can I have a second, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I think I'm going to have to use the document camera.
All right.
If we can zoom in on that portion, lower portion of the leg, because it's kind of hard to see on this, and push that up a little bit. Thank you. Is that what your leg looked like, sir, after
Yes.
you got home? Can I have a second, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions on direct examination. Thank you.
All right, Mr. King, do you have any cross-examination?
I do not. Thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Orman?
Please, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any objection?
None.
All right, thank you, sir. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the people called Donnie Chavis.
Good morning, sir. Can I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Sir. All right, please be seated. Could you hand me that exhibit, please? Thank you. Sir, could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Donnie Chavis, DONNIECHAVIS.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Mr. Chavis, how are you employed?
I work for the United States Postal Service.
And were you employed by the Postal Service in July of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, where were you working? Which post office?
I was working at the Fletcher Post Office in Aurora, Colorado.
And what did your duties consist of at that time?
At that particular time, I was the acting manager for the Fletcher Station, which basically manages a post office operation.
Where is that post office located? What's the address?
1550 Dayton Street, Aurora, Colorado, 80010.
And is that slightly north of Colfax?
That is correct, between Colfax and 16th Avenue.
Does the post office sell things like package mailers?
Yes, they do.
Do people sometimes buy those but not use them to immediately mail something?
Yes, that is correct.
How do you reflect that an item's been purchased if someone's taking it with them and not using it to mail at that particular time?
The practice with the window clerks are they will date stamp the mailer or the item with the date stamp on the back of the mail piece.
Mr. Chavis, I'm going to hand you what's been previously introduced as People's Exhibit 342.
And Ms. Pearson, that's been admitted already, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Do you recognize that as the type of mailer that is sold by the post office?
Yeah, it is a United States Postal Service product.
And is there anything on that particular packaging that reflects that the date that it was purchased?
Yes, it will be indicated on the back near the barcode area with the date stamp of the time and date, oh, actually of the date that the mailer was actually purchased, yes.
And is there a stamp on this particular package?
Yes, it is.
What's the date that this package was purchased?
July 12th, 2012.
Now, if you could take a look at the address that's on the front of that package, do you recognize that address as one that you deliver mail to from the Fletcher Post Office?
Yes, I do.
And is Saturday delivery, do they get Saturday delivery at that particular address?
With this address, they do not have Saturday delivery.
They get delivery Monday through Friday?
Monday through Friday, yes.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Is there any cross-examination, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
All right. And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right.
He may.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can give that back to Ms. Pearson. Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Stephanie Benitez, Your Honor.
Good morning. If you would come around here, please, and then if I could have you raise your right hand so that I could administer an oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Yes, my name is Stephanie Diane Benitez, STEPHANIE DIANE BENITez.
Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I am a special agent with the FBI.
What is your normal duty assignment?
I normally investigate cases, specifically civil rights cases involving human trafficking investigations.
Now, this is not such a case, correct?
Correct.
What was your job as far as this case is concerned?
On this particular case, I am also a member of our evidence response team. And on this particular case, I was assigned to process evidence and collect evidence at the defendant's apartment.
Specifically, which room were you primarily responsible for?
Specifically, the living room.
I want to ask you about some items collected from the living room. If I showed you items that you collected, would you be able to recognize them?
I would.
Your Honor, if I may have leave to approach at will the witness with various items of evidence.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to show you some photographs that have been previously admitted. I'd like to put up 2475, please. And actually, if we go to 2493, I'll start a little different place. I'm sorry, 2393. What are we looking at there?
We are looking at a picture of a Batman mask.
And where was that located?
This item was located in the defendant's living room, and it was prominently displayed on the television television stand in the living room.
And if we could please put up 2394. What does this represent?
This is a closer view of the same item, item 19, which is the Batman mask.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what has been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 798.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a Batman mask that's depicted in this photograph. The photograph is an accurate depiction of this mask. And this is an item I collected in the defendant's living room. I know so because my initials are on the bag, and I recall collecting it.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted.
Now, I want to ask you one more question about the, we can take that photograph down. The item that you have in your hand appears to have like a dust or a patina on it of some type of dust. Is that consistent with fingerprint processing?
Yes, it is.
So was it like that when you originally handled the item and put it in evidence?
No, it was not.
I'd like to go to the next piece of evidence, and if we could please put up photograph that 2377, which has been admitted into evidence. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at orange wire. This was found in the defendant's living room and actually stretched from the defendant's living room into the defendant's kitchen area. It was woven through a bicycle that was also in the living room and through various other components.
If we could please put up photograph exhibit 2378, which has been admitted. What are we looking at there?
This is the same orange wire, item 12, that was in the defendant's living room through the kitchen. This is an accurate picture of the orange wire.
You talked about it being woven in through the bike. Were you able to collect this item?
I was.
What did you do to get it out of the bike?
Unwove it through the spokes.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 799.
All right.
Is that the orange wire that is depicted in photo exhibit 2378?
It is.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-799 is admitted.
If we could please put up photograph exhibit 2354, which has been admitted. What are we looking at there?
We are looking at a printout of a Fandango movie ticket that was found in the defendant's living room in the bottom of a desk drawer.
If we could please see 2358, which has been admitted. What is that?
This is another closer image of the same item as just discussed. Fandango movie ticket for The Dark Knight Rises with a confirmation number.
I'm going to approach the witness, Your Honor, with what has been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 801.
Okay.
Is that the movie printout ticket or movie ticket printout that is depicted in photo exhibit 2358?
It is.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-801 is admitted.
If we could please put up admitted exhibit 2473. What are we looking at there?
We are looking at an item that I collected. It was a launch controller that was found in the apartment of defendant's living room.
If we could please put up admitted exhibit 2474. What is that?
That is the same item.
I'm going to approach the witness with what I've marked as People's Exhibit 802, Your Honor.
All right.
Is that the item that is depicted in photograph Exhibit 2474?
It is.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-802 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please put up photo exhibit, which has been admitted, 2475. What is that?
That is an IED light.
You mean LED light?
I'm sorry, LED light.
If we could please put up the next one, 2476. And what does that show?
That is also the LED light.
Where was that located?
That was located on the floor in the living room of the defendant's apartment.
Did you collect that?
I did.
I'm going to approach the witness with 803, Your Honor.
Okay.
Is that the item depicted in photo exhibit 2476?
It is.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-803 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please put up photo exhibit, which has been admitted, 2469 and 2470. What are we looking at there?
We are looking at a CPU fan that I collected in the defendant's apartment, was found in the living room on the floor.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, with what I've marked as People's Exhibit 804.
Okay.
Is that the item that is depicted in photograph 2470?
It is.
Move to admit 804, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-804 is admitted.
I want to ask you about an item near the door to the defendant's apartment, specifically the door jamb. Did you collect an item near the door jamb?
I did.
And it's going to be a kind of a hard one to see because it's a little washed out, but it's Exhibit 2398, which has been admitted. What are we looking at there?
We are looking at the front door and specifically the door jamb of the apartment. While it's hard to see, there is a thumbtack with a fishing line that was attached to the thumbtack, and it is actually depicted in this photograph.
I'm going to approach with 805, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is 805 the thumbtack and fishing line from the defendant's door jamb?
It is.
Move to admit 805, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Objection to 805.
Did you say no objection to 805?
No objection.
All right. Without objection, P-TR-805 is admitted.
Thank you. If we could please put up photo exhibit 2491, which has been admitted, and 2492. What are we looking at there? What area of the house?
This is in the defendant's living room. This is actually a tactical mirror that was located on the TV stand in the living room.
So when we saw the previous picture with the Batman mask on top of the TV, would that be the same TV?
It is.
And you can sort of just see the bottom of it there?
Yes,
Did you collect that item?
I did.
If I may approach, Your Honor, with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 806.
Yes.
Is that the item that is depicted in Photo Exhibit 2492?
It is.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-806 is admitted.
Are you familiar with what that is?
I am.
What is a tactical mirror?
A tactical mirror is something that law enforcement or others may use. It's a way to look around corners without exposing your body to harm.
And that item there, does it telescope out?
It does.
Sort of like an old-fashioned antenna?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next one. If we could have People's Exhibit, which has been admitted, 2489. What are we looking at there?
We're looking at a pair of black tennis shoes and gloves.
And 2490.
Same tennis shoes and gloves, different photograph.
And actually, just to put this in perspective a little bit, if we could take a look at 2488. And would that be the top of like a thermos?
It is.
And is that the corner of a wall there in the lower right-hand corner?
Yes.
So the shoes that we just looked at, would they be just off picture?
Yes, just looking at this north of the gloves.
Thank you. Your Honor, I am going to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 807 and 808.
Okay.
And you know, I think I see, you don't have to keep all that stuff on your lap. You can move the ones that we've already done up to that
Okay.
shelf behind you.
Thank you.
We haven't done that one yet, though. What are 807 and 808?
These, as described shown in the photograph, it's a pair of gloves and a pair of shoes.
Are those the gloves and shoes that were found near the doorway to the defendant's apartment?
Yes, they are.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
For the record, which one's which?
They were collected together, so they were both item.
Well, you said there are two exhibit numbers.
Yes.
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to figure out which one's 807 and which one's 808.
Your Honor, 808 is the gloves, 807 are the shoes.
All right, any objection?
No.
All right, without objection, P-TR-807 and 808 are admitted.
I'm going to approach with 809, Your Honor.
Okay.
What is this?
This is the thermos top that's depicted in the photograph that's on the screen.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, was that 809?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, P-TR-809 is admitted without objection.
I want to and now ask you about some flashlights. Did you find any flashlights,
I did.
and where were they?
They were located in the living room in the defendant's apartment.
I want to show you some photographs of those. If we could please put up 2481, which has been admitted. What is that?
That is one of the flashlights I collected.
And 2482.
Same flashlight.
2483.
Another flashlight, the green flashlight.
And is that the bike?
It is.
All right, 2484. Does that just show the evidence placard?
Yes, with the flashlight.
Okay, 2485.
And this is the third flashlight.
Where is that located?
That's located on a chair that was in the living room.
And 2486.
Same flashlight.
I'm going to approach with People's Exhibit 810, Your Honor.
Did you say 18?
I'm sorry, 810, 810.
All right.
Are those the flashlights?
They are.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-810 is admitted.
If we could please put up admitted photo 2361. And 2369 now, which is a closer photo, and then 2370. What are we looking at there?
We're looking at actually three different items that were collected. The CPU fan, which we have already discussed, and then some two black pressurized tanks, and then in the rear of the photograph you can see 2 jars of handgun rounds.
Did you collect those tanks?
I did.
Your Honor, I am going to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 811.
All right.
Thank you.
Are those the tanks?
They are.
If we could please put up photograph 2495. It's been admitted. And 2496. What are we looking at there?
We're looking at an oil bottle.
Do you remember the brand?
Rotella or Pennzoil? There were 2.
Okay. And is that just sort of standard motor oil you might buy at a grocery store or department store?
Yes.
If we could please put up photograph 3987, which has been admitted. What are we looking at there?
We're looking at a remote control.
Like for a toy car?
Right.
And if we could back off a little bit, it's photograph 3986, give a little perspective. Where is that located?
That was found in the living room in the corner just to the left of a bookshelf.
And did you collect that?
I did.
I'm going to approach with 813, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Orman, did you intend to move the admission of P-TR-811?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, is there any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-811 is admitted.
And I move to admit 813, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-813 is admitted.
I want to ask you about some air fresheners. Did you see any air fresheners in the defendant's apartment?
I did.
If we can see some photographs of those. If we could please put up 3971. Did you collect that item?
I did.
Where was it?
It was on the floor in the living room of the defendant's apartment.
3972, please. And is that just an evidence placard with the same thing?
Yes.
3973. What is that?
That is also an air freshener.
Where'd you find that?
On the floor in the defendant's living room.
Right, 3974. that a placard for that?
Yes.
$39.75. What are we looking at there?
Additional air fresheners
Do you remember where those were located?
on the floor in the living room.
Did you collect those?
I did.
I'm going to approach with what has been marked as 814, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Are those the air fresheners you collected from the defendant's apartment?
Yes, they are.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-A14 is admitted.
Now, I want to ask you one question about that. It's within 2 plastic bags, but can you actually smell anything when you smell that?
I can,
What does it smell like?
like an air freshener.
Okay. I want to show you now photograph, which has been admitted, exhibit 3969, and then 3970. Do you know what that is?
Yes, it's a gasoline tag.
Did you collect that?
I did.
I'm going to approach with 815, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that the gasoline tag?
It is.
Now, do you know where you found that?
On the floor in the living room in the defendant's apartment.
Is that actually one of the air fresheners I see up in the upper right-hand corner?
It is.
Thank you. If we could please put up photo exhibit 2361, which has already been admitted. All right, that's that sort of living room area again, and I want to zoom in a little bit with 2369. Now, it's kind of, actually, this sound was kind of blurry. Why don't we try 2368? We see a couple of jars there. Did you collect those?
I did.
What was inside of them?
They were handgun rounds.
And by rounds, you mean bullets?
Yeah, bullets. There were approximately 323 of the rounds inside both the jars.
You say approximately. Is that FBI speak for exactly?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you do that?
Okay, 323 rounds.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 816.
Mr. Orman, did you intend to move to admit 815?
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry for neglecting that.
That's court speak for you forgot to do that. Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
All right, without objection, P-TR-A15 is admitted.
All right, 816, is that the jars of bullets and the bullets?
Yes, they are.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, it is admitted.
I want to ask you about something that's kind of big and ungainly, so we don't have it here. I just want to show you some pictures of it. If we could please take a look at 3977, which has been admitted. And then 3978. What is that?
This is a gun cleaning bench and target stand, which I found on the living room floor of the defendant's apartment.
And then 3979. Was that nearby?
Yeah, those are pieces to the stand. They're actually one had been, you can tell had been used because there's a round through it, or a indentation, I'm sorry, through the bar.
And 3980. And actually, if we can zoom in on, there's a sort of right in the middle, there's a discoloration in the, go down a little bit, over to the left a little bit. Now just, there you go, thank you. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, we can take that down. If we can please put up photo 2371. and 2372. Now, that is, what is that?
Those are black half spheres. They fit together to make an entire sphere. There were 36 large spheres and 8 small spheres. Additionally, there's fuses that were around the spheres.
Because they had fusing and stuff in it, is that kind of a special evidence? It has to be held in a special locker?
Yes.
Like at a bomb range?
Yes.
I don't have those in the courtroom here for you, but are you aware whether or not those were sent to the lab?
They were.
And if someone from the lab were going to look at those, would there be a lab number associated with those?
They were. Our lab at Quantico will put a Q number attached to it if they examine it.
Do you know what the Q number is for that?
It was Q41.
Thank you. Did you collect, though, some other spheres that didn't have the fusing in them and, in fact, were in a plastic bag?
Yes.
Where were those collected from?
In the defendant's living room on the floor.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as 838, Your Honor.
All right.
What is that?
These are the spheres.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Pengler?
No.
Without objection, P-DR-A38 is admitted.
Your Honor, can I just have a moment, check my notes, make sure I haven't missed anything?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to ask you about another item that we don't have here today. If we could please put up photo exhibit 2393. Actually, sorry about that. You mentioned a bottle of Rotella oil. Did you collect that?
I did.
Where was that located?
On the floor in the living room of the defendant's apartment.
Was that, we had seen a photo of a bottle of Pennzoil before, which was sort of a standard quart bottle, it looked to me. Was this a larger type bottle?
I'm unsure of sizes.
Okay.
It was about the same size as the Pennzoil.
One more item I want to ask you about. That would also be something that would go to the locker that we were talking about, 2396. Did you collect that?
I did.
And fair to say that's fusing?
Yes.
So if you let a match to it, it could create a problem?
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
Sustained.
Do you know why you would want to keep that in a separate place that wouldn't be where you store the normal evidence?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
It could be very flammable.
I want to ask you one more question about the apartment. When you were, how long would you say you were in there?
I would say approximately, probably 6 to 8 hours.
During the time that you were there, apart from the air fresheners, which we've already talked about, did you smell anything that you would not normally expect to smell in an apartment?
Yes, there was a strong smell of gasoline.
Did that remain the entire time that you were in the apartment?
It did. It got very strong, and so we put on masks toward the end of the search because of the fumes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions. I will ask to publish the exhibits.
All right. Ms. Spengler, do you have any cross-examination?
No.
The jury may have a question for you, so give us a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Special Agent Benitez, the jury has submitted a question for you that I have found based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law is appropriate. The question is, what did the black tanks, item number 9, contain, if you know? And you can only answer if you know. You can't speculate. So if you don't know, then that's what we need to hear.
They were pressurized tanks, and I am not sure what the, if I speculate, which I'm not allowed to do, it's something that needs to be kept under pressure.
All right, Mr. Orman, any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions from you, Ms. Spengler?
No.
May this witness be released from our subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The request to publish the exhibits that were just admitted through Special Agent Benitez is granted, and so Ms. Robinson and Ms. Gerlichs, if you would, please. Okay, the records are reflected. We just finished publishing the exhibits that were admitted through Special Agent Benitez. All right, call your next witness, please.
The people call Greg McGahee.
Morning, could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
It's Greg McGahee, G-R-E-G-M-C, capital G-A-H-E-Y.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Who do you work for?
The United States Postal Inspection Service.
What do you do for them?
I'm a criminal investigator,
So what is your title?
postal inspector.
How long have you worked for the Postal Service for the inspection?
I've been a criminal investigator for the inspection service for 12 years.
Prior to that, did you work in law enforcement somewhere else?
I did.
Where was that?
I was a local police officer here in Aurora for 12 years.
At the Aurora Police Department?
That's correct.
What does the Postal Inspection Service do?
We are federal agents that investigate any crimes that have a nexus to the U.S. mails system, make sure that the integrity and that nobody misuses the mail. We investigate anything from mail fraud to robberies, burglaries, drugs through the mail, stuff like that.
As part of your jobs, have you had to learn how the Postal Service collects and processes mail?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
That was kind of a long procedure of going through the academy and just kind of a on-the-job type learning how the system works and how packages and how different mail pieces move, throughout the system, throughout the world.
I want to ask you specifically if you did an investigation into a piece of mail that was mailed by the defendant James Holmes to a Dr. Lynn Fenton at the C.U. Anschutz Medical Center in July of 2012. Did you conduct an investigation into a particular piece of mail?
I did, yes.
But before we talk about that, could you tell us what happens when you mail a package? If you drop it into a mailbox or you drop it at a post office, where does it go?
Well, if you drop it at a post office, eventually a collection truck will pick it up and take it down to the general mail facility where it is processed to determine what part of the country or world it's going to go to. And likewise, the blue collection boxes that you see around town, a similar type truck will go around and actually pick up those particular pieces of mail, take them to the same place where they get processed for outbound, and then if the processing comes back for inbound, coming back into Denver.
Is there a way to tell when a particular piece of mail was actually mailed?
Only if an individual would actually go to a counter of a post office and actually pay for it at that time, there would be the point of sale. There would actually be a part of the mail that would show the date and time that the mail piece was placed into the mail stream. So,
If that hasn't occurred, is there a way to tell when a piece of mail has been processed?
there is, yes. So the way the mail processing, it's automated, becoming more and more automated. In the past, you would have a package, there would be an address on it, and you'd physically have to enter the zip code of where it's going to be going, and then that would send it off to whatever city or state or wherever its final destination. The automation, it is on a conveyor belt, and it's actually an optical image of the
the piece is taken, and then a computer basically defines that and then does the exact same thing a person would have done just by the optical image of the zip code. And then it'll break it all the way down to the address as it gets through different machines.
Does the Postal Service keep copies of those images as part of their ordinary course of business?
Yes, they do.
Do you have the ability as a postal inspector to access that information, to get copies of the images, and to get the information that would be contained about a particular package?
Yes.
Did you do a search for the package that was mailed by the defendant to Dr. Lynn Fenton?
I did, yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 342. Did you do a search for this particular piece of mail?
Yes, I did.
And did you find photographs within your system that looked like this package?
Yes.
When did you, what did you access in order to find that?
Well, it's a web-based application within the Postal Service that if you run a search by a certain zip code, if that particular city or has an automated system, then potentially there will be an image still available that you can actually pull off the optical reader that's been saved.
Is Denver a city that has this kind of imaging?
Denver does, yes.
And if I could have the package back a moment. And if we could see the front of the package on the Elmo. And if I could get a wider shot of that. What does the image look like that you get? How big an image does it tend to be?
It's smaller than this, but it's fairly detailed. It's in black and white.
You can pull back a little more. Does it show both who a package is sent to and who it's sent from?
Yes.
So right now we can't quite see all of this. The image that you had, were you able to see the entire package, who it was sent from and who it was sent to when you accessed that image?
Yes.
Now, we've also previously heard some information about how when a mailer is purchased and not used that same day, how it's noted on a package. And if we could turn this package over. As part of your duties as a postal inspector, are you able to access business records for a particular post office?
Yes.
Were you able to do that for the Fletcher post office?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to search how many white bubble mailers like this were sold on July 12th of 2012, which is a date that we can see stamped there right on top of the barcode?
Yeah, I was able to conduct that search, and there was actually only one mailer that was sold that day, along with a book of forever stamps within the same transaction.
Do you recall what the pattern of the forever stamps were that were sold that day?
I don't recall right offhand.
You can take that down. Now, going back to the records from the Postal Service and the Postal Processing Center, by virtue of finding an image of this package, were you able to determine when it was processed by the Postal Service here in Denver?
Yes.
When was that?
So it was. They call them batches. So you can imagine how much mail and packages go through the system. I think that particular batch started on the 20th of July, and ended early morning on the 21st, about 6 o'clock p.m., right around that time frame on the 20th, and then that cycle ended on the 21st. So based on that, I would say the mail piece was put in the mail stream probably on the 19th.
How do you, so the batch runs for roughly 9 hours or so?
Yeah, just depending on the volume of mail, but that would be, fairly accurate.
So in order to end up in a batch that began on the 20th at 6 o'clock in the evening and ended at 3 o'clock in the morning on the 21st, when did the item of mail have to be picked up in order to end up in that batch?
It would have to have been picked up after the last pickup period on the 19th. So if it was like 5 o'clock on the 19th and somebody placed it in the mail stream after that, if they dropped it off at a blue collection box that picked up at 3 o'clock, but they dropped it at 9 o'clock, then it wouldn't get picked up till the following day and make that 20th batch of inbound for Denver.
Do you recall what time specifically this item was scanned at the Denver mail facility?
I want to say it was approximately 1:30 on the 21st.
Do you recall if it was 1:51 a.m.?
That sounds right.
And on July 21st?
Yes.
So that would be early Saturday morning?
Early, yes.
So based on it having gone into the batch sometime in Friday evening, the 20th, and being scanned early Saturday morning, it had to have been mailed sometime after the last pickup on the 19th. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Otherwise, would it have been in the batch the night before?
In all likelihood, yes, it would have been in the batch the night before.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Is there any cross-examination, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
The jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Ms. Pearson?
He may, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, sir, thank you. Members of the jury, it's 10:15, so let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time. Please make sure that you abide by all my advisements during the break. Let's take 20 minutes, and I'll see you back here after the break. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Please be seated, everyone. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the prosecution? All right, anything on behalf of the defense?
No, Judge.
All right, enjoy the break, and I'll see you back here in about 20.
Well, good morning. Welcome back inside our 7 News newsroom in Denver. We are taking a break from the Arapahoe County Courthouse. We expect this break to be over around 10:35, and then lunch is scheduled for 11 today. So we're going to have apparently a short witness or a portion of a witness before we return for a 90-minute lunch break, at which point we'll speak to our legal experts and replay some of the testimony from earlier today. Let's recap for a moment. We've heard from
first survivor, Nathan Jurnek, and we will replay some of his testimony during this recess. We've heard from 2 employees of the U.S. Postal Service, Donnie Chavis and Postal Inspection Service Greg McGahee, who was just on the stand before this recess began. And we also heard from FBI Special Agent Stephanie Benitez. And Anika Padilla has been working hard in the background, not only just chatting with you and working on giving you updates through our written products, but also on gathering a slideshow. And that's what we're going to go through now for a moment. Let's recap the evidence that Special Agent Benitez displayed and explained in court. While she was testifying, this perhaps is one of the most striking images, a Batman mask displayed prominently in the living room in the Paris Street apartment. The next image shows the layout of the courtroom. You can see the Batman mask is a little bit clearer in this smaller image. This is the FBI special agent, the defense table here, and Anika did notice that it appears the defendant is watching this presentation, and Richard Orman, the prosecuting attorney, at the podium asking the questions. On our next slide, a close-up here, gloves and shoes found in the apartment number 10 at 1690 Paris Street. A tactical mirror, and if you've watched movies or television shows, the kind of mirror that someone in a SWAT team would use to peek around a corner. It kind of resembles to me a dentist's mirror so that they can see the roof of your mouth, but it's designed to be a small item that they can use to peek around a corner. Here, this one's a bit difficult, but these are orange wires that were woven through the spokes of a bicycle and across the floor of the apartment. A Fandango movie ticket printout. Again, we've heard from testimony that there were 3 Fandango movie tickets purchased by the gunman. And you can see that's in a drawer, and I believe, and this yellow marker is an evidence marker, so they would mark the items, photograph them in their original location, in this case inside of a desk drawer, prior to collecting them and putting them in bags. And these items were also brought physically into the court, and the jury was allowed to handle those earlier. These black spheres that we've compared to cartoon bombs because of their shape, they were homemade, or they were plastic shells for making, in a sense, homemade fireworks. Special Agent Benitez said she collected 36 of them and then 8 smaller spheres. This is a yellow remote control for an RC car, and you can see the 2 thumbsticks here and the antenna coming out the front, found inside the apartment. And you'll remember that the car and a different remote were found by other FBI evidence teams and local evidence teams in the dumpster outside 1690 Paris Street. Here, 2 black pressurized canisters and jars containing bullets. She was asked by the jury what these pressurized canisters contained and didn't know. The bullets were .223 caliber from the rifle. Oh, there were 323 of them, is that right? But they were all .223 bullets too as well? Unsure, okay. The gun cleaning bench and a target stand found inside the apartment, marked as evidence number 91. Again, a target stand looks to me disassembled or at least collapsed, found in the apartment. Item number 90 was at least one of the air fresheners. Apparently these air fresheners were laid out on the floor, I guess in theory to cover up the smell of the gasoline and oil that had been poured there. Excuse me while I zoom down or scroll down. Another photo showing the desk drawer where the Fandango movie ticket printout was recovered. And then a photo of the front door. This one is a little bit washed out on your screens here, but you can see and remember that the door was originally opened by the bomb robot. They found a tripwire that was connected to all of the various booby trap devices in the apartment. And here the thermos that was perched on top of, it was originally perched on top of some shoes and gloves, and it was rigged to that wire. The idea was that the thermos was supposed to be tipped over into a pan full of a second chemical, and together they'd have a combustible reaction. It did not occur. The wire wasn't tugged fast enough for that to occur. As we continue, we find a flashlight inside the apartment. Another flashlight found inside the apartment, marked as number 52. And I believe we've reached the end of that slideshow there. So as we return back on camera, before we go and listen again to some of the testimony from survivor Nathan Juranek, we did want to let you know that we are still waiting in a holding pattern for the release that we expect every day of written evidence documents from the Arapahoe County Court. We have not received that yet. Typically, we receive that in the time frame between 10:30 and 11:30. So as soon as we get that, we'll be letting you know with messages in the chats and by posting the documents online. Obviously, that is something that many of you have asked about because it is possible, again, only possible, but we assume it shall include some of the evidence from the notebook. So for now, let's listen to the sound from Mr. Juranek's testimony, and if we hear more about that evidence release, we'll let you know.
And do you recognize this as sort of a model of Theater 9? Okay, use that microphone there. And stand back here. And see these yellow lines here? Those would be the walls, but we took them out because it was kind of hard to see. You understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So the theater screen would be up here. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't you tell me where you and your friends and your sister were originally, and then where you moved to by showing us on this model.
We were sitting fifth row from the top. We were all sitting in this row together.
Yes, sir.
And then first they decided, my sister and her friends decided to move to the outer row above the entrance.
So like right around here?
Yes.
Okay.
And
or
then
was it these two seats?
these two seats and this back seat. And then finally they moved down to the very front row near the guardrail.
So that's where they were?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to ask you a couple more questions about what's going on in the theater. At some point in time, was the movie playing?
No.
Well, did the movie start?
No, not yet.
Okay. Let's go to the time it did.
Okay.
Okay. At some point, did the movie start?
Yes.
Okay. When the movie started, did you see something unusual that you wouldn't normally expect to see in a movie?
No.
What was the first thing unusual you saw?
During the movie when something flew across the screen.
There you go. So tell me about that. What was the first unusual thing you saw?
A smoke grenade flying across the screen, which looked like someone threw a water bottle with no cap on.
Did you see where it went? I mean, what direction it was going, anything like that you could point out on this model?
It flew across the screen and landed on the front row.
You think it landed there? Okay. Now, you say it was smoke. Did you ever have any type of reaction to what
I had
that
a
was?
hard time breathing. My eyes started to get watery. I had scratchy feeling in my throat.
And where were you when that happened?
Still in the same seats.
After the item that caused you that discomfort and the scratchiness and whatnot, did you see any flashes related to sounds that sounded like gunfire?
Yes.
Where was that? And this will be the last thing I ask you to do with the model. So if you could just point out, where was that?
Right in this area, right near the door.
Okay. Why don't you take that microphone, turn it off, and go back to your seat. I want to go back to the thing that you saw flying through the air. Did you hear any sounds associated with that item?
A faint hissing sound.
We talked about you seeing some flashes in area by that emergency or the exit door. Are you familiar with the sound of gunfire?
Yes.
You ever been to like the shooting range?
Yes.
Does your family own any firearms?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is, Your Honor, he will testify to a certain sound that he heard that he knows what it sounds like because of his experience with firearms.
All right, overruled.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How about a shotgun? Does your dad own a shotgun?
Yes.
Ever seen him use it?
Yes.
And you've ever heard the sound of a shotgun racking?
Yes.
So I want to ask you a few questions about the sounds that you heard in the theater. Did you hear any sounds in the theater that to you sounded like gunfire?
Yes.
Did you hear sounds that were different? In other words, that sounded like different types of guns were being fired?
Yes.
How many different types of sounds did you hear? In other words, that sounded like different guns?
2.
Two or three? Or I mean, I just want to make sure we get the right answer.
3. Sorry.
Okay. Well, you tell me.
3.
Okay. Did you hear something to you that sounded like a handgun?
Yes.
Did you hear something to you that sounded like a shotgun?
Yes.
And did you hear something to you that sounded like a rifle?
Yes.
I want to ask you about the shotgun. How many shotgun shots did you think you heard?
6.
You've talked about that you're familiar with a shotgun. Did you hear any other sounds when you were in the theater that would be consistent with what you would expect to hear when a shotgun is being fired?
No.
Did you hear sounds about racking a shotgun is what I'm asking.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm not sure if he has that question, so I'll allow it.
What was your answer?
Yes.
Okay. How many times would you say you heard that sound of a shotgun being racked?
Too many times to count. Everything was going so fast.
So would it be fair to say that when all these events are going on, it's difficult to sort of put things in order?
Yes.
And to have a count and things like that?
Yes.
And the rifle shots that you heard, were they faster or slower than the shotgun shots? I mean, as far as the time in between shots?
Faster.
Could you tell us how many rifle shots you think you heard?
No.
I want to get you now to, you're in the seat with your friend, and your sister's down there, a few rows in front of you, and these gunshots start. All right, can I get you to that point in time?
Yes.
What happens to you and around you when those gunshots start?
Everyone started screaming. I pulled Laoka down behind the seats to try to shield her or just to get her out of the line of fire. And then I started telling her to go out of the row. Just stay.
Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. When you're talking to her and you're telling her to go, are you down too, or are you standing up?
I'm down too.
And I'd like you to describe where you were in relation to her. Were you on top of her? Were you behind her, in front of her?
I was behind her.
And you said it's time to go. Were you pushing her?
Yes.
What happened then when you told her to go and you were pushing her?
We started crawling fast across the ground to try to get out of the row. And then we reached the end of the row of the seats. She got out first, and right as soon as I got out, I got hit in the leg.
Let me stop you there for a second and just step back a few steps. When you were crawling along, was the gunfire still going on?
Yes.
And when you got up, did you stand up all the way, or were you sort of crouching?
Sort of crouching.
How about your friend?
She was standing up.
Now, you talked about getting hit, so I want to go to that moment when that happens. Tell me where you were. I mean, were you right there getting out of that row, or were you up, or somewhere in between? Tell me where you were.
I was getting out of the row, about to still crouched, about to stand up, and I got hit in the leg. I went down on one knee because the pain of the burning on my skin hurt, and then I just ran out of the exit door.
Was that the exit door at the top?
Yes.
And what was your friend doing when all this was going on?
She was out of the exit door on the balcony crying. She was outside. She was...
Let me stop you for a second there. We'll get there. How long would you say it took you then to get from your row up to that exit door?
A minute.
Were you limping or were you running? How were you getting there?
A little bit of both.
You talked about getting hit in the leg and going down to your knee. Was your leg in any pain?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Well, actually, counsel did not let me finish my question. I paused perhaps when I should not have.
Okay.
Was your leg in any pain as you were going up those stairs?
Yes.
When you got to the top of the stairs and when you're on your way up there, was the gunfire still going on?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, did you hear like an emergency siren or fire alarm or something like that?
Fire alarm, yes.
When did that happen?
Halfway through the shooting.
When you get to the top of the stairs, is your friend there or is she already outside?
She was there.
What did you do then when you got to the top of the stairs?
I had to take a minute on the balcony to catch my breath because of the smoke that was inside the theater. And I went downstairs from the balcony outside to try to find everyone.
Let me go back a second. You talked about you had to take a breath because of the smoke that was inside the theater. You'd already talked about how you had started coughing and had some discomfort as a result of that smoke. Did that stay with you your entire time inside Theater 9 from when it first started until you got out?
Yes.
Did it get worse or better?
A little worse, yes.
So I'd like you to describe then the effects of that gas on you when you're there at the top of the stairs, right before you take a minute to get your breath.
Objection. Cumulative. Rule 403.
Overruled?
I had a really hard time breathing. I couldn't see straight. I had a hard time swallowing, and I was coughing to try to get the smoke out to get my body back to normal.
You talk about getting to the top of the stairs.
Yes.
Did you then leave the theater?
Yes.
Did you run? Did you walk? Did you limp? How'd you get out there?
I ran down the stairs. I didn't feel any pain anymore because of the adrenaline that was going on. And I ran down the stairs out of the theater.
Were you with your friend?
No. She left at the time to find everyone else.
When you got outside,
everything, and now I have a cord hanging.
Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury's back in the courtroom. Just as a reminder, we will stop for lunch in a half hour, so at 11:05. All right, Mr. Brockler, you may call your next witness.
Jansen Young, Your Honor.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Jansen Olivia Young, Jansen, Olivia, Olivia, Young, Young.
Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, would you please tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a veterinary technician.
I want to take you back to July 19th, 20th of 2012. Were you still doing the veterinary technician stuff back then?
Yes, I had just graduated.
From where?
Bel Ray.
Never heard of it, but thank you. I want to take you to the theater, and we all know which movie we're here to talk about. What I want to ask you is, did you go by yourself that night or with some people?
No, I went with Jonathan Blanc, my boyfriend.
When did you guys decide to go to that movie?
Well, we had kind of been talking about it months in advance and then totally forgot. And the morning of, he reminded me that Batman was premiering that night. So we basically made the decision that morning.
What did you do leading up to getting to the theater that night?
I woke up and it was my day off. So I hung out with my roommate, Angela, for a while. And then we went to the movie theater around 11 a.m. and we bought our tickets. And then I think we just ran some errands, and John had to work that day. He'd been working a lot, and he got off work
Objection, Your Honor, 401, 403.
Ask the next question, please.
Yes, sir. What time did you guys end up getting to the theater?
Around 9:30.
Why so early?
We wanted to find good seats.
Were you able to find good seats?
Yes, the movie theater didn't, there was still a lot of options.
Not that crowded when you got there?
I wouldn't say not that crowded, but there were definitely enough empty seats.
Did you grab any concessions or anything before you went in?
Yes. Well, I think we went in and got our seats first, and then we went out and got concessions: popcorn, a cherry Coke, and sour punch straws.
You remember that with pretty good detail.
Yes.
Why?
Because it's what we got every single time we went to the movie theater together.
Had you been to that theater before?
Yes.
Had you been inside the actual theater number 9 before to see a movie?
I think it's very possible, but I can't know for sure.
Understood. Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4855 and a blank exhibit, which is People's 1181. Let me ask you first about 1181. Does that look to you to be an accurate representation of the seat layout of theater number 9 back on July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Now, there's nothing on it right now, but do you see the seats that you and Jonathan picked out after getting there so early that night?
Yes.
Is there a pen up there?
Yes.
Do me a favor, and would you please indicate where you and where Jonathan were sitting?
Okay.
Did you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Do me a favor, and somewhere in that big white margin around there, would you write your name and today's date?
Yes.
Did you know anybody else that was around you when you were sitting in the theater?
Not at the time.
What did you end up doing while you were waiting for the movie to start?
We were playing on our phones a little bit. I was sitting on John's lap. We had been just like talking and flirting, waiting for the movie to start. He tried to take a quick nap. We were just hanging out.
Now you say we, and we've talked about Jonathan. I want you to take a look at People's Exhibit 4855.
Okay.
What is that a picture of?
That's a picture of Jonathan Blank.
Is that the way he looked back on July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
His hair was a little longer, but yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of People's Exhibit 4855 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am? Is that Jonathan Blanc?
Yes.
Is that who you went to the movies with back then?
Yes.
And when you say we, you're talking about you and this man up here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the movie starts. Does anything unusual happen while you're watching the movie?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
There was a canister that was thrown from, if you were looking at the screen, from the right-hand corner of the screen. I didn't realize at the time someone was standing there, but it was obvious when the canister was thrown that someone had been standing there, and it flew up in the air over our heads and smoked the entire time it was in the air. And then there was loud booms and flashes of light.
Let me do this with you. Take a look at 1181. Could you indicate on there where the canister came from on that?
Yes.
And just put an S with a circle around it. Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit People's Exhibit 1181 into evidence.
Do you want to take a look at it?
Oh, yeah, forgive me, Your Honor. I've
That's
done that
fine.
every time. Sorry. Ma'am, can I get that from you? Thank you.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
All right, without objection, it is admitted.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have you come down here and talk us through the action of what took place after this canister was thrown. Your Honor, is that okay?
Yes, that's okay.
Ma'am, would you grab that microphone for me?
Yes.
And you got to push the little thingy up on it to make it light up. Button. Got it. Okay. First, I should ask you, does this look like sort of the 3D version of that Exhibit 1181 that we just had you draw on?
Yes.
For this jury here, would you point to the seats where you and Jonathan Blanc were sitting?
Yes. Like, right here.
Okay. And you're pointing to these, they're not on the end, they're two in from the right end as you face towards the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who was sitting where?
Yeah, I was in this seat, and John was in this seat.
Jonathan Blanc was to your left
Yes.
as you face the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, point to where you remember seeing the canister thrown from.
Up here.
You said up on the stand that you didn't see a person at first. Did you ultimately see someone down there?
Yes.
Describe for us what you saw.
Well, you could just see the outline of someone, because only when there were flashes of light.
We'll talk about the flashes of light in a minute. This canister that's thrown, do you have some sense of where it landed?
I thought it landed somewhere back here because it kind of flew over our heads. I watched it.
Okay, and you've just demonstrated with your head watching it go from the right to the left back? Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. You said it was smoking the whole time.
Yes.
What kind of smoke? Like cigarette smoke?
Well, I am not very familiar with, like gun smoke, but it smelled like fireworks, like gunpowder stuff.
This is a good time to ask you this. At the time that you see this canister thrown with the smoke coming out of it, are you scared?
Objection 401, 403.
Overruled.
No, I was confused. I thought it was a prank. I thought it was fireworks.
Now, your voice trailed off there at the end, so let me loop that back in. You said you thought it was a prank. What do you mean?
I thought teenagers were throwing fireworks in the movie theater. I kind of shook my head, like, oh, I can't believe teenagers are throwing fireworks.
Did Jonathan react the same way?
No, he did not.
What did he do?
He immediately grabbed me and said, Jansen, he pushed me down behind the seats in front of us and said, Jansen, we have to get down and stay down.
Now tell this jury with your finger, show them, where did he push you down to in there?
he pushed me right here to begin with, and then immediately after that started pushing me underneath the seats. So I was laying flat underneath the seats, and he was on my left side.
Now, are these seats that typically flip up, when you get out of them?
Yes.
And you said he was trying to shove you underneath them?
Yes.
Was he successful?
I feel like he was, yes.
You're pretty small.
Yeah, I felt like I was pretty far under there, but I kept trying to nudge further under up in the stair.
Why were you doing that?
Because I was feeling like sprinkles of gravel landing on. There was some that landed around my face and neck, and then some that landed on my left side.
We'll get to the gravel part in a moment, but you talked about seeing some flashes. Was that before or after Jonathan's trying to stuff you under the seats?
Well, the first flash, he put me down in front of the seats, and by the second flash I was being pushed underneath the seats because I had kind of stuck my head up, and that's when I saw another flash, and he put me even further under the seats. And then you could just see flashes of light from underneath the seat, but not quite as vivid as it was when I looked up.
Had you ever seen flashes of light like that before?
I have not.
Did you have any idea what it was?
No, I did not.
Were you scared yet?
Objection 401-403.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Yes.
What was it that made you scared? The flashes of light or something else?
John was very, very urgent. He'd never reacted like that to me.
Let me ask you about that. Now, how much time had you spent with Jonathan Blunt before this evening?
Objection, Your Honor. 401-403.
Overruled.
Go ahead, ma'am.
About 9 months.
During that time, had you ever seen him react this way or heard his voice this way?
Same objection.
Same ruling.
No, he was a very easygoing guy, and he took everything lightly.
And how would you describe his demeanor with you as he's pushing you under these seats?
Urgent. There was definitely something wrong that I did not recognize.
So you're underneath the seats now, and you said you're trying to make your way, and I'm using my hand to gesture towards these stairs?
No. I was just pushing myself back up against this back stair that I just kept nudging further up against it, and honestly, I was trying to lay on my side so that I could be even further under the seats that flipped up.
While you're under those seats, what are you hearing going on in the theater?
The woman behind me screamed, "I've been shot," and she did that twice. And then someone was running over the seats, and he lost a shoe. One foot stepped on my head while I was laying underneath the seats, and then he lost a shoe right in front of my head because I looked up and I saw it, and it was a red and white Jordan, and he yelled, "Jesse's been shot, Jesse's been shot."
Let's back up a little bit because you talk a little quick.
Okay.
Is that okay? And
Uh-huh.
I'm just trying to keep her on our side right here for just taking these words down without missing them. You said you saw a red and white what?
Jordan. It was a Jordan.
And when you say Jordan...
The shoe, the Michael Jordan shoe with the basketball.
I'm thrilled you know who Michael Jordan is. Yes, that's Michael Jordan's shoe. And is it because he stepped on your head over the seat, and I'm pointing to the in front, or did his foot slip down behind?
Yeah, he was walking on the seats, in between right here, and so his foot slipped through the seat when it was up and kind of hit my head, but because the seat was stopping him from going fully on the ground, he didn't step on my head very hard, and then he lost his shoe in the next seat over.
Other things that you remember. Do you remember hearing any noises associated with the flashes that were coming from the front of the theater?
Yes, very loud booms.
Had you ever heard sounds like that before?
Not really, no.
Okay. How many do you think you heard?
A lot.
Or you weren't counting them in your head?
No, I was not counting them.
When you're laying under there and this foot comes down on top of you the way you've described, what's Jonathan doing?
He was breathing very heavy.
Now listen, let's take a moment and talk about that. You detected a change in his breathing?
I was convinced myself again, and this must be a joke because it sounded gurgly, like a zombie kind of.
Do us a favor. Could you recreate what you think you heard underneath the seats that night? How many times did you hear him make that noise?
Objection
3.
403-401.
As to how many times? Overruled.
Go ahead.
3 times, and it stopped.
Tell us, and I'm not sure I understand this, you heard those sounds and you thought it was part of the prank?
Yeah, because I've been to the zombie crawl downtown, and people make those noises the whole time, and so I was like, this must be a prank, and everybody's in on it, even John, because he's making that noise. But then I realized there was probably no way he could be in on it, because he would have told me.
I mean, look, is your mind just racing?
I would say that.
After he stops making that sound, what did you observe?
The shooting was still going, and there was like warm, wet stuff falling from the seats above, like kind of flowing down the seats and the chairs, and it had these chunks in it. So then I decided this was a prank again, because those had to be water balloons with warm, wet water and latex.
Hang on one sec. You say they're falling. Are they hitting you?
No, it was like a river of water falling onto me.
Onto you? Where onto you?
All over my head, my back, like I was blinking this liquid down my eyes.
And you thought it was a blown-up balloon that had water in it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how long did you lay under there before something else happened?
Probably until the shooting stopped, probably about 2 minutes. I don't know for sure the exact time.
At that time, from the time with you described the water balloon sensation and Jonathan making those last three sounds, did he make any other sounds?
No, he did not.
Did you sense him moving at all?
No, I did not.
Did you get...
Oh, yes, he did. He pushed me underneath the seat, one last push. I felt his hands on my back, and then I felt them fall away. But that was probably before the sounds happened, I feel like.
Before the three sounds you...
Yes.
Okay. So did
that was when he was still pushing me underneath the seats.
Yes, ma'am. Did you end up getting out of the theater?
Yes, I did.
Before we get there, you're on the ground underneath these seats. Is Jonathan on the ground on top of you or next to you?
Right next to me. He was in...
Hold on. Overruled?
Go ahead, ma'am.
He was in the aisle right here.
What did you try to do?
I sat up when the shooting stopped, and I looked over the seats really quick to make sure no one was shooting, and then I tried to shake him, and I kept saying his name, John, come on, we have to get up, we have to go.
Excuse me a minute, interject, 401, 403. I didn't hear that. 401, 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead. How long do you think you shook him?
Maybe like 10, 15 seconds.
How hard were you shaking?
Hard enough that someone that was asleep would wake up.
Could you see his face?
Yes, his face was turned towards me.
And were his eyes open or closed?
They were closed.
Did you ever see him take another breath?
I did not.
Or see him move again?
I did not.
What'd you do?
I realized something was wrong, so I tried to call 911, but I didn't have my phone, so I reached into the pocket closest to me, which would have been his right pocket, and his phone was not in there, so I started reaching even further under him to reach into his left pocket, and I could not reach that far. So then I tried to lift him up to take him out with me, and I could not.
Something that we could have done earlier that I'll do now is I want you to tell this jury how big Jonathan was.
He was about 6'2" and 200 pounds.
Were you able to pick up Mr. 6 foot, 200 pounds?
I got his right shoulder up maybe about 3 inches, and then I could not lift him any further.
How long did you struggle with him?
Objection, Your Honor, 401, 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Probably, about 10, 15 seconds before I realized that I could not do this. He was too heavy, and I thought through the fact that if he had been shot...
Objection.
Sustained.
It's okay. After you tried to lift him for those 10 to 15 seconds, what did you do? And if you got up and moved, would you show us with your finger how you tried to get out?
So I was still kneeling, and so I looked over the seats again, and the movie theater did not have very many people in it. Only, I saw a couple little heads sitting just a couple rows in front of us, and then someone army crawling down here and another person running out. And so I thought maybe it might be safe to go, and I kept thinking I have to get help for John. And so I crawled to the end of the seats, and then I was crouching, and I ran down the stairs, and I went to go out this exit, out the lobby. And when I looked on the ground, there was bullet casings and other gun material.
Can I stop you for 1 minute? Because you've spoken 18 pages worth of stuff right there. Is that okay? Hang on, I want to say some stuff for the record, and you correct me if I misstate what you indicated, okay?
Okay.
I know you're nervous, okay. When you talked about seeing two heads above the seats, you were indicating, it looks like to me, 2 rows up from where the stadium seating starts.
Yes.
A little bit to the left of center, is that
Yes.
fair? You also indicated someone was army crawling, was those your terms?
Yes.
And that was down here in the flatter portion?
It was around here, and she was wearing a teal T-shirt.
And you said around here, right in front of where the movie screen would be? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then you described getting up and going down the stairs, and the stairs you were indicating were the ones on the right-hand side as you face the movie screen?
Yes.
Then you said you turned to try to go out this exit. Are you talking about back towards the lobby?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now tell us why you didn't keep running into the lobby.
Because I looked down and there were like bullet casings everywhere. And so I thought whoever had done this was probably in the lobby. So I turned immediately around and started walking very fast towards this exit door.
And when you say this exit door, you're talking to this green 3D looking thing on the right side of the theater.
Yes.
Okay, what did you see as you were going out that exit?
There was a pink flip-flop in the frame of the door, and the door was open, and so I went to go running out the door thinking like I have to get help for John. And then as I made it to the frame over this pink flip-flop, I saw a man standing next to that white car.
Yeah, and let's be accurate. There is a white car displayed here in this particular parking space. Do you know if it was that exact kind of car?
No, I don't.
The car you described seeing, though, was it in that space?
Yes.
Okay. And we'd taken out some walls, so it's a little less clear. But you walked out the door past the pink flip-flop. By the way, do you remember seeing anything else on the ground?
Not really, no.
Your mind's still racing?
Yeah.
Okay. You get out there and you see someone standing by which side of that car that's in that space?
Someone was standing on the driver's side next to that car.
Had that person opened the door yet?
No.
The door was still closed?
Yes.
Describe for us what that figure looked like.
It looked like a man's build, like kind of bigger, like shoulders, and he had his hands down to his side and he was looking in the driver's side window.
Could you see if that person had any guns on them or around them?
No.
And by the way, how long did you spend when you stepped out the door and saw this person by the car?
Yeah, maybe 10, 15 seconds again.
That's a long time.
Okay, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds. Not long enough to look for somewhere else to go.
Okay, why were you looking for somewhere else to go?
Because I did not think it was safe to run past him because of what had just happened. I thought it was very strange behavior to just look in a car.
Were you scared?
Yes.
Can you show us, if it's on here, where you then went after seeing that guy by the car?
Up these stairs to the right of me because I thought there was a bad guy in the lobby and this guy didn't. He was weirding me out too.
One thing. Now, we can all see, even the jury, the top part of these stairs. But they continue down past here?
Yes.
Tell us how far up those stairs you ran.
Probably about to here.
And you're indicating just below the top of the wall from the portion you can see?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
I then climbed over I used the railing to climb over that wall and lower myself into this wall, into this enclosure.
Were you hiding?
Yes, I was.
Where?
Well, so once you got in here, there was a big green garbage can, and then there was like some smaller, just regular garbage cans that any facility would use that just has like the black lid that you throw your trash bags in. So I lowered myself onto the big green garbage can and then onto the smaller black garbage cans and then onto the ground. And there was a big trash compactor. And so I went over like my feet would have been at this door and my left side would have been against this wall. And I tried to slide underneath the trash compactor.
When you said this door, you were indicating there's 2 yellow doors at the end of this little, I can't even call it a building, this thing.
Yeah.
And your body was up, you indicated on the wall closest to where that car was?
Yes.
Okay. While you're there, first off, were you trying to be ninja-like quiet over there?
Very, very quiet. The whole time I was lowering myself, I kept thinking about how I can't make any noise because I don't know, I can't trust this person by the car. And then when I got underneath the trash compactor, well, I couldn't get fully under it, but I got like half my body, covered my nose and mouth like that so that no one would hear me breathing.
Did you ultimately hear someone you believe to be the police say something?
Yes, I heard someone say freeze, and then I heard police radios, but they seemed too quiet for me to say anything because I was fearful that the police, that maybe there weren't enough police, the police could get overtaken.
At this point.
Sustained.
Excuse me.
So,
Wait, hold on. I sustain the objection.
Yeah,
So-
and I'm sorry, I should have jumped in with a question there. Sorry. Did the police ultimately, did you make yourself known to the police ultimately?
yes.
And did they come get you?
No.
Did you get out of there?
Yes, I crawled out the way I came.
All right, and I think that's all that we need for this, Your Honor. If we could, thank you, ma'am. Can you go back up there and you can turn off the microphone? Thank you. Thank you.
And Mr. Bruckler, we need to adjourn here pretty soon, so I don't know if you want to wrap up or if you want to continue with the testimony after lunch.
I think I can wrap up, Your Honor, if I could have a couple minutes.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, you were ultimately taken to a hospital and treated, is that right?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 4660 and 2555. Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
Now, I want you to first take a look at 2555. What is that a picture of?
The shrapnel wound I had on my left side.
When you talked before about feeling like gravel hitting you, is that the area where you felt it hit you?
Yes.
And what was the treatment they prescribed for you for that?
They said it would heal on its own, so nothing.
Over time, did little pieces of stuff come out of you from those wounds?
Objection to 401 and 403.
Overruled.
I, a few months later, had another scab that just formed out of nowhere that it potentially could have been something.
And did they tell you that this was from some sort of shrapnel or, I can't remember the term, grazing?
Same objection and calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you remember what caused those injuries?
They just said shrapnel.
Your Honor, may I move to admit, I'm going to move to admit 2555 into evidence and ask that it be published.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
Ma'am? Are these those shrapnel wounds on your side?
Yes.
Thank you. Last picture, that 2660.
I think it's 4660.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. 4660. What is that a picture of?
It's a picture of me in the hospital.
Now, does it look like there's blood on your face there?
Yes.
Is that how you looked when you first came out of the theater?
I looked a little bit worse.
What happened to make it seem better in that picture?
Someone who was also...
Object and objection to 401, 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Someone who was also in the movie theater was with me in the hospital. I did not know her at the time, but I know her now, and she asked for a bucket of water to clean blood off my face.
That stuff that you described when you were crunched underneath those seats that you thought was a water balloon with popped latex, did you see what that ultimately was that was all over you?
Yes, I did.
What was it?
It was blood.
Other than that being cleaned off of you, is 4660 a fair and accurate representation of how you looked after you came out of the theater?
Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of 4660.
Is there any objection?
No.
Without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, is there any cross-examination, Ms. Spengler?
No.
All right, and the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from our subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. We're gonna go ahead and take an hour and a half. Please keep all my advisements in mind during the break and follow all of them, please. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. The record should reflect that the jury has now exited the courtroom. You may be seated. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people? Mr. Brockler, do you have anything?
I do, Your Honor. Something I guess I'd ask the court to consider over its lunch break as well. Tomorrow, we anticipate calling one of the state-appointed psychiatrists to the stand. I've spoken with Mr. King about the method that I'd like to do in terms of presenting the videotape statements that he took over 22 hours. And we have I guess Mr. King has a proposal. I object to the manner in which he wants to go about it, but I wanted to put it in front of the court to consider before we get to tomorrow. And so I guess what I'm teasing up there is, does Mr. King want to?
Well, tell me your proposal first, and then
Probably
I'll
good
ask what he wants to do.
Judge, we have 22-ish hours of videotaped forensic interview by Dr. Reed. I anticipate playing all of that. It's the only videotape interviews over the course of this entire case. I anticipate playing all of that for the jury. But rather than have them sit and watch videos for the several days it would take to get that evidence out, I had thought to break up the video to ask questions at different breaks that would coincide with the court's typical clock of providing a break at 10:30 and at lunch and then at 3, where I would ask questions about what was significant or learned about that earlier portion. And I shared that with Mr. King. And then Mr. King has a proposal he wanted to offer that I disagreed with.
All right, Mr. King, what's your proposal?
Well, Your Honor, first of all, I would object to the procedure proposed by Mr. Brockler of breaking up the publishing of this exhibit. And I would say, Your Honor, that I see this testimony in this exhibit as fundamentally different than, for example, the videotape that we had of the movie theater or some of the other evidence where commentary by the detectives who've analyzed the video and whatnot is helpful to the jury in being able to identify, for example, when somebody walks across the screen or making some observation that may be otherwise difficult for the jury to see. I think that the nature of this evidence, and it's been admitted over our objection, is such that it's testimonial in nature in many ways. I would object to being able to parse this out piece by piece and would prefer to have the entirety of the exhibit played for the jury so that they can analyze it for what it is. It's an series of interviews with Mr. Holmes by this doctor. It's contained on videotape. They speak for themselves, and I think that under Rule 611, the court has the ability to determine how evidence is going to be presented. I also have a practical concern, Judge, and that is that in order to effectively cross-examine, then, I may have to go back through and play significant portions of the videotape again with Dr. Reed in order to be able to effectively cross-examine him about the points that Mr. Brockler has brought out in this kind of truncated fashion.
So the proposal that I suggested to him, first of all, I would object to the procedure, and I would ask that the exhibit be played from beginning to end for the jury. If the court is going to indulge Mr. Brockler's proposal and consider allowing him to present it in segments interspersed by commentary and testimony by the witness, I would then ask to be allowed to cross-examine in those segments as well. Only as to the subjects raised by Mr. Brockler's questions as he questions the witness about that topic or those topics that were part of that segment. My then cross-examination at the end of Mr. Brockler's direct examination would include other topics not included in those. In other words, I wouldn't repeat and have to have cumulative testimony at that point in time. It would allow us to move forward in a more orderly fashion, and it would allow us to address these issues without having to spend too awful much time with this video and this jury. It would be a more efficient, I think, and expeditious way to proceed if the court is going to grant his request. So those are my two positions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Brockler, you're opposed to both of those proposals?
I am, Your Honor, and I'd say this. I agree that it's different than the kind of factual evidence of a video being played of what's taking place in the lobby as people are fleeing or what we're seeing in the concessions area. I agree with that. But this video isn't 22 hours, 22 consecutive hours of a conversation with the defendant. It, by its very nature and creation, was segmented to provide for different breaks. And the fact that it totals 22 hours doesn't change the fact that it's really an AM and PM session across the course of what amounts to, I think, 5 different days. So it's already segmented. And what takes place in each of those segments facilitates and encourages changes and different follow-up areas that the doctor goes into in these subsequent areas. All I'm asking the court to do is to say, rather than have 3 straight hours of video with follow-up, which I'm happy to do, is to allow us to break it up to coincide more naturally with the court's schedule and breaks. I understand that, I think the court has the discretion to provide for the presentation of evidence that it wants. I agree with that. But, Your Honor, this is our case. This is our portion of this case. And I don't deny Mr. King the ability to conduct the cross-examination that he thinks is the best and most effective for his client when it's time for him to conduct that examination. But what's interesting is, if the court were to deny our ability to break this up, even to match what was the normal recorded sessions, Mr. King would be left doing exactly what he complains about having to do, which is to revisit different video portions that he thinks are important to go over in cross-examination. This is a manner in which we can get this out that we think in our presentation of evidence is the most effective for not a fact witness, for an expert witness. And then Mr. King, of course, would be permitted the opportunity to conduct the cross-examination I know the court would permit him to have.
Okay. All right, let me think about it during the lunch break. Is there anything else we need to talk about?
No, sir, thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right, and thank you for bringing this up to my attention ahead of time. Yes, sir. All right, enjoy your lunch. The court will be in recess.
Please rise.
Where do we begin with this day 19 of the Aurora Theater shooting trial at lunch? Marshall Zellinger in the 7 Newsroom with Erica Tinsley and Anika Padilla taking your questions live on Scribble. Rick Kornfeld, 7 News legal analyst, will join us momentarily. Behind me, you're going to see where we're going to move to shortly. This is the evidence from yesterday, the notebook itself, all of the pages in PDF form. We're going to flip through that momentarily. What we just finished with is going to set the stage for tomorrow. We knew that we're going to hear from the state-appointed doctors starting tomorrow, starting with Dr. Reed. But what we just heard was a little bit of a play by the prosecution and the defense about how we're going to see the evidence. We knew from the opening statements that George Brockler said we were going to hear and see all of the videos that took place between the 2 state-appointed doctors and the defendant, which equaled, during his opening statements, I believe he said it was 50 hours worth of interviews. So this first video is 22 hours, and instead of playing 22 hours straight for 3 or 4 days worth of jury time, he wants to break it up into segments. So what we've done today, from 8:40 until about 10:15, 10:30, play one segment, and then he wants to be able to ask the doctor specific questions about what was important from that segment and what we learned. And then after the morning recess, we would pick up the video at a different point and go right into just before lunch, and then Brockler would like to ask more questions. What you heard from the defense is that Dan King objects to two things. One, breaking it up instead of just playing all 22 hours of this first video. And secondly, he wants to be able to cross-examine the doctor immediately after the DA goes with his direct examination through each segment. So let's bring in 7 News legal analyst Rick Kornfeld, who was clearly not prepared for this topic, because neither was I. We didn't know it was coming up. But from your history, both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney, can you give us perspective on the pros and cons of what let's start with the defense, because as a journalist where I'm sitting, why can't Dan King have the opportunity to cross-examine immediately after George Brockler asks specific questions? That to me seems like a decent compromise. Am I off base with that, Rick?
No, I think, Marshall, it seems to me like a decent compromise too. I'm not aware of any per se rule that precludes that, and I don't think the judge is either, because the judge says, gee, let me think about that over the lunch hour. And to his credit, it's an unusual request, so he's giving it some thought rather than just ruling, well, we're not going to do that because we don't normally do that. But courtrooms are hidebound in tradition, and traditionally there is direct, there is cross, and then sometimes there's redirect. And the traditional rule is that the cross-examiner goes after the direct examiner finishes. So that's kind of the default position. But there's nothing usual about this trial. And so it seems to me, certainly from the defense perspective, that Mr. King's request is a reasonable one, because it's going to be tough for him to bring the jury back to the opening portions and to cross-examine on those portions when they've seen so much and heard so much. It's also going to be tough to Dr. Reed or any of the other witnesses. On the other hand, from the prosecution's perspective, they don't want to be interrupted. Lawyers are control freaks. You learn as a trial lawyer to try to control the witness, to try to control the courtroom, to try to control as much as you can. And lawyers do not like their flow being interrupted. It's tough for a witness to go from direct exam mode to cross-examination mode. So I understand why the government wants to stick with the traditional way of doing things. And besides the control aspect, there's the practical aspect, which is Dan King's cross-examination, the effectiveness will probably be undermined if he has to go a day or two later, or there's so many different segments that have gone and now he's going back to segment one to ask questions. So his request in these circumstances to me seems reasonable. To Judge Samore's credit, he's thinking about it. I'd be a little surprised if he grants that. It wouldn't shock me, but anytime you ask a court to do something unusual, the smart money is on the court saying, no, let's do it the way we always do it.
If it went uninterrupted by the defense and the prosecution got to do what District Attorney George Brockler wants to do, which is break it up into segments and ask questions right before the breakfast or the morning lunch, the morning break, that is, right before lunch, right before the afternoon break, and right before the end of the day. This is going to be, by my math, about 4 or 5 days worth of this one video, which according to the DA was taken over the course of 5 different days, morning and afternoon sessions with this one of 2 doctors. So if this is unusual, and there may not be case law on this, and we know that this case, no matter what, will likely end up going through an appeal at some point, or in the worst case scenario for the defense, if it ends up with a death sentence, likely going through the appeals, does the judge have to weigh that in making his decision, or how much leeway does the judge have in saying, okay, this is an evidence question, this is my courtroom, this is how I want to see it done?
Well, there's two responses to that. Number one, this is really a procedural thing. I don't think it's an evidence thing. So procedurally, the judge can do what the judge wants to do in terms of the conduct, managing the conduct of the trial. So that's one issue. The second issue is how much does a judge worry about being appealed? I think a judge wants to give a fair trial to both sides. The better you do that, the fewer issues there are on appeal. So a judge could say to himself or herself, hey, look, why should I create some extra issue? This problem is easily solved. Let me break this up. That seems like a fair request, and it seems fair under the circumstances. And whatever decision he makes, he's going to explain on the record, which is effectively explaining to the Court of Appeals. But the bottom line is, I think that the judge can make either decision, and from a legal standpoint, he'll be pretty safe. From a fairness standpoint, it is not an Dan King is saying one of two things. Either play the whole thing through and don't let the DA stop to highlight things, or in the alternative, if you're going to let the DA stop, every so often in this 4-day, 22-hour piece of evidence, then it's only fair to let me cross-examine on the points that the district attorney has direct examined on. That seems to be a very principled and fair and practical position. The worst of both worlds from the defense perspective would be what the DA has asked for, which is let me break it up, let me ask my questions, and let the defense go when it's their turn, which is going to be sometime next week. That's a problem for the defense for sure.
Well, we expect to find out the ruling perhaps this afternoon after lunch. Clearly, we'll need to know by the end of the day because this testimony will begin tomorrow, and knowing that the doctor will be called to the stand tomorrow, the very first thing we do at 8:40 may be call him to the stand and start playing a videotape. Just a few other questions for you, Rick. One being, we talked about chain of command yesterday when it came to the notebook, and you had to establish who had it at certain points. If anybody touched it, you had to do that before admitting it into evidence. Today, it seems like we're backtracking a little bit. We heard from a couple postal employees about the process that goes into delivering the mail or accepting the mail, and even when the envelope that it was mailed in was purchased. Why do we have to go back to that if we've already admitted the notebook into evidence? It feels to me like these witnesses may not have been available, but why, even if they weren't available, why do we even need them at all now?
Well, from a chain of custody evidentiary standpoint, the answer is we don't need them. The notebook is in evidence, and so chain of custody is a foundational requirement to get something in evidence. Once it's in evidence, it's in evidence. So we don't need these witnesses. The only thing I can think of is that the date may be relevant from the government's perspective, again, to defeating somehow, at least in a very broad nature, the argument that Holmes was not mentally competent. So somehow might they be trying to string together the argument, well, he methodically bought an envelope, and he methodically selected certain stamps, and he methodically and intentionally mailed it. On the other hand, it doesn't take the greatest defense lawyer in the world to say, yeah, he did do this right before he committed these heinous acts, and lo and behold, if you flip your way through that notebook, there are plenty of examples where, it's the writings of a madman, in essence. So, I honestly don't understand it. I mean, any lawyer or any viewer of this trial can concoct the same arguments or different arguments than we're discussing right here. But the bigger issue, I think, is something that we've also talked about and that I know you have talked about with my colleagues who've also been commenting on the trial, and that is, the risk of boring the jury, the risk of over-trying a case. Again, I think those are very real risks, and it's easy as a trial lawyer to Monday morning quarterback somebody else's trial, and I really don't want to be doing that. The issue I'm trying to highlight is you do run a very real risk of boring a jury to death or insulting their intelligence or bludgeoning them with, facts that really don't matter. And those are the types of things that I think good trial lawyers have to be constantly thinking about, and you have to be reading the jury. And unfortunately, none of us who are watching anywhere other than the live courtroom can see the jury and see how they are reacting.
And now that we're talking about the jury, I want to ask you one question that's come from Scribble. I know we've touched on this before, but one of the viewers online is asking, is the defense, and specifically Catherine Spangler, going to turn off the jury when she interrupts the victim and witness survivor testimony with objections? And if we took account, for the most part, getting overruled in her objections. Again, I think I phrased this question in another way once by weighing the actual rule and do you fight for that rule versus looking bad in front of the jury. Do you have to gauge that from the defense, or are you strictly listening to the testimony and saying, by rule, I'm supposed to object and I'm going to do that no matter what the jury thinks of me right now?
Well, I'll give you a lawyer's answer, and it is you got to do a bit of both. On the one hand, you have an obligation as a lawyer to make it what's called a contemporaneous objection. So you make it or you lose it. And you're making an objection, even if it's being overruled. I mean, if you're being shot down, you do, to your point. You have to say to yourself, geez, I'm not looking very good because the judge is disagreeing with me, and I run the risk of upsetting the jury. On the other hand, you're now making those objections for the Court of Appeals, and if you don't make them, you lose them. So does she run that risk? Absolutely. Is that her primary concern when she's making those objections that are getting overturned? Clearly it isn't, or she would stop making them. So I think that she has determined that these are significant enough objections that she needs to what's called preserve the issue by making a contemporaneous objection. You know, when you talk, I teach trial practice, and you tell your students, just because you can object doesn't mean you should. So just because something is objectionable doesn't mean you make the objection. But the converse of that, of course, is if you think something is objectionable and it's important, you got to make the objection even if you're getting overruled. And that is something that in this case, Ms. Spangler, but in the broader sense, all the lawyers constantly are thinking about, and it's constantly one of the sort of internal conversations you are having in your head to yourself while you are listening to the testimony.
7 News legal analyst Rick Kornfeld joining us during the lunch hour, and we'll see you again after court today because we'll clearly want to analyze what the judge is ruling on tomorrow's testimony from Dr. Reed and the start of playing evaluation video for the jury. We're going to want to evaluate what that decision is like from the judge to the jury. So thanks, Rick Kornfeld, for joining us during the lunch hour. Behind me, you can see I've pulled up the notebook evidence that we received during the morning recess. You're going to follow along pretty much as I'm going to follow along with you because I haven't had a chance to review all of the pages yet, but this is the computation book, the spiral notebook, as it was presented to the jury, and these are the similar copies that the jury got themselves under the name James Holmes in the Course of Life is printed there. And you can actually follow along with me on the 7 News app right now or on the denverchannel.com. This is already posted under the theater shooting tab on both. It started with this first page, the questions. What is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of death? This is that symbol that we've seen a few times. This is in the notebook. It's a circle with the number 1 inside and the infinity symbol. We also saw that symbol on the calendar inside the bedroom in the apartment on July 20th. So a symbol on the date of the shooting and that symbol in this notebook that was sent to his CU psychiatrist, Dr. Lynn Fenton. And we learned today from the postal inspectors when it was sent. It had to have been sent sometime on July 19th after the last pickup of wherever he dropped it off. So if he dropped it off at a blue postal box on the corner that picks up at 3 p.m. on July 19th, he could have dropped it off anytime after 3 p.m. and then that's when it was received. If he took it to a postal location that the last pickup is 5 or 6 p.m., it would have had to have been after that. And we know that because they know that the batch number that's associated with what was stamped on this was batched sometime between July 20th and 21st, and based on the testimony, that revealed it had to have been sent sometime late, July 19th. So we know for a fact, sent the night, essentially, right before the shooting, and it was never received by Dr. Lynn Fenton. It was intercepted at the CU Anschutz mailroom, found in there Monday, July 23rd. This page was referenced in court yesterday. It says, "To Goober, Chrissy, Bobo, love yas." This is the pet names that we learned in the first week of the trial during opening statements that he has for his mom, his sister, and his dad. As I flip through here, this might be the vindication page that we were talking about yesterday for former Fox News reporter Jonna Winter, now with The Intercept. She had referred to in an article on July 23rd to stick figures and references of killing at the movie theater. Clearly, these are stick figures in the notebook. This is Insights of the Mind of Madness. What is equal to? We heard that referenced in court yesterday. All men are uncreated equal. Now, from the first week of the trial, we learned about this counting system that people's lives count as the number 1 or the number 0, and that no one necessarily outnumbers someone else. A kill is a kill, essentially, is how that was interpreted. As I flip through here, quickly reading here, murderer's value may be equal to dead, equal may equal priceless. I'll flip through some more of this. These 3 dots equal 0, no value. Seeing if there's anything in this that was referenced in court yesterday. If life has no value, all is just. Life and death are not. This is where it was difficult yesterday because it could be demonstrated. I know that this was part of the problem when the district attorney wanted the sergeant to read through this, having analyzed this notebook, and the defense said no to that the jury could read it on their own, and maybe the sergeant would inflect in certain spots or misinterpret or misread certain things, so it's easy to see how some things could be misread because the writing is a bit difficult. This was also referenced yesterday in court by the defense. Alternatives to death: ignore the problem, delay the problem, pawn the problem, and then number 4 is love, hate. This is a self-diagnosis of a broken mind. This stuff is a bit difficult to read, but I see some things like OCD, PTSD. These are bullet points next to all of these different lines. ADHD, schizophrenia, psychosis down here, adjustment disorder, pain disorder. Again, I'm not going to interpret what the meaning of this is. I'll just read it to you and allow you to make your own conclusions based on what we're seeing. This is symptoms attributed to self-diagnosis. And again, he goes into some bullet points below that. Those bullet points continue on the next page and the next page. I'm heading toward page 36 of the notebook here, where we see that symbol at the bottom one more time, that number 1 with the infinity on the bottom. I know I'm getting close to another part that we heard from yesterday on page 40, but I just want to see if there's anything in between that I hadn't noticed. Nope, so let's go to page 40 here. This is the start of what Defense Attorney Dan King referenced at the beginning of his opening statements when the trial started more than 4 weeks ago. It says why, and he read this in his opening statements, all of the whys, and they changed the screen during that to reveal there were actually, I believe, 7 pages as I scroll through this of the word why, and then they got bigger and bigger and bigger until we got to the 1 why on the final page of that. This is what was the beginning of where he was going to attack or where he was going to execute his plan. This is titled Case the Place. Targets random. The cruel twists of fate are unkind to the misfortunate, and we heard that testimony yesterday. This is where you heard X's and colons and dashes. They were really spelling out everything that's on this page, but we have different method. Bombs, too regulated and suspicious, biological warfare, And then in parentheses, why he chose not to do that. Serial murder, the X next to that, too personal, too much evidence, easily caught, few kills. Mass murder spree, there's a check mark next to that. And we talked about this in court yesterday, so I should be able to follow along here. Maximum casualties, easily performed with firearms, although primitive in nature, no fear of consequences, being caught, 99% certain. The final under venue here, this is where he starts a new section, venue, airport or movie theater. Airport, he X'd out. Substantial security, too much of a terrorist history, terrorism is not the message. The message is there is no message. And then that continues. We heard that read by Sergeant Matthew Files yesterday. Then we have the movie theater. Cinemark 16 specifically notated in the notebook. Isolated, proximal, large. What better place to case than that of an inconspicuous entertainment facility? This is a drawing that he had, and I don't think this is the one that they referenced. No, that's going to be a different page where they reference where the police station is in comparison. But this is a drawing apparently of the mall, a road, here's the movie theater. He's got a check mark next to one side of it, an X on the other, and this might have been after, we're going to go through this, you're going to see he's got different notations for different theaters inside the Cinemark 16. So he's got Sable written out here, more squares for buildings. I believe this says unchanged buildings, but I don't want to try to interpret that word too much. This is where he starts to list which theaters he could go at. South side of the theater is optimal, he said, 15 screens inside. We've got the number 1 here, so this is movie theater 1. This is where the little hand is there is a doorway, it appears. Dashes toward an exit, dashes toward another exit. This says avoid, too many exits. Wrong spatial location, very large. We've got 3 stars next to the number 10, which according to the testimony yesterday indicated theater 10. This says double doors entrance, which is where the hand is right here, and then he's got arrows going in both directions. Let me move the hand. Primary target, only 2 exits, excellent spatial approach, and then it gets a bit distorted at the bottom, so I don't want to interpret what those words are. Number 11 has 1 star next to it. 3 exits I can make out. Don't want to read too much into the other words. There's a few more pages still of the notebook here. Number 12 has 2 stars, only 2 exits, smaller area size, single door entrance, visibility marginal, and then only 1, and I can't make out what that word is, but you can see he's got drawings of the exits there as well. 4 exits he listed in number 13, 2 visible, avoid. Number 9, I don't see any notation. I just see the squares. You can see this entrance in the back. He's got the dotted lines toward the exit that he ended up using as I zoomed in. Let's see if I can shrink that back down, which I just did. There's the exit that he used. And then he's got dashes toward the other side, which probably indicate these are the walkways toward the entrance of Theater 9. A notation under a bullet point, 10 and 12, best targets in the complex. Some is scribbled out. Number 12, he indicates where the best parking spot would be. The same thing with number 10, and I'll scroll forward this way. 3 options of attack. Start at 12, start at 10, and then very small, it says or 9. And start at smoker's escape. This again was something that was referenced yesterday, which we never really heard the details of Theater 9 as much as we heard what he wrote about 12 and 10. And I want to remind you, since this is a little difficult to see, I invite you to follow along on the 7 News app or the denverchannel.com. And let me try to zoom in a bit more if that helps. I probably should have had it that big the whole time. Pros and cons here of 12 and 10. I'll skip through these because they're not relevant anymore. This is that drawing that was referenced in court yesterday with this box being movies, and now that I can see what that looks like, let's try to make it a little bit bigger. There we go. So we've got movies in this box, National Guard over here, and that's actually, for those not in the area, if this were Alameda, coming across here right in front. Well, actually, I should tell you, this says police department. So the City Hall, Aurora City Hall is here. The police department is here. This is one of the main roads, Alameda, that cuts across. This is likely I-25, given everything. And just past Potomac, which goes right about here, that's where we get to the National Guard. Let me zoom it back in because my hand hit the wrong spot. So he notated the National Guard, Police Department, and the movies. ETA response, approximately 3 minutes. So he had, again, this was from the prosecution standpoint, laying out planning and knowledge and preparation. Under here, this is something I focused on some of our coverage on 7 News yesterday. This title, The Shrinks. They list 4, but they're only numbered 1, 2, and 3 because this is a 1.5. Essentially, there's someone referenced named Mel who was a psychologist from his youth, an evaluator whose name is there, number 2, Lynn Fenton, the doctor at CU, and number 3, Robert Feinstein, one of the doctors who was referred to the defendant via Dr. Fenton. And under here, this is something I focused on, family therapy with Mel, the first evaluator, revealed nothing as to not appear weak amongst family. Was a kid at the time, para-suicide. Mother noticed, asked what happened, replied paper cut, no further investigation, clean bill of health, then it's dedicated to, I know it was life to fulfilling others so that I could live. Dedicated to killing. Do you remember what this was from yesterday, Erica? I'm going to have to look it back up because I don't want to get that wrong. I don't know how they interpreted that word, but I know maybe it's decided. We'll get back to that. Erica will pull that up. That was something that would have been the time code around 2 o'clock or so. Then they did not get into the rest of this. This deals with the appointments of the different people that he referenced up here. So, for example, number 2 being, I believe, with Dr. Lynn Fenton, immediately prescribed antidepressants, benzos. I remember hearing about that in some of the testimony. And we'll allow you to read this at your own leisure on the 7 News app and the denverchannel.com. Once again, the same, now that it's zoomed in, here is that number 1 and the infinity sign, and it's actually broken up into different sections here, but we did not hear a breakdown of that. No one got into this page, and as here we get to the end, I know there was a reference to a notation on the second to last page, and maybe that was it down here. I know there was a reference to the Dark Knight, but I don't see it on what we were given. Let me zoom out and see if I can find that real quick. At the bottom here, it gives a squarespace.com page. See, I don't think it's on anything that we were given here. On the that quote on the last page. No, I don't think it's on any of those. But clearly this is key evidence that we were waiting for yesterday, or waiting for the last 2.5, 3 years, once we found out that its existence was in the CU Anschutz mailroom. Again, you can try to read this, look at it, analyze it, see it as you want, but we're going to hear more about probably what the defendant had to say about the contents of the notebook when we hear from the state-appointed doctors starting tomorrow. And I assume this will have to get brought up when Dr. Lynn Fenton is called to the stand. But the 7 News app and the denverchannel.com has this on there for you to see in its entirety right now. So thanks for humoring us as I went along for the first time, flipping through it, trying to show you some of the points discussed yesterday. What we want to do next, and I'm going to step out of the shot for 1 sec. It's 11:45 Denver time. We're about 55 minutes away from getting back into court around 12:40 today. What we want to play back is some of the sound from earlier today. Survivor sound. We've been playing a lot of that because we don't want to forget that this is, we should be remembering the victims and the survivors of the shooting. This starts with Jansen Young. She went to the movies with her boyfriend, Jonathan Blanc. She was the one that was found hidden in the dumpster area behind the emergency exit, right where the shooter came into the theater and where the shooter was arrested. She gave a very telling account of not only just getting into that dumpster area, but seeing the shooter at his car right before she hid. And it's interesting, as you'll hear in her testimony, she went out that exit because she tried going out the main entrance to the theater, but saw shell casings on the ground, and she thought that meant the shooter was there. So she walked quickly the other way and went out the emergency exit that almost put her face to face with the shooter, but she survived and is able to give this account from day 19 of the Aurora Theater shooting trial.
So the movie starts. Does anything unusual happen while you're watching the movie?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
There was a canister that was thrown from, if you were looking at the screen, from the right-hand corner of the screen. I didn't realize at the time someone was standing there, but it was obvious when the canister was thrown that someone had been standing there, and it flew up in the air over our heads and smoked the entire time it was in the air. And then there was loud booms and flashes of light.
Let me do this with you. Take a look at 1181. Could you indicate on there where the canister came from on that?
Yes.
And just put an S with a circle around it. Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit People's Exhibit 1181 into evidence.
Do you want to take a look at it?
Oh, yeah, forgive me, Your Honor. I've
That's
done that
fine.
every time. Sorry. Ma'am, can I get that from you? Thank you.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
All right, without objection, it is admitted.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have you come down here and talk us through the action of what took place after this canister was thrown. Your Honor,
Yes.
is that okay?
Yes, that's okay.
Ma'am, would you grab that microphone for me?
Yes.
And you got to push the little thingy up on it to make it light up. Button. Got it. Okay. First, I should ask you, does this look like sort of the 3D version of that Exhibit 1181 that we just had you draw on?
Yes.
For this jury here, would you point to the seats where you and Jonathan Blunk were sitting?
Yes. Like, right here.
Okay. And you're pointing to these, they're not on the end, they're two in from the right end as you face towards the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who was sitting where?
Yeah, I was in this seat, and John was in this seat.
Jonathan Blunk was to your left
Yes.
as you face the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, point to where you remember seeing the canister thrown from.
Up here.
You said up on the stand that you didn't see a person at first. Did you ultimately see someone down there?
Yes.
Describe for us what you saw.
Well, you could just see the outline of someone, because only when there were flashes of light.
We'll talk about the flashes of light in a minute. This canister that's thrown, do you have some sense of where it landed?
I thought it landed somewhere back here because it kind of flew over our heads. I watched it.
Okay, and you've just demonstrated with your head watching it go from the right to the left back? Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. You said it was smoking the whole time.
Yes.
What kind of smoke? Like cigarette smoke?
Well, I am not very familiar with, like gun smoke, but it smelled like fireworks, like gunpowder stuff.
This is a good time to ask you this. At the time that you see this canister thrown with the smoke coming out of it, are you scared?
Objection 401, 403.
Overruled.
No, I was confused. I thought it was a prank. I thought it was fireworks.
Now, your voice trailed off there at the end, so let me loop that back in. You said you thought it was a prank. What do you mean?
I thought teenagers were throwing fireworks in the movie theater. I kind of shook my head, like, oh, I can't believe teenagers are throwing fireworks.
Did Jonathan react the same way?
No, he did not.
What did he do?
He immediately grabbed me and said, Jansen, he pushed me down behind the seats in front of us and said, Jansen, we have to get down and stay down.
Now tell this jury with your finger, show them, where did he push you down to in there?
He pushed me right here to begin with, and then immediately after that started pushing me underneath the seats. So I was laying flat underneath the seats, and he was on my left side.
Now, are these seats that typically flip up, when you get out of them?
Yes.
And you said he was trying to shove you underneath them?
Yes.
Was he successful?
I feel like he was, yes.
You're pretty small.
Yeah, I felt like I was pretty far under there, but I kept trying to nudge further under up in the stair.
Why were you doing that?
Because I was feeling like sprinkles of gravel landing on. There was some that landed around my face and neck, and then some that landed on my left side.
We'll get to the gravel part in a moment, but you talked about seeing some flashes. Was that before or after Jonathan's trying to stuff you under the seats?
Well, the first flash, he put me down in front of the seats, and by the second flash I was being pushed underneath the seats because I had kind of stuck my head up, and that's when I saw another flash, and he put me even further under the seats. And then you could just see flashes of light from underneath the seat, but not quite as vivid as it was when I looked up.
Had you ever seen flashes of light like that before?
I have not.
Did you have any idea what it was?
No, I did not.
Were you scared yet?
Objection 401, 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Yes.
What was it that made you scared? The flashes of light or something else?
John was very, very urgent. He'd never reacted like that to me.
Let me ask you about that. Now, how much time had you spent with Jonathan Blunt before this evening?
Objection, Your Honor. 401, 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead, ma'am.
About 9 months.
During that time, had you ever seen him react this way or heard his voice this way?
Same objection.
Same ruling.
No, he was a very easygoing guy, and he took everything lightly.
And how would you describe his demeanor with you as he's pushing you under these seats?
Urgent. There was definitely something wrong that I did not recognize.
So you're underneath the seats now, and you said you're trying to make your way, and I'm using my hand to gesture towards these stairs?
No. I was just pushing myself back up against this back stair that I just kept nudging further up against it, and honestly, I was trying to lay on my side so that I could be even further under the seats that flipped up.
While you're under those seats, what are you hearing going on in the theater?
The woman behind me screamed, "I've been shot," and she did that twice. And then someone was running over the seats, and he lost a shoe. One foot stepped on my head while I was laying underneath the seats, and then he lost a shoe right in front of my head because I looked up and I saw it, and it was a red and white Jordan, and he yelled, "Jesse's been shot, Jesse's been shot."
Let's back up a little bit because you talk a little quick.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm just trying to keep her on our side right here for just taking these words down without missing them. You said you saw a red and white what?
Jordan. It was a Jordan.
And when you say Jordan...
the shoe, the Michael Jordan shoe with the basketball.
I'm thrilled you know who Michael Jordan is. Yes, that's Michael Jordan shoe. And is it because he stepped on your head over the seat, and I'm pointing to the in front, or did his foot slip down behind?
Yeah, he was walking on the seats, in between right here, and so his foot slipped through the seat when it was up and kind of hit my head, but because the seat was stopping him from going fully on the ground, he didn't step on my head very hard, and then he lost his shoe in the next seat over.
Other things that you remember. Do you remember hearing any noises associated with the flashes that were coming from the front of the theater?
Yes, very loud booms.
Had you ever heard sounds like that before?
Not really, no.
Okay. How many do you think you heard?
A lot.
Or you weren't counting them in your head?
No, I was not counting them.
When you're laying under there and this foot comes down on top of you the way you've described, what's Jonathan doing?
He was breathing very heavy.
Now listen, let's take a moment and talk about that. You detected a change in his breathing?
I was convinced myself again, and this must be a joke because it sounded gurgly, like a zombie kind of.
Do us a favor. Could you recreate what you think you heard underneath the seats that night? How many times did you hear him make that noise?
Objection
3.
403, 401.
As to how many times? Overruled.
Go ahead.
3 times, and it stopped.
Tell us, and I'm not sure I understand this, you heard those sounds and you thought it was part of the prank?
Yeah, because I've been to the zombie crawl downtown, and people make those noises the whole time, and so I was like, this must be a prank, and everybody's in on it, even John, because he's making that noise. But then I realized there was probably no way he could be in on it, because he would have told me.
I mean, look, is your mind just racing?
I would say that.
After he stops making that sound, what did you observe?
The shooting was still going, and there was like warm, wet stuff falling from the seats above, like kind of flowing down the seats and the chairs, and it had these chunks in it. So then I decided this was a prank again, because those had to be water balloons with warm, wet water and latex.
Hang on one sec. You say they're falling. Are they hitting you?
No, it was like a river of water falling onto me.
Onto you? Where
Yeah.
onto you?
All over my head, my back, like I was blinking this liquid down my eyes.
And you thought it was a blown up balloon that had water in it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how long did you lay under there before something else happened?
Probably until the shooting stopped, probably about 2 minutes. I don't know for sure the exact time.
At that time, from the time with you described the water balloon sensation and Jonathan making those last three sounds, did he make any other sounds?
No, he did not.
Did you sense him moving at all?
No, I did not.
Did you get
Yes, he did. He pushed me underneath the seat, one last push. I felt his hands on my back, and then I felt them fall away. But that was probably before the sounds happened, I feel like.
Before the three sounds
Yes.
Okay. So did
That was when he was still pushing me underneath the seats.
Yes, ma'am. Did you end up getting out of the theater?
Yes, I did.
Before we get there, you're on the ground underneath these seats. Is Jonathan on the ground on top of you or next to you?
Right next to me. He was in.
Go ahead, ma'am.
He was in the aisle right here.
What did you try to do?
I sat up when the shooting stopped, and I looked over the seats really quick to make sure no one was shooting, and then I tried to shake him, and I kept saying his name, John, come on, we have to get up, we have to go.
Excuse me a minute, interject, 401, 403.
I didn't hear that.
401, 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead. How long do you think you shook him?
Maybe like 10, 15 seconds.
How hard were you shaking?
Hard enough that someone that was asleep would wake up.
Could you see his face?
Yes, his face was turned towards me.
And were his eyes open or closed?
They were closed.
Did you ever see him take another breath?
I did not.
Or see him move again?
I did not.
What'd you do?
I realized something was wrong, so I tried to call 911, but I didn't have my phone, so I reached into the pocket closest to me, which would have been his right pocket, and his phone was not in there, so I started reaching even further under him to reach into his left pocket, and I could not reach that far. So then I tried to lift him up to take him out with me, and I could not.
Something that we could have done earlier that I'll do now is I want you to tell this jury how big Jonathan was.
He was about 6'2" and 200 pounds.
Were you able to pick up Mr. 6 foot, 200 pounds?
I got his right shoulder up maybe about 3 inches, and then I could not lift him any further.
How long did you struggle with him?
Objection, Your Honor, 401, 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Probably, about 10, 15 seconds before I realized that I could not do this. He was too heavy, and I thought through the fact that if he had been shot...
Objection.
Sustained.
It's okay. After you tried to lift him for those 10 to 15 seconds, what did you do? And if you got up and moved, would you show us with your finger how you tried to get out?
So I was still kneeling, and so I looked over the seats again, and the movie theater did not have very many people in it. Only, I saw a couple little heads sitting just a couple rows in front of us, and then someone army crawling down here and another person running out. And so I thought maybe it might be safe to go, and I kept thinking I have to get help for John. And so I crawled to the end of the seats, and then I was crouching, and I ran down the stairs, and I went to go out this exit, out the lobby. And when I looked on the ground, there was bullet casings and other gun material.
Can I stop you for 1 minute? Because you've spoken 18 pages worth of stuff right
Okay,
there. Is that
okay?
okay? Hang on, I want to say some stuff for the record, and you correct me if I misstate what you indicated, okay?
Okay.
I know you're nervous, okay. When you talked about seeing two heads above the seats, you were indicating, it looks like to me, 2 rows up from where the stadium seating starts.
Yes.
A little bit to the left of center, is that
Yes.
fair? You also indicated someone was army crawling, was those your terms?
Yes.
And that was down here in the flatter portion?
It was around here, and she was wearing a teal T-shirt.
And you said around here, right in front of where the movie screen would be? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then you described getting up and going down the stairs, and the stairs you were indicating were the ones on the right-hand side as you faced the movie screen?
Yes.
Then you said you turned to try to go out this exit. Are you talking about back towards the lobby?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now tell us why you didn't keep running into the lobby.
Because I looked down and there were like bullet casings everywhere. And so I thought whoever had done this was probably in the lobby. So I turned immediately around and started walking very fast towards this exit door.
And when you say this exit door, you're talking to this green 3D looking thing on the right side of the theater.
Yes.
Okay, what did you see as you were going out that exit?
There was a pink flip-flop in the frame of the door, and the door was open, and so I went to go running out the door thinking like I have to get help for John. And then as I made it to the frame over this pink flip-flop, I saw a man standing next to that white car.
Yeah, and let's be accurate. There is a white car displayed here in this particular parking space. Do you know if it was that exact kind of car?
No, I don't.
The car you described seeing, though, was it in that space?
Yes.
Okay. And we'd taken out some walls, so it's a little less clear. But you walked out the door past the pink flip-flop. By the way, do you remember seeing anything else on the ground?
Not really, no.
Your mind's still racing?
Yeah.
Okay. You get out there and you see someone standing by which side of that car that's in that space?
Someone was standing on the driver's side next to that car.
Had that person opened the door yet?
No.
The door was still closed?
Yes.
Describe for us what that figure looked like.
It looked like a man's build, like kind of bigger, like shoulders, and he had his hands down to his side and he was looking in the driver's side window.
Could you see if that person had any guns on them or around them?
No.
And by the way, how long did you spend when you stepped out the door and saw this person by the car?
Yeah, maybe 10, 15 seconds again.
That's a long time.
Okay, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds. Not long enough to look for somewhere else to go.
Okay, why were you looking for somewhere else to go?
Because I did not think it was safe to run past him because of what had just happened. I thought it was very strange behavior to just look in a car.
Were you scared?
Yes.
Can you show us, if it's on here, where you then went after seeing that guy by the car?
Up these stairs to the right of me because I thought there was a bad guy in the lobby and this guy didn't. He was weirding me out too.
One thing. Now, we can all see, even the jury, the top part of these stairs. But they continue down past here?
Yes.
Tell us how far up those stairs you ran.
Probably about to here.
And you're indicating just below the top of the wall from the portion you can see?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
I then climbed over I used the railing to climb over that wall and lower myself into this wall, into this enclosure. So once you got in here, there was a big green garbage can, and then there was like some smaller, just regular garbage cans that any facility would use that just has like the black lid that you throw your trash bags in. So I lowered myself onto the big green garbage can and then onto the smaller black garbage cans and then onto the ground. And there was a big trash compactor. And so I went over like my feet would have been at this door and my left side would have been against this wall. And I tried to slide underneath the trash compactor.
When you said this door, you were indicating there's 2 yellow doors at the end of this little, I can't even call it a building, this thing.
Yeah.
And your body was up, you indicated, on the wall closest to where that car was?
Yes.
Okay. While you're there, first off, were you trying to be ninja-like quiet over there?
Very, very quiet. The whole time I was lowering myself, I kept thinking about how I can't make any noise because I don't know, I can't trust this person by the car. And then when I got underneath the trash compactor, well, I couldn't get fully under it, but I got like half my body, covered my nose and mouth like that so that no one would hear me breathing.
Did you ultimately hear someone you believe to be the police say something?
Yes, I heard someone say freeze, and then I heard police radios, but they seemed too quiet for me to say anything because I was fearful that the police, that maybe there weren't enough police, the police could get overtaken.
At this point.
Sustained.
Excuse me.
So,
Wait, hold on. I sustain the objection.
Yeah,
so.
and I'm sorry, I should have jumped in with a question there. Sorry. Did the police ultimately, did you make yourself known to the police ultimately?
yes.
And did they come get you?
No.
Did you get out of there?
Yes, I crawled out the way I came.
All right, and I think that's all that we need for this, Your Honor. If we could, thank you, ma'am. Can you go back up there and you can turn off the microphone? Thank you. Thank you.
And Mr. Ruckler, we need to adjourn here pretty soon, so I don't know if you want to wrap up or if you want to continue with the testimony after lunch.
I think I can wrap up, Your Honor, if I could
All
have
right.
a couple minutes.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, you were ultimately taken to a hospital and treated, is that right?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 4660 and 2555. Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
Now, I want you to first take a look at 2555. What is that a picture of?
The shrapnel wound I had on my left side.
When you talked before about feeling like gravel hitting you, is that the area where you felt it hit you?
Yes.
And what was the treatment they prescribed for you for that?
They said it would heal on its own, so nothing.
Over time, did little pieces of stuff come out of you from those wounds?
Objection to 401 and 403.
Overruled.
I, a few months later, had another scab that just formed out of nowhere that it potentially could have been something.
And did they tell you that this was from some sort of shrapnel or, I can't remember the term, grazing?
Same objection and calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you remember what caused those injuries?
They just said shrapnel.
Your Honor, may I move to admit, I'm going to move to admit 2555 into evidence and ask that it be published.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
Ma'am? Are these those shrapnel wounds on your side?
Yes.
Thank you. Last picture, that 2660.
I think it's 4660.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. 4660. What is that a picture of?
It's a picture of me in the hospital.
Now, does it look like there's blood on your face there?
Yes.
Is that how you looked when you first came out of the theater?
I looked a little bit worse.
What happened to make it seem better in that picture?
Someone who was also
Object and objection to 401, 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
someone who was also in the movie theater was with me in the hospital. I did not know her at the time, but I know her now, and she asked for a bucket of water to clean blood off my face.
That stuff that you described when you were crunched underneath those seats that you thought was a water balloon with popped latex, did you see what that ultimately was that was all over you?
Yes, I did.
What was it?
It was blood.
Other than that being cleaned off of you, is 4660 a fair and accurate representation of how you looked after you came out of the theater?
Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of 4660.
Is there any objection?
No.
Without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. That's you and AJ?
That is.
We see the hat there has the Batman symbol. I'm going to ask you about this later, but did you ever recover that hat again when you left the theater?
No.
Thank you. All right. Your friends show up.
Yes.
You sit there, What are you guys doing while you're waiting for the movie to start?
Before they got there, we were playing games on my phone. When they got there, we were just talking amongst ourselves, waiting for the movie to start. By the time they got there, the movie started probably 10 minutes after that. It was really packed.
What does that mean, really packed?
I didn't see an empty seat in the house once they sat down.
Excited mood?
Oh, big time, yeah. Summer movie, yeah.
Up to that point, ma'am, had you seen anything that was extremely unusual?
There was a guy sitting to my left in a trench coat, but other than that, everything seemed fine.
So the movie starts, I imagine there's trailers, and there's a certain point, and we've talked about this movie now for a month. What did you notice happen that was different than you expected with this movie?
Well, when the movie started, I just remember watching this one scene. It was extremely dark, and I just remember looking over to AJ and telling him, that's the darkest I've...
Do you mean object to hearsay?
Yeah.
Sustained.
It's okay. We'll talk about something other than that scene.
Yep.
Outside of what took place on the screen, what happened that was unusual in that theater?
To the right of the theater, there was the door flew open, and there was a man standing there. From what it looked like, just looking at him, I could only see a silhouette because of the light from outside that was shining behind him. I could just see a silhouette, and it seemed like he had tactical gear on, cargo pants, a helmet, and a gun strapped to his back.
What made you think he had a gun strapped to his back?
Just the shape of it, the outline of it all.
What happened after you saw this guy come in through that door?
I saw a motion like he was pulling a clip or a key out of something, and then he did an underhand toss in my direction of this canister that was weightless, and it just flew over us and landed a few rows behind us, and I could hear it clinking once it hit the ground.
Do me a favor, and on that exhibit 1119, would you indicate on there where you saw this guy that you described when he tossed this canister?
With a circle?
Sure.
Okay.
This canister, as you're sitting there facing the screen, where did it land near you, if at all?
About 2 rows back.
You heard it?
Oh yeah, I heard it hit the ground. I remember it being over my head and hissing, and then it hit the ground and I heard it clinking, and then roll.
Right away, I mean, are you concerned or are you thinking other thoughts?
Right away I wasn't concerned at all. I just remember a week before we watched Spider-Man, and there was a man in costume there. So I thought it was just going to be another theater prank, festival kind of festive thing going on at the theater. I thought it was a prank.
When did that opinion change?
When I turned around and saw people rushing the rows, screaming and yelling, jumping over seats. And then AJ told me that we needed to go. And he grabbed my hand and, yeah.
Did you go?
I took 2 steps, maybe, and then he hit the ground.
Here's what I want to do. I want to have you come down here with the court's permission and describe for us how you tried to get out of this theater. But before I do that, I want to move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1119 into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Judge, I don't think I'll have an objection to 1119. I'll just need to take a look at it.
Okay. I'll get that.
Yes.
Ma'am, can I get that from you? Thank you.
No objection.
All right, without objection, P-TR-1119 is admitted.
With the court's permission, may I have Ms. Cross come down? Would you
Yes.
grab the microphone, ma'am, if there is one up there? Yep, thank you. Is it on?
Yes.
Yep, you're good. All right, they didn't get to see what you drew on, that 1119. So do us a favor and first start by pointing out the seats that you and AJ picked out for you and your friends that came later.
We picked out 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And for the record, you are indicating 4 seats from the left, but not including the end
Not the
one.
first one. Yeah, not the first seat.
Right in front of the leftmost railing in the front of the stadium seating section. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. First off, point to where you saw this guy come in through the door with the backlighting and the gun and all that.
I saw him here. Well, it would have been here, now that I know that's the door.
And you've indicated where we have this gray outcropping
Yeah.
thing that's probably for the door. Okay. Where was he when you saw him throw that canister?
He was still there.
And what I want you to do for us, if you would, because you described it, but I can't see it in my head.
Right.
Can you demonstrate for the jurors what you saw?
Yeah. So I see the motion of him pulling something and then doing this backhand toss towards my direction.
And your direction would have been from where the jury is, kind of towards the
Yeah.
clock?
Yeah. Tossing it that way, towards the clock.
And point to where you think you heard it land.
In this row or this row.
Okay.
1 row or 2 rows behind me.
You said that AJ turns to you and says,
He said, "Babe, we have to go," and he grabbed my hand.
you said you took 2 steps. Show us which direction you tried to get out.
Here, we took 2 steps this way, and then he hit the ground and was laying down there,
Laying down with his head towards where?
towards this wall.
Do you know what happened?
I thought he fainted. I thought the gas might have made him faint, got lightheaded. And then
Excuse me, I'm going to interject an objection. 401, 403, calls for speculation.
The objection is to 401 and 403 is overruled. Don't speculate, okay? You can only talk about what you observed, all right? You may proceed.
So he goes down the way you described. And then what did you do when you saw him go down?
I jumped over him and held his head in my arms, in my hands, and that's when I realized he was bleeding.
Why did you hold his head? Why would you do that?
I just didn't want him to get hit again if that were the case, because I didn't know what was going on at all. Worst case scenario is protect his head.
And you said that's when you realized what?
I could feel this really hot, thick liquid dripping through my fingers, so I draw the conclusion that it was blood.
How long did you stay there?
Well, it felt like forever. Realistically, maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, and what's going on around you while you're down there holding his head?
Mad chaos. I saw a girl crawling the row behind me. And I just remember screaming and yelling for help to 3 friends that I knew were in the theater that night.
Hang on one second. Did you see 3 friends in the theater earlier that you hadn't described sitting near you?
Yeah. They were sitting further back in the auditorium, although I don't know where specifically they were sitting.
You remember their names?
I do.
What?
I called out for Tori Brown Smith.
Judge, I'm going to interject an objection to hearsay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Tori Brown Smith, Darius Harvey, and Donovan Tate, but I knew Donovan Tate was in Theater 8.
You were just yelling anyway.
Yeah, because I knew he'd be able to help.
Why did you need his help?
Just a big kid.
Did you try to move AJ?
Yeah.
Did you do it?
He was too heavy.
Where'd you try to move him?
Objection, Your Honor. 403, 401.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I wanted to get him out of the theater, but I couldn't do it alone, so I just called out names of guys I knew were there and hoped that one of them would hear me and help me get his body out of there.
Were you able to move him from where you've indicated he was when he fell down?
I was, as much as I could possibly do it.
Would you tell us where you moved him to?
I moved him onto the steps and leaned him against the wall.
Why'd you lean him against the wall?
Because then that way I knew his body wouldn't just be there, but it would be closer to the exit, at least. And maybe someone could find him later, easily exposed.
Did you ever see anything from him that indicated he was awake or alive?
No, he was completely unresponsive.
What'd you do?
I just propped him against the wall and said everything's going to be okay, and I turned on hands and knees and walked down the last few steps, or crawled, and then crawled, turned the corner, and stood up and took off out the exit door.
To where?
To the lobby and then out into the parking lot.
Why'd you run away?
because by that point I realized the capacity of the situation was something more than I could handle, and I didn't want to get hurt, so I ran.
Were you scared?
Terrified.
401, 403.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
I've given the jury an instruction as to how to consider information that comes up when I sustain an objection.
All right, you got outside. Where did you go?
Immediately I was looking outside for a cop I knew, and I couldn't find him, so I decided that I was going to run home about 5 blocks away, and then I realized I didn't want to be that girlfriend, so I ran back.
Ran back to where?
I ran back to the parking lot and kept pacing back and forth, unsure of what to do.
And I think we're done with the theater part. With the court's permission, can I have her retake her seat, please?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you. You said you ran back to the parking lot.
I did.
Why?
I didn't want to leave him there just in case he came out, so I kept running back and forth, unsure of what to do.
Where did you end up in the parking lot?
I ended up on one side of it, away from his car. It's hard to explain, but I did run into someone there, someone I knew from the high school that I went to, and I used their phone to call my mom.
Without going into any more of the conversations you had with other folks, did people think that you needed medical help?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't know it until it was pointed out to me that I was completely covered in blood. It was on my face, all over my body, my legs, my clothes.
Were you hurt?
No. I had a scratch on my knee at the
Know
most.
where that blood came from?
At the time, no. But now, AJ, laying on the ground with him.
As you're sitting out there in the parking lot, making calls to mom, being looked at, did you ever see AJ come out of that theater?
I didn't. I saw FBI line up against the wall, or the doors, and close them without him coming out.
Please tell the jury about what happened in the movie that night.
About the first gun scene in the movie, I think half hour in or so, there's a gun scene, and during this gun scene, I heard some firecracker sounds, several pops go off, and it startles my attention, and I look over my right shoulder to see a gentleman who had stood up and yelled some profound language. Obviously, he was in distress. I had seen a gash in his right forearm, and it had been bleeding. There was some smoke in the air, which led me to believe that I thought that someone was throwing firecrackers down from the audience to scare the people out of the theater because it was a midnight showing, and some people just do that. As soon as that happens, just before I look back at the screen, I hear something hits me, and my ears start ringing extremely, extremely loud. I think that a firecracker hit the back of my head. So I fall over into Jack's lap in pain, and realized, and then I felt some liquid on my hands, and I knew it was blood because of the pain. So then I quickly jumped over the seat in front of me and ran out. And as I'm running out, I just remember looking down at my hands and seeing that the blood is just gushing out of my neck. And it's completely covering my hand, and then I get to the lobby, and then I see the gentleman who had got hit in the arm was on the ground screaming for help. I look around, there's no one there. And then I continued forward, and I saw another friend of mine, and I asked him, I said, how bad is it? How bad is it? Because I had no clue what was going on. As soon as that happens, I look over and hear a lot of commotion to my left, and there were just people stampeding out of the Theater 9. Unaware of what was happening at the moment, besides the injuries to myself, and I needed serious help, I ran across the parking lot, across the street that separates the theater to the mall, and called 911. I talked to 911, and you know, they're aware of what's happening because previous 911 calls have been coming in.
Arapahoe 911, is this reference to shooting in Aurora?
Yes, ma'am, and I got shot. I got hit.
You were hit?
Yes, I got
Okay,
hit.
hold on a second. Do not hang up. Sir, do not hang up. I need to bring Aurora on the phone, okay? Do not hang up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, my gosh. Ow.
Arapahoe County 911, what is the emergency?
I got hit with something and I'm bleeding a lot.
Sir, hold on a second. Paramedics on the phone, okay? Hold on just a second.
Yes.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, I was.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it did.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about what you remember from the day of July 19th?
I was working at Red Robin in Aurora. I had worked a double, and it was my friend Alex Sullivan's birthday, and a couple of my friends, my coworkers from Red Robin, were going to go to the movies that night to see the Batman movie, and I had no plans of going. I hadn't bought a ticket, and I was working a lot. And then one of my friends, my coworkers, convinced me to go, and they had an extra ticket for me. So I decided to go to the movie. I remember. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Who did you go to the movie with that night?
I drove in a car with Chelsea Soblik and with Heather.
And what's Heather's last name, if you know it?
Snyder.
What time did you get to the movie theater that night?
I want to say around 10:30, maybe. 10. I don't honestly even know what time the movie started. So, but we got there a little bit later than the rest of our coworkers.
What do you remember doing when you got to the movie theater that night?
I went in. They had already sat down. There was a couple of seat switches. I remember originally sitting in one spot and then switching seats with my friend Alex Sullivan. I'm sorry, excuse me. I remember going outside to smoke cigarettes. It was just a normal night, you know. And then I do remember when the previews for the movie started, we were all sitting down, and my friend Alex was really excited for the movie, and he did kind of a countdown. And I kind of remember being, now, not really realizing that what we were counting down to. And that's basically it.
What happened during the movie that night?
I remember the scene on the screen. Anne Hathaway had just stolen something, and I heard this hissing noise like an aerosol can, and from where I was sitting, it was coming from the bottom left corner of the movie theater. I remember hearing somebody, because I never saw it. I just heard it. And I remember somebody from that area scream or yell, "What the F?" We're trying to watch a movie. And then the next thing I know, I heard this very loud bang, and I immediately was hit in the legs. And my friend Heather, sitting next to me, was also, I assume, hit by the same round because she yelled out. And then I got down on the ground.
What happened as you got down on the ground?
As I got down on the ground, somewhere between sitting and getting down on the ground, I was hit in the face with another round, and I don't really remember I do remember laying on the ground and spitting out teeth and blood, and my 4 front teeth were shattered. And I was laying on the ground, and it kind of went, we were all just kind of mangled up on the floor. And sorry. And I remember kind of laying on my side, and I was laying on my legs, which were in a lot of pain, so I tried to sit up to fix them, and when I sat up, I saw flashes from the gun go off, and it was then that I realized that it wasn't fireworks, and it was a gun. I remember Chelsea pulling me back down and telling me to be quiet, and she was on the phone with the police, and she was trying to tie something around my legs to stop the bleeding, and I remember laying on my side, and a bullet came through the seats, and it skimmed my back, and I was laying like on my stomach, and it came through, so I switched over, and I laid on my side.
And can you describe for the jury what your body position was like at that point in time when you had moved?
Yeah, I was laying kind of facing the screen on my side, and my legs were closer to the aisle seat, actually this aisle, and my head was facing that way.
So your head was closer to the left aisle if you're facing the screen, and
yes,
your legs. And who were your legs closest to?
My legs were closest to Heather Snyder, and I remember kicking her in the hand when I was trying to like get comfortable, and my head was like laying on top of Chelsea and on top of my friend Sully's legs.
Could you hear anything in the theater?
Yeah, when we first laid down on the ground, it was really loud. There was a lot of loud bangs. I would have gunshots, and there was a lot of screaming. People were running out, and then within a couple seconds, it got kind of quiet, and the only thing you could really hear were the gunshots.
Could you smell anything in the theater that night?
Yeah, I smelt my own skin, like the burning from the gunshots. I smelled blood and sulfur and smoke. It was pretty prominent.
What were you thinking?
That we were gonna die. It was kind of overwhelming. It kind of still is. And I just kind of remember thinking that those were the last.
Objection, Judge, 403 at this point.
Sustained. Next question, please.
What do you remember after lying on the floor, hearing the gunshots?
Eventually the lights did come on. I'm not sure at what point. There was like a faint alarm sound in the background. I'm not sure at what point that went on either. And my friend's Chelsea was standing up and she was yelling that we needed help. And there were officers in the theater. And they came running up the stairs. There was an overwhelming amount of like change in what was happening. My friend Chelsea and Edgar were ushered out of the theater. They were not as badly injured. Chelsea wasn't hit, and Edgar just had a small wound. And then I remember being placed from the floor onto the chair, and they wanted me to leave, and I didn't want to leave yet. I kind of was a little too overwhelmed to leave.
What could you observe about your friend's injuries while you were sitting in that chair?
In the front of me there were 2 girls, both lying presumably dead in their own in blood in a pool of blood, and then to my left was to my left was I'm sorry. My friend Alex Sullivan, and he wasn't moving, and his chest wasn't moving either.
Do you recall approximately where you were seated?
I would think, let's see, probably right in these two rows, right in these two seats. I do remember the order was, I think I remember the order was Edgar, and then my friend Alex, and then my friend Chelsea, me, Heather, and then Farah.
Could you please show the jury on this model where you saw that canister?
I
Where you heard it.
I heard it somewhere around this area.
And when you saw flashes, can you describe for the jury where you saw those?
Yeah, they were right over here by the door that he walked in.
And could you actually see a figure walk in that night?
I didn't see anybody walk in. I just saw the flashes.
Right, and can you describe for the jury, if you remember, where the bodies of those girls were that you saw?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Right. And could you please describe for the jury your exit path with the police officers?
I was lifted up over the seat and then carried down and out the back door into the sidewalk right here.
And could you please show the jury where you were placed next to Miss Snyder?
If Heather was around here, I was probably right over here.
All right, thank you very much. You can take your seat. Thank you. Just turn that off and put it back up. Were you eventually transported for medical treatment?
Yes. A female officer approached me and asked if I was okay, and I said that I was just tired, and so they immediately got me into a police car. In the car there was another victim there who was pretty badly injured, but was on the phone and seemed very calm. And we were driven at a pretty incredible speed to University Hospital.
What happened when you got to University Hospital?
I was taken out of the cop car, and I was brought into the hospital, into the ER, and where it was loud, it was pretty apparent that a lot of the victims.
Objection, relevance 403.
Sustained.
Were you taken into surgery that night?
I was taken into surgery that night. I stayed in the ER for a couple of hours, and then at some point before the next morning, I was taken into surgery.
What did they do during your surgery?
They removed a bullet from under my kneecap on my right leg.
What injuries did you sustain as a result of being in the theater on July 20th of 2012? Please tell the jury.
I think we counted all together about 57 bullets from the shotgun, and about 50 of them were located, still are, in my legs. I have 3 visible shotgun pellets in my arm.
Which arm is that?
That's my right arm. One in my ring finger, one right on my wrist, on the top of my wrist, and one right in the back of my elbow.
And were those was that your right ring finger and your right wrist as well?
Yes. And then I was also shot. One skimmed my back, and one in my face, and it's still lodged in my cheekbone or my cheek. And it knocked out 4 of my teeth, and it hit.
With his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. During the lunch break, my staff was working on exhibits, and we noticed that attached to exhibit P-TR-799 was exhibit P-TR-800. 799 was admitted, 800 was not. So do you want to take a look at it, Mr. Orman? Ms. Curlings or Ms. Egel, would you show them the exhibit, or is it right there?
They're all part of the same thing. This is just something removed from it. I would move to admit 800. I neglected to do that in error.
Okay. Is there any objection? You want to show it to Ms. Spengler so that she can see what you're looking at?
And if not, I can do it through another witness too, Your Honor, calling order.
All right, well, is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor. There hasn't been sufficient foundation.
Okay, then let's remove it from the one that was admitted, and then you can attempt to admit it through another witness. So let's remove P-TR-800 because that has not been admitted. Thank you. I thought about the discussion that we had before the lunch break, and I've decided to allow Mr. Brockler to proceed as he has suggested for a couple of reasons. One is that this video is 22 hours long. It is going to take 4 days for the jury to watch that entire video. And so that's a long time of watching the same video. Part of my job as the judge presiding over this case is to make sure that both parties get a fair trial. And inherent in that is that the jury pay attention and that the jury concentrate on the evidence. And I think it's a lot to ask of jurors to pay attention to the same video over a period of 22 hours, which would take 4 days. We usually work about 6 hours a day when you exclude the lunch break and all the other breaks we take. And so 6 hours a day would mean that we would need 4 days or 24 hours for the jury to be able to watch the video. Secondly, I have tried to allow the parties to try the case as they see fit. I've tried to the best of my ability not to interfere because I think each party should be entitled to try its case the way it sees fit. So by way of example, I allowed the defense to use 2 attorneys during opening statements, to have 2 attorneys make opening statements. I've never done that before, but I thought in this case that made sense. Given the magnitude of the case, given the type of case it is, and given the length of the trial, I felt that it made sense to allow 2 different attorneys to make opening statements. In other words, to divide the opening statements into 2 parts like that. I had never done that before, and I did it in this case. I don't know that I've ever allowed what Mr. Brockler is asking the court to allow. I may have, I just don't have a memory whether I have or not. It is true that Dr. Reed's testimony will be different than the testimony of other witnesses who have been allowed to comment about, for example, a surveillance video or some other type of video. But he's going to be commenting on his interview of the defendant. I mean, that's why I asked him to do a sanity examination. That's why he was ordered to do a sanity examination, so that he could then rely on that examination as well as on other evidence and form opinions about the defendant's sanity. So he is going to be talking about that examination and the defendant's answers. Now, he can't speculate. For example, he could not say, well, when the defendant gave that particular answer, he meant X, Y, Z. That would be improper. But he can be asked questions about why he conducted the examination the way he did, why he asked certain questions, why certain questions were important, what significance certain answers had for him, what opinions he formed based on certain answers. Those are questions that he is going to be asked by both sides. And he's going to be asked those questions whether I allow the video to play all at once or whether I allow the prosecution to play it in segments. Mr. Brockler is right that this videotaped examination was broken down into different sessions because it's so long. And I think it lasted multiple days. And within each day, there were multiple sessions. There was a morning session, and then there was an afternoon session. And then, although most of the sessions took place at the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo, there was at least a follow-up session that took place later, days later, at the jail. And so it's truncated that way already as well. And so I don't see anything wrong with the prosecution proceeding in the way that it is proposing. Mr. King indicated that he may have to replay some parts of the video. And I had anticipated that already, but that's going to be the case whether the videotape plays all at once or whether it is played in segments. And so that's not going to be affected one way or another. And again, I don't see any prejudice to the defense. I don't see this as giving the prosecution an unfair advantage or any advantage for that matter. It's just a way of presenting the same evidence. And I think that they are entitled to present it however they think it is most effective. So I will allow it. And so Mr. Brockler can play a part of the videotape, then ask some questions, then move on to the next part of the videotape, ask some questions, and go on from there. But he cannot repeat, obviously, the same questions or have the doctor repeat the testimony. To the extent that anything is repetitive, I'm sure Mr. King will object, and then I will rule on any objections that are made contemporaneous with the objections being advanced. All right, anything that we need to talk about at this time before we bring the jury in? On behalf of the people? On behalf of the defense?
Judge, just for clarification, if I'm hearing the court correctly, the court is also denying my request to cross-examine each segment one by one.
I am. I think the prosecution is entitled to do the direct examination of Dr. Reed all at once. And once the prosecution is done with direct, then you'll get a chance to cross-examine, and you can replay parts of the video and ask questions, and you can do it the same way they're doing it if you wish. So that if you want to play a certain part of the video and ask some questions, and then replay another part of the video and ask some questions, I'll let you do the same thing. But they're entitled to do the direct examination without interruption, and then you'll be entitled to do your cross-examination without interruption as well. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. The prosecution may call its next witness at this time, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chelsea Corser Jensen, please.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please? So I can administer an oath. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
Chelsea Elise Corser Jensen, first name Chelsa, middle name Elice, last name Corser, space Jensen.
Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, would you please tell us what you do for a living?
I am a graduate student in the neuroscience PhD program at the University of Colorado.
How long have you been doing that?
I'm just finishing my 4th year now.
How much time do you have left before you get your PhD?
Hopefully another 6 months or so.
Oh, awesome.
Probably graduating in the fall.
Now, you started the program back with the defendant seated over here in the, I think it's a blue-greenish shirt with glasses, beard, and a mustache. Is that right?
Correct.
So what I want to talk to you about is how you first came to meet the defendant, and then we're going to take you up through your year with him, okay?
Okay.
When did you first meet the defendant?
I first met him in the spring of 2011, when the program flew us both out for the interview weekend, for recruitment weekend.
And for that interview weekend, how many of you were there?
I don't remember, maybe 12 to 15 or so.
And did you get a chance to have some one-on-one time with the defendant, or was it in a group setting?
No, it was in a group setting. The first day you have 8 interviews with different professors, and there are a lot of scheduled activities and campus tours and things like that, so there's not very much time for the recruits to interact with one another.
Did you make any initial observations of the defendant at that first meeting?
He seemed pretty relaxed, pretty quiet.
Is that weird, the relaxed part?
For the most part, yes. A lot of people are pretty nervous if it's their first time, especially interviewing for a PhD program, and if it's their top choice, they are pretty nervous for interviews, and he seemed pretty relaxed and pretty laid back.
You saw how he was dressed. Was it unusual in any way?
No, professional.
When's the next time that you saw the defendant?
I think the next time was the orientation day for our program, so August or September of 2011.
Did you know before August of 2011 that both you and he had been accepted into the neuroscience program?
Yes.
How?
During the summer, we received a number of emails with a lot of logistical things in terms of getting state residency for people or important dates for classes and books and things like that. And the 6 of us in the same class were included on those emails, so we knew then who was going to be in our class.
Now, we've heard that the defendant started early, like June. Did you also start early?
I did. I started in July.
Different lab?
Yes.
Prior to this orientation you described for August, did you have any other contact, either in person or by email or text with the defendant?
No, our labs that we were in were on different floors, and with it being the summer, there weren't too many scheduled activities or social events put on by the department or the program.
Talk to us about August then, that orientation. What kind of contact did you then have with the defendant?
So the orientation day is a series of talks from environmental health and safety people and animal research people, and the 6 of us kind of found each other and met up, and we exchanged cell phone numbers and got each other's email addresses, and the 6 of us ate lunch together that day.
Did you make any other additional observations of the defendant?
No, he was still pretty relaxed, pretty calm.
Quiet?
Yes.
Anything about it that stuck out in your mind as being extreme one way or the other?
No.
Tell us about the contacts then that you had with the defendant from that orientation moving forward through 2012.
So we were in, I think, all the same classes together, so.
You know what, now that you said that, it makes me want to back up a minute. Forgive me for cutting you off. Could we get Defense Exhibit 8, ma'am? Thank you so much. Take a look at this on your screen, ma'am, and tell me, does this look to you like it accurately captures the academic year from about August of 2011 through June of 2012?
Yes.
Do you see the classes that you took that year?
Yes.
And are they the classes that the defendant took as well?
Yes.
Now, you didn't have those lab rotations that are up there north of that kind of midline there.
Right. It was the same time frame, but different labs. The same time frame for the lab rotations, but not the same labs.
And do me a small favor, just a little bit closer on that microphone. Yeah, thank you so much. So when we look at the stuff to the bottom half of Defense Exhibit 8, and we look at the core classes, did you take all those?
Yes.
And did you have the defendant in those classes with you?
Yes.
Describe how many students take those classes.
So those classes are all of the first-year students from all of the biomedical science PhD program. So there's maybe 100 to 150 students, and it's in a big auditorium.
There's a class down there marked Cellular and Molecular Neurobiology. Did you take that class?
Yes.
And did you take it with the defendant?
Yes.
Tell us about how big that class was.
It was the 6 of us in the first-year class, and then I think 2 or 3 others that maybe took it as an elective, or the MD PhD students that take it once they begin their PhD portion.
You threw out some letters there that don't mean anything to me. MD, PhD.
So there are some students that get an MD and a PhD as an 8-year program. So they do 2 years of med school and then their PhD and then return for their last 2 years of med school. So they're a little off schedule, but they have to take the same, if they decide on the neuroscience PhD program, they have to take the same classes that we take.
Because one doctor isn't enough.
Right.
Okay. So there's two other classes that are here as we work our way through 2011 and 2012. One is called Fundamentals of Neurobiology. Was that an elective also?
No.
What, is that one you had to take?
Yes.
Did you take it with the defendant?
Yes.
And then there's one called Developmental Neurobiology, also a mandated course?
Yes.
Also taken with the defendant?
Yes.
There are two other things below those. Do you see them?
Yes.
Are those mandated or electives?
Mandated for the neuroscience PhD students, yes.
Did you have grant writing with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you have biological bases of psychiatric, neurological, the rest of it?
Yes, and that's an elective course.
Okay, and you had that with the defendant also?
Yes.
And it looks like you were about to blow that up for me. Thank you in advance. I didn't. I should ask you to do that. Thank you. Disorders was the word I couldn't see. Thank you. And then also, and we'll talk about this at the end, you also took your preliminary oral exam on the same day as the defendant.
Correct.
Okay, so you had an opportunity to be with him throughout this academic setting for really the entire year.
Yes.
Other than labs.
Correct.
All right, tell us your observations of him in these classes.
He didn't take notes, rarely took notes, which was one of the things that I noticed pretty early on. And he was very relaxed. He usually kept his arms crossed and kind of looked out the window during class.
Now, the phrase forced nonchalance, did you come up with that before?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I used that in my interview with the FBI to describe his behavior in class. It seemed like he was sort of going out of his way to look relaxed and would make sort of an exaggerated crossing of his arms and would yawn several times, and it seemed kind of forced in a way. He would lean back in his chair and look very relaxed in class.
In those small group classes that you described having there in that mid-group, and ma'am, I'm sorry, you can take that down. Thank you so much. Thank you. You said he didn't
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize that this has happened again. This is Phil Tenser. We have staff members dashing about the building, preparing to set up our backup signal. We do not know what has occurred with this one, but we will be restoring momentarily. So we appreciate your patience, and we'll be right back with you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's some sort of systemic outage on our feed from the court. Some of the backup signals appear to be functioning, but for the life of me, cannot find an engineer to help us reroute the connections. So while others of my coworkers work on that and try to get that resolved, I'm going to spend some time with you reviewing the pages of the notebook so that we can get some progress, some journalistic progress done, even as we sit quietly. So while we wait to return to the testimony of a former classmate, let's review the pages of this computation book. The first page, and this one is difficult to read, but if you read under the names, it is the name of the gunman, and then it says course, and in lowercase letters, of life. Next page was blank. And then the questions. What is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of death? And this symbol, the symbol that we've seen over and over again throughout the course of this case, a numeral 1, a circle, which as we see on subsequent pages may be a 0, and then this infinity symbol. And this inscription, to Goober, Chrissy, Bobo, those were nicknames for his family, the gunman's family, that is. And now we have this subtitle, Insights into the Mind of Madness. What is equal to all men are uncreated equal? Is that accurate? I'm struggling sometimes with some of the words throughout this notebook. It is 36 pages. Some pages were photocopied cleanly, others more difficult. But we look here, we see these stick figures, one off to the side, another off to the side, this jagged symbol labeled death. Up here where the one figure stands off to the side, the reason I believe this is the gunman's representation of himself is the phrase next to it, no affiliation with this crowd of people. And they all have numerals number 1 beneath them. And then the same character again, death, and then all the stick figures with X's from their eyes, zeros. And Anika, while we're doing this, if you get any questions or comments, please shout them at me so that we can try to address them. And just so everyone is aware, we are buying for time, hoping that you'll be patient with us as we retrieve our engineers, figure out what's wrong with the connections between our newsroom in downtown Denver and the Arapahoe County Courthouse. Maybe we're getting lucky. I see that the screen in the background is turning blue, and as we wait for that, I'm going to progress down into future pages. It appears that court signal has resumed. Erica, if you'd switch that back, but keep the sound down for me since we are in a bench conference, it appears. So the same, I can't see from here, that's the same woman on the stand, is that correct? Yep, the same woman on the stand, a former classmate of the gunman. So again, thank you all for your patience. Thank you for putting up with us. There are a lot of connections involved in this system, and the good news is we have backups for when equipment goes down, but unfortunately in this instance, it took a while to find someone who was capable of routing those and reconnecting the wires so that the signal would be restored. I'm going to shut up now and politely let you go back to viewing the court, and thank you for your patience.
plans for hanging out.
Did they talk about video games?
Yes.
And did you make any observations about the cell phone covers that the individual you identified as Ben Garcia and the defendant had?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes. James and Ben both had the same cell phone case. It looked like an old Game Boy, made it look like an old Game Boy from the back.
And it looked like they had the same case?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you something about Ben Garcia. Did you ever see him change the color of his hair?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes.
What color did you see him change it to?
His hair was dyed red or orange.
Did it look like the color that you ultimately saw that the defendant had after this incident occurred?
Yes.
I want to ask you two final questions. Over the course of the time that you had been exposed to the defendant, from roughly February the 11th with a break until August, and from then until June the 7th, 2011. By the way, did you see him after June the 7th, 2011?
No.
Okay. Over that period of time, did you ever perceive that the defendant was detached from reality?
Let me
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me stop you for just a moment. You said June 7, 2011. Did
Oh.
you mean 2012?
I did, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, what's the objection? Why don't you ask the question anew, and then you can object to that.
I recall what it was. I was going to say, objection under speculation. We also think it's improper lay opinion testimony.
All right, ask a new question, and if there's an objection, Ms. Hicks, please make it. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I screwed up the dates. So from approximately August of 2011 until June 7th of 2012, did you ever perceive the defendant to be detached from reality, in your opinion?
Objection, speculation, 702, lay opinion, improper lay opinion.
Overruled?
Go ahead, ma'am.
No.
Over that same period of time that we've discussed, really even from the first time that you saw him in February of 2011, did you ever detect any difference in the defendant?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
That's not annoying. Sorry. I forgot to ask you about Ben coloring his hair. Do you remember about when that was in the school year?
It was I made the observation during our biological basis of psychiatric and neurological, the biological basis of psychiatric and neurological disorders course. So that would be between March and May, roughly, of 2012.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hicks, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Corser. Is it Ms. Corser-Jensen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have very many questions for you. And I'm going to talk about just a couple of topics. The first one I want to talk about is sort of the nature of your interactions with Mr. Holmes, okay? And when you first met Mr. Holmes, how did he introduce himself? As James Holmes?
I don't remember.
But you knew him as James Holmes during the time that he was in your program with you, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it correct that initially you, sort of as a group, would invite Mr. Holmes out to do things with you and your friends, or you and the other people in the program, is that right?
Yes. We, at least after our first rotation talk, we made a plan to go to the bar across the street to celebrate being done, and just said, we're going to go get a drink if you'd like to join, but that was kind of the extent of it.
And he didn't really ever join you guys with those outings, is that right?
Correct.
And, eventually you didn't really invite him, Mr. Holmes, to go with you anymore because he never came with you, is that right?
Correct.
So you never had any social interaction with Mr. Holmes during the school year of 2011 into 2012?
Just in class.
Right. And you never had any conversations with Mr. Holmes about his life, his interests, anything like that, correct?
He would usually be one of the first ones in class, and if I got there early, I'd just ask how his rotation was going, or if he had a good holiday, or things like that.
A lot of things really related to school, scheduling, things like that.
Usually.
Okay. And he never initiated that communication, it was always you, is that right?
Correct.
You talked about his 3 lab presentations that he did, is that correct?
Yes.
And I think that you felt they were awkward, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. He also did a presentation on the biological basis of neurological and psychiatric disorders?
Yes.
You also felt that that presentation was a bit awkward, is that right?
Yes.
And he also sort of just abruptly stopped that presentation when time was up and walked away, is that right?
Correct.
And you thought that was a little odd?
Correct.
Okay. And that presentation would have been given in the spring of 2012, is that right?
Yes.
Sometime around May, is that right?
Probably yes.
Okay. It was also strange to you that he picked a topic in that presentation that had nothing to do with any sort of disorder, is that right?
Yes.
You talked about the second rotation presentation with regard to the joke about the ATM, right?
Yes.
Nobody laughed at that when he gave that joke during that presentation, is that right?
Not loudly, at least.
It was kind of uncomfortable for people in the room, is that right?
Yes.
Because that's not really appropriate for those types of presentations, correct?
Correct.
You didn't put any jokes like that in your presentation, correct?
Correct.
And you really don't know why Mr. Holmes put those types of jokes in his presentations, correct?
Correct. It's not uncommon for professors in their presentations to put in jokes or puns or whatever, but for a first-year student, this is usually the first time professors will have seen you, and so it's important to make a good impression, and it's not appropriate at that time point.
Right. And you have no idea why it was that Mr. Holmes felt the need to put those into his presentations, correct?
Correct.
All right. You've also described that Mr. Holmes was quiet.
Yes.
Reserved.
Correct.
Wasn't one to initiate communication.
Correct.
Wasn't one to raise his hand or ask questions in class, correct?
Correct.
And you've interpreted that in a variety of different ways. I think you said laid back is how you saw it.
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, though, you don't really know why Mr. Holmes presented as being quiet and reserved, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know why he presented in class sort of staring off out the window, correct?
Correct.
You've also said that he was awkward, especially in his presentations.
Correct.
And you don't know why he was awkward in his presentations, is that right?
Correct.
In all the time that you saw Mr. Holmes, isn't it correct that you never saw him mean to anybody?
Correct.
You would not describe him as angry, correct?
Correct.
You would not describe him as aggressive, is that right?
Correct.
And you would not describe him as somebody who was an attention seeker, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Corso-Jensen. I don't have any other questions for you.
Mr. Brockler, do you have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor, briefly, if I could.
Yes.
Ma'am, that sense of humor stuff you talked about in the presentations, I get that. Was part of the awkwardness because there's a disconnect between the defendant's presentation in life, like in class, and the sense of humor he tried to inject into his presentations?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Yes. And even in the presentations, his delivery would be very monotone the whole time, and even the delivery of the joke was monotone.
Is that how he presented throughout the time you were exposed to him, kind of monotone?
Yes.
The presentation subject matter that you were asked about, that Ms. Higgs asked that it didn't have a disorder on it, was that the class taught by Professor Tregellis?
Yes.
In that class, did you have to let Professor Tregellis know what the subject matter of your presentation was going to be before you gave it?
Yes.
And he had to approve on that?
Correct.
So he would have approved the defendants?
Correct.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Higgs, do you have any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to clarify with you, Ms. Corser-Jensen, that when you said that the defendant presented as monotone, this was throughout classes as well as his presentations, correct?
Correct.
And when you talk about monotone, you mean really sort of very flat in affect. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from her subpoena, Ms. Ruckler?
Yes, Your Honor, she may. Thank you.
All right, is there any objection, Ms. Higgs?
No, Your Honor, there is not.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Tony Bilipondo.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, please be seated.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes. That's a first. Go ahead.
Did she already state and spell her name, Your Honor?
Not yet. Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and would you please spell your first, middle, and last names?
Yes, Tony Rochelle Bilipondo, Toni, Rochelle, Rachelle, Bilipondo, Billapando.
All right, Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about what you remember from the day of July 19th prior to going to the movies that day?
Earlier that day, I was working at Red Robin, the morning shift, and my husband at the time, Bryson Bilipondo, was moving into our new house. I remember being at work and my friend Alex Sullivan came in and we got really, really hyped up about the movie and celebrating his birthday. Later, I attended a meeting with my ex-husband and I and Ferris Houdani, and then we left there and went to the movie theater later that evening.
Do you recall approximately what time you got to the movies that night?
I want to say around like 10 or 10:30.
What'd you do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
We were just people watching and goofing off and eating candy and just chit-chatting, work gossip, most likely.
Do you recall what theater number you were in?
I know that we ended up moving from theater 8 because we had a bigger group add on with us. So we ended up moving into theater 9.
Do you recall where you were seated in theater 9?
Yes, I was seated on the left-hand side, right in the middle of stadium seating, so about row 12, and I was the third seat in.
And that's if you're facing the movie theater screen?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember anything happening while you waited for the movie to begin?
Nope, just us goofing off.
Please tell the jury about what happened in the movie that night.
The movie started, and I saw a door open on the bottom right, and I saw the light shine in, and I saw a black figure walk in and throw something across the room
with a hissing sound. It sounded like it landed a few rows in front of me, and I heard the tink from the canister land on the concrete. I then kind of was like, what's that? I asked Bryson, he was sitting next to me, what it was, and I got no response from him. I don't know what he was doing. Then I saw people get up, and I heard a loud pop. At that point, I said, fuck this, and I realized that my tooth flew out of my face, and I realized I was hit. As I stood up and said that, my husband tackled me to the ground, and then I heard continuous gunshots.
What do you remember thinking when you were down on the ground?
I laid there on the cold concrete trying to breathe because of the gas that was released. And I laid there and prayed for it to stop and for everybody to be okay. And I was terrified I would never see my 3-year-old girl again.
Objection to 403.
Sustained.
I'd ask this right.
Members of the jury, you'll remember the instruction I gave you at the beginning of the trial. When I sustain an objection, it means that the question was not appropriate, and you should disregard any partial answer or any full answer given in response to the question. I am going to strike just the last part of that answer. The rest of the answer was okay, but the last part is stricken, just the last sentence, okay? All right. Ask your next question, please.
What do you recall hearing while you were down on the ground?
I heard continuous gunshots and loud, extremely loud noises from that, and just people screaming for help or just screaming in pain.
Were you able to see at all what was happening with any of your friends who you were at the theater with that night?
No, I didn't try and get up.
What do you recall happening after that?
I remember gunshots paused for a second, and I thought, I need to get out of here. So I tried to get up and was then again tackled by Bryson back to the ground, and then heard a second batch of gunshots firing. Finally, they stopped, and Bryson yelled, "Run." And I stood up and tried to run, but ended up slipping in the pile of blood. I tried to go up the stairs to the upstairs exit, but there was so many people running down that I ended up getting pushed with the crowd to go down the stairs.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witnesses, what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1111?
Yes.
Ms. Belpondo, do you recognize this diagram?
Yes, I do.
Does that diagram fairly and accurately represent what you recall from the night of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1111.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
I could please have 1111. All right, Ms. Belpondo, I think that there is a mouse up there. I don't know if you can, I know your hand's broken.
Yeah.
If you're, with your other hand, you can use it at all. Okay, great. It's maybe a little sensitive. You could show for the jury on your diagram where you were seated in the theater that night.
Yeah. I was seated.
And if you could move that microphone, sorry, let me help you since you're broken.
Please. Okay, does that work? I was seated in row 12, the third seat in, if you're facing the screen.
Right, and who's seated next to you?
My ex-husband, Bryson Belpondo.
All right, and then there's another person there that you noted. Who is that person?
Yes, the M stood for Maria Carbonell.
Okay. And then on your diagram, can you show the jury where it was that you saw that canister go across the theater?
Mm-hmm. It started over by this emergency exit right here when I saw someone walk in and threw it over to this left side, this area.
Right, and were you able to get a good view of the person who walked in the door that night?
No.
Now, I'm trying to see if there's any. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4519.
Yes.
What happened after you left the theater?
I remember running out through the exit with Bryson and straight to the parking lot. And I turned around to see if anyone was following us, and I saw Maria and her 2 children. And I thought the rest of our group would be following. But that's all I saw. And I saw another girl in the parking lot who had been...
An objection to testimony that occurred, or to information that had happened outside of the theater.
Sustained.
Hi. Were you eventually transported for medical treatment?
Yes, Bryson and I both then got in our car, and he drove me to Aurora Medical South ER.
What happened when you got to Aurora Medical Center?
I realized I was the first victim that showed up, and told the doctors what had happened and that I need to be seen for injuries that I wasn't even aware of. I knew about my face, but...
Please tell the jury about what the injuries were that you sustained that night.
It was a shotgun wound to my upper right lip.
Did it go through more than just your lip?
Yes, it broke my tooth in half, one of my right front teeth.
Did you have to have any dental surgeries as a result of that?
Yes, actually, it blew the bottom portion out of my tooth, so the nerve was exposed.
Hearsay.
Overruled because to the injuries that she's aware of.
You can tell the jury about the surgeries you had for your teeth.
So since the nerve was exposed, they tried to fix it with a crown. Later decided that it wasn't working and had to extract my tooth and have to get an implant put in.
Now, do you recognize the photograph that I placed in front of you that's numbered 4519?
Yes.
Was that taken the night of July 20th, or the morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I have moved for the admission of People's Exhibit 4519.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection, it is admitted. And it is 4519, correct?
Yes, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, it is admitted and may be published.
If I could please have 4519. All right, if you could zoom into the lip area for me, please. Does that picture fairly and accurately represent where you received your gunshot wound that night?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there any cross-examination, Ms. Spengler?
No.
All right, and the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May she be released from her subpoena?
Please, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness, please.
David Bloom.
Yes. If I could have you raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right, please be seated. You can hand me those exhibits. Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
David Seth Bloom, David Sethbloom.
Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
What is your occupation?
I'm general counsel of a company called Various Incorporated.
Are you familiar with an online dating website called adultfriendfinder.com?
Yes, we operate it.
Are you associated or employed in some fashion with them?
Yes, I'm general counsel of Various Inc. We operate the website, and we're a subsidiary of Friend Finder Networks.
Are you also a custodian of records for adultfriendfinder.com?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Sir, I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 380. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This appears to be documents that we produced for the police.
Have you just quickly flip through that document? First question is, have you seen those documents before you came in here to testify today?
Yes.
Do those documents associate with a particular user?
Yes, this appears to be the records we captured for a user of the website named with a user ID or what we call handle Classic Jimbo.
Further within those records, is there an actual person's name and address associated with these records?
Yes, there's a credit card billing information, and let me find it. It's on the last page, James Holmes.
Are you familiar with Adult Friend Finder's record-keeping system?
Yes.
Are the records for Adult Friend Finder computerized or digitized records?
Yes.
Are the computer entries that are used and contained, like within People's Exhibit 380, made in the regular course of Adult Friend Finder's business?
Yes.
The participants in making the record, are they acting in the routine and ordinary and normal course of business for Adult Friend Finder in making those types of records?
Yes.
The input procedures to make those types of records, are they accurate?
Yes.
The entries that are made and used to create records, just like which are contained within People's Exhibit 380, are they made within a reasonable time after the transaction?
It should be contemporaneous.
What do you mean by that?
At the same time, sorry.
The information that is contained within People's 380 transmitted by a reliable person with knowledge such as yourself?
Yes.
The information that's contained within People's Exhibit 380, again, on these computerized and digitized records, are they kept and maintained within the ordinary and normal course of Adult Friend Finder's business practice?
Yes.
The records that you have before you, are they regularly received, maintained, and relied upon, just as other records for Adult Friend Finder?
Yes.
Subject to court's previous rulings, Judge, I would move for admission at this time of People's Exhibit 380.
Is there any objection?
Yes, there is, if we may approach.
Yes. Folks, I need a moment so you can continue talking. I just didn't want that loud sound to continue. But if you're going to talk, just do it quietly because now everybody can hear you. Right, would counsel please approach? All right, folks, thank you for your patience. Here you go, sir. The hearsay objection is sustained. The rest of the objection is overruled. Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, are you familiar with the business workings of Adult Friend Finder?
Yes.
That Adult Friend Finder has with its users or its customers?
Generally speaking, yes.
Fair to say that Adult Friend Finder is a website that individuals or customers have to pay in order to access or use?
So they have to pay to use certain features, yes.
Okay. Do the records reflect in this case that payment was made related to People's Exhibit 380?
Yes, we provided billing information.
Okay. Did that in fact create a business relationship between this user, James Holmes, and Adult Friend Finder?
Yes.
In looking at People's Exhibit 380 as these computerized records, does Adult Friend Finder regularly receive, maintain, and rely on these types of records in their normal and ordinary course of business?
Yes.
When Adult Friend Finder relies on these types of records, do they also rely substantially upon the information that is inputted by the user or the customer?
Yes.
Is all that information contained within the records of Adult Friend Finder?
Yes.
Move for admission under 8036, Your Honor.
Any additional objection, Ms. Higgs?
Your Honor, we still think that foundation is lacking with regard to at least one statement in particular.
All right, why don't you approach, please? All right, Mr. Edson, you may proceed. The objection is sustained.
Sir, do you have People's Exhibit 380 in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to a couple of specific pages here. If you could go to the fourth page at the top, it's got a listing of dumping user data. Do you see that?
Yes.
Below that, it's got some personal data file information.
Yes.
You also previously referenced in your testimony about a customer user profile and information. Do you recall that?
Vaguely. I don't remember the specific question.
Okay, well, do you recall at the back of People's Exhibit 380 information relating to the particular customer's name?
Yes.
And that user profile information?
Yes.
That user profile information, the personal data file, all of that information that is information that is inputted by the customer or the user. Is that fair to say?
On the page 4?
Yes.
Some of it is.
Okay. The information that is the information that's not inputted by the customer, where does that come from then?
That probably just comes from our computer, our database.
That comes from Adult Friend Finder?
Yes.
Okay, so the information that does not come from Adult Friend Finder that's contained within the user profile and the personal data file, is that information substantially relied upon by Adult Friend Finder in establishing a business relationship or a business record associated with People's Exhibit 380 between themselves and the end user?
Yes.
The other customer information that's contained throughout People's Exhibit 380, and I'll give you an opportunity just to fully review People's Exhibit 380, all of the user information, the customer information, all the communications that are placed in there by the user, not by Adult Friend Finder, but by the user.
Yes.
All of that information, is it substantially relied upon by Adult Friend Finder in creating the account, in creating the records, in creating the business relationship between the two parties?
Yes.
I would again, Judge, move for admission under 8036.
Any additional objection, Ms. Higgs?
Yes.
All right.
Would like me to approach?
Yes, please.
Sir, in People's Exhibit 380, the user information, the profile, the customer information, and the communications, including any headline information that is placed in there by customers. Do you see all that information?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you need any more time to refer to any of that?
I don't think so.
All of that information, is it substantially relied upon by Adult Friend Finder for a business purpose in creating the business relationship between Adult Friend Finder and its customers?
I believe it is.
Explain.
Thank you. There's a lot of data in here. Some of it we use for fraud protection, some of it we use for billing information, part of it we use to make our site more attractive to other people. Part of it is to build a database, part of it is for location finding. So we have purposes for using all that information.
And is that information used within your business for those particular purposes?
Yes.
Move for admission under 8036, Judge.
Now, is there any additional objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I would persist in my objection with regard to the specific statement.
I'm not sure I'm following you. Why don't you approach, please?
That statement, let's please publish .380, the sixth page, please. Sir, do you have People's Exhibit 380, the 6th page in front of you?
Yes, the one on my screen is barely readable, but I'm looking at it.
Do you have the actual exhibit in
Yes,
front
I
of you
have
as
the
well?
actual exhibit.
Okay, let's look at that statement. The second full paragraph there, in the middle, it says title. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
What does that statement say?
Will you visit me in prison?
It says title. What does title mean?
That's generally the top of the user profile would have some sort of invitation to another member, and that's what the title would be. So
If we could go to the 7th page, People's Exhibit 380, please. See where it says credit history?
yes,
Down a few spots, it has a CC and a number with some X's through it. Do you see that?
yes,
Is that a credit card number?
redacted, yes.
Okay, what are the last 4 digits?
2217.
The name and information below that, who does that refer to?
James Holmes, you want the address written?
Yes, please.
Red, 1690 Paris Street, number 10, Aurora, Colorado, United States, 80010.
We could go to the 5th page of People's Exhibit 380, please. Scrolling down here a bit to the lower section. You see an email address there?
Yes,
What's that email address?
classicjimbo@gmail.com.
What is the IP address associated with this?
67.166.38.7.
And what is the date registered?
Is it on this page?
Just a bit
Yes, I see it.
below.
No, sorry about that. July 5th, 2012, at, looks like a little around 1 o'clock in the morning.
What exactly does that refer to?
That's when in this particular case, Classic Jimbo registered the account.
Judge, one moment, please.
Yes.
Contained within People's Exhibit 380 were there also photographs?
Yes.
What do those photographs refer to? What are they part of as far as the records go?
They are apparently the pictures that were posted on this profile for the benefit of other people to see.
Could I please have the first page of People's Exhibit 380? Could I please have the second page of People's Exhibit 380? Could I please have the third page of People's Exhibit 380? Could I please have the fourth page of People's Exhibit 380? Moving down to the last portion there where it says login history on the fourth page of People's Exhibit 380. Do you see that?
Yes.
Direct your attention to July 18th of 2012. Do you see that?
Yes,
Is that the last login from Aurora, Colorado?
it appears to be,
Why do you say that?
because I'm looking at the next ones and they're from Las Vegas.
What does that mean?
They were geolocated, and we have a geolocating service, and everything on this list was Aurora, Colorado, except for the last two.
Okay, so in other words, when would the last login for Adult Friend Finder be?
According to this, it would be July 18th at 7:34,
Of what year?
2012, sorry.
Can I have one moment, please?
You may.
If we could go to the 6th page of People's Exhibit 380. I see at the top there, it says July 24th, 2012 for a date and a login. Do you know what that's referring to?
That's the last login on the account in the account history.
Okay. Was there any sort of refund associated with this account?
Yes, I think we issued a full refund on the card.
Okay, would that associate with that particular date?
It could.
Okay.
I'd have to sort of put the records together to come to that conclusion, but that
Okay.
sounds reasonable.
If we could just scroll down a bit more, please. Under cart details, I'm going to direct your attention to that particular subsection. Can you look at that and talk to me about any sort of refund, please?
We refunded the account
On what date?
on the 24th at 9:50 in the morning, it looks like.
Okay, would that be July 24th, 2012?
By 24th, 2012, I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Ms. Higgs?
Thank you, yes. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I just have basically hopefully one question.
It's never
Every time
one.
I say that, it
Yeah.
never ends up being just one. With regard to when items were posted on this page,
Yes,
your records cannot tell you those particular dates of when items would be posted. Is that right?
not these records, no.
Okay. And I just want to also, not just one question, sorry.
I didn't expect one.
I want to clarify for the jury that the first date that this account was created was July 5th of 2012, is that right?
According to this, yes.
And this was an account that you all closed before that period of time that the customer had paid for, right?
I wish I understood the question.
Yes. It was initially opened for a period of 30 days, is that right?
Yeah, okay, now I understand your question. It was a 1-month subscription that would have expired in August of 2012.
And you all closed it prior to
We
that?
closed it on July 24th, 2012.
Okay. I think that's it. That's all I have, thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Edson?
No, thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor, there is not.
All right, sir, thank you.
Who gets this?
I'll get it, thank you.
Thanks.
Here you go, Joyce. Members of the jury, because we're going to have a longer afternoon than usual today, we're going to take 2 breaks instead of 1. So let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Instead of a 20-minute break, we'll take 2 15-minute breaks, okay? Let's have a 15-minute break. Please make sure you abide by all my advisements during the break. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. I admitted P-TR-380 a moment ago, and I overruled the hearsay objection under the business records exception 8036. There was an objection specific to the statement that was read by the witness, and the statement was, "Will you visit me in prison?" That statement is also admitted on an alternative ground, and that is under People versus Glover. I find that the testimony and the exhibit established that the account in question belonged to the defendant and that the defendant authored the message. So it's allowed, or it's introduced for that alternative, or on that alternative ground as well, as an admission by a party opponent, because I find that the prosecution has proven by a preponderance of the evidence both that this was the defendant's account and that it was the defendant who authored the message. And that's based on all the identifying information and the IP address in the exhibit. All right, is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the prosecution?
I'll just direct the court's attention that our next witness will be from another website that is also related to D99 and D107, the court's rulings.
Okay. Anything else at this time on behalf of the defense?
Your Honor, I do have a very short record that I'd like to make, but I'd like to make it out of respect at the bench.
Okay. Do you want to make it right now, or do you want to make it after the break?
If we could do it right now, thank
Sure.
you.
All right. Folks will be on break. Thank you. The court will be in recess.
All rise.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to the mid-afternoon recess on this, the 19th day in week 5 of the Aurora movie theater shooting trial. I'm Phil Tenser here with Anika Padilla and Erica Tinsley, working to give you some context and some replays during the course of this recess. But before we do, we want to thank you all again for your patience during that technical outage we had earlier this afternoon. It does seem like things are back on track. So what we were just hearing after the jury was exited the courtroom, we heard District Court Judge Carlos Zamora explaining why he allowed testimony regarding this adultfriendfinder.com dating website account that we were hearing about from that company's attorney, explaining that he believed the prosecution had proven with a preponderance of evidence, namely the IP address, the email address associated with this account, that it did belong to the defendant. We also have heard from Tony Bilipondo, a survivor. We also heard another decision from District Court Judge Carlos Zamora. This was right at the end of our early lunch break today, about why he will allow examination video to be shown and the format in which it's going to be shown tomorrow. So while we typically don't get evidence lists, while we haven't been getting them from either party, while we haven't been hearing from the court what to expect tomorrow, this is one of those rare occasions where we know what will happen tomorrow, but we'll also know in great detail the format in which it's going to be presented to the jury. So let's review that, and we'll come back and talk about it on the other side in just a few minutes.
I thought about the discussion that we had before the lunch break, and I've decided to allow Mr. Brockler to proceed as he has suggested for a couple of reasons. One is that this video is 22 hours long. It is going to take 4 days for the jury to watch that entire video. And so that's a long time of watching the same video. Part of my job as the judge presiding over this case is to make sure that both parties get a fair trial. And inherent in that is that the jury pay attention and that the jury concentrate on the evidence. And I think it's a lot to ask of jurors to pay attention to the same video over a period of 22 hours, which would take 4 days. We usually work about 6 hours a day when you exclude the lunch break and all the other breaks we take. And so 6 hours a day would mean that we would need 4 days or 24 hours for the jury to be able to watch the video. Secondly, I have tried to allow the parties to try the case as they see fit. I've tried to the best of my ability not to interfere because I think each party should be entitled to try its case the way it sees fit. So by way of example, I allowed the defense to use 2 attorneys during opening statements, to have 2 attorneys make opening statements. I've never done that before, but I thought in this case that made sense, given the magnitude of the case, given the type of case it is, and given the length of the trial. I felt that it made sense to allow 2 different attorneys to make opening statements. In other words, to divide the opening statements into 2 parts like that. I had never done that before, and I did it in this case. I don't know that I've ever allowed what Mr. Brockler is asking the court to allow. I may have, I just don't have a memory whether I have or not. It is true that Dr. Reed's testimony will be different than the testimony of other witnesses who have been allowed to comment about, for example, a surveillance video or some other type of video. But he's going to be commenting on his interview of the defendant. I mean, that's why I asked him to do a sanity examination. That's why he was ordered to do a sanity examination, so that he could then rely on that examination as well as on other evidence and form opinions about the defendant's sanity. So he is going to be talking about that examination and the defendant's answers. Now, he can't speculate. For example, he could not say, well, when the defendant gave that particular answer, he meant X, Y, Z. That would be improper. But he can be asked questions about why he conducted the examination the way he did, why he asked certain questions, why certain questions were important, what significance certain answers had for him, what opinions he formed based on certain answers. Those are questions that he is going to be asked by both sides. And he's going to be asked those questions whether I allow the video to play all at once or whether I allow the prosecution to play it in segments. Mr. Brockler is right that this videotaped examination was broken down into different sessions because it's so long. And I think it lasted multiple days. And within each day, there were multiple sessions. There was a morning session, and then there was an afternoon session. And then, although most of the sessions took place at Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo, there was at least a follow-up session that took place later, days later, at the jail. And so it's truncated that way already as well. And so I don't see anything wrong with the prosecution proceeding in the way that it is proposing. Mr. King indicated that he may have to replay some parts of the video. And I had anticipated that already, but that's going to be the case whether the videotape plays all at once or whether it is played in segments. And so that's not going to be affected one way or another. And again, I don't see any prejudice to the defense. I don't see this as giving the prosecution an unfair advantage or any advantage for that matter. It's just a way of presenting the same evidence. And I think that they are entitled to present it however they think it is most effective. So I will allow it. And so Mr. Brockler can play a part of the videotape, then ask some questions, then move on to the next part of the videotape, ask some questions, and go on from there. But he cannot repeat, obviously, the same questions or have the doctor repeat the testimony. To the extent that anything is repetitive, I'm sure Mr. King will object, and then I will rule on any objections that are made contemporaneous with the objections being advanced. All right, anything that we need to talk about at this time before we bring the jury in? On behalf of the people? On behalf of the defense?
Judge, just for clarification, if I'm hearing the court correctly, the court is also denying my request to cross-examine each segment one by one.
I am. I think the prosecution is entitled to do the its direct examination of Dr. Reed all at once. And once the prosecution is done with direct, then you'll get a chance to cross-examine, and you can replay parts of the video and ask questions, and you can do it the same way they're doing it if you wish. So that if you want to play a certain part of the video and ask some questions, and then replay another part of the video and ask some questions, I'll let you do the same thing. But they're entitled to do the direct examination without interruption, and then you'll be entitled to do your cross-examination without interruption as well.
So there you have it, the reasoning and the explanation for how and why we will see District Attorney George Brockler and his team questioning in phases, line by line or section by section, as we go through the first of the two state-ordered mental health evaluations of the defendant, taking course over multiple days. We'll hear that broken up into section by section, and then Brockler and his team will have opportunities to ask questions regarding that. You also heard Judge Carlos Samor refusing Dan King's request to cross-examine section by section, instead saying that, Mr. King, if you'd like to replay element by element or ask your own questions about certain elements, you are able to replay them. This is different from the format that we saw where they wanted to play, well, it's different in some respects and similar in some respects to the format that we saw with the Notebook yesterday. Like yesterday, they're going to be able to do an excerpt and then explain with questions and testimony from the doctor or the expert on the stand, in this case a doctor. Unlike the Notebook, in this case the judge is allowing basically the entirety of this video to be played. Another thing that's different is that unlike the written documents, diagrams, the Notebook, things like that we have been receiving from the court, we're only going to get this through the screens in the courtroom. So if you're watching a live stream tomorrow during our recesses, we will try to zoom in, give you better views. But in live production, just so you're aware, we're going to be getting audio from the courtroom audio, and we're going to see that screen that's in the center, left of center on your monitors. That's where we're going to be able to see these videos of the interviews during that mental health evaluation. And apparently, I didn't know this until today, part of this evaluation also took place in the jail following the evaluations that took place at the State Mental Hospital in Pueblo. Let's see, the next item that we'd like to replay for you is testimony from Tony Villapando, another survivor of Theater 9. And as we are narrowing down these numbers, we are getting close to having questioned all 70. We were less than 20 and now closer than that remaining for all 70 of the survivors listed on the charging document. And certainly they have been calling many others, but we are getting closer to that completion of all the survivors who will be called. So now let's listen to what Tony Villapando had to say about her experience.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about what you remember from the day of July 19th prior to going to the movies that day?
Earlier that day, I was working at Red Robin, the morning shift, and my husband at the time, Bryson Villapando, was moving into our new house. I remember being at work and my friend Alex Sullivan came in and we got really, really hyped up about the movie and celebrating his birthday. Later, I attended a meeting with my ex-husband and I and Ferris Udani, and then we left there and went to the movie theater later that evening.
Do you recall approximately what time you got to the movies that night?
I want to say around like 10 or 10:30.
What'd you do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
We were just people watching and goofing off and eating candy and just chit-chatting, work gossip, most likely.
Do you recall what theater number you were in?
I know that we ended up moving from theater 8 because we had a bigger group add on with us. So we ended up moving into theater 9.
Do you recall where you were seated in theater 9?
Yes, I was seated on the left-hand side, right in the middle of stadium seating, so about row 12, and I was the third seat in.
And that's if you're facing the movie theater screen?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember anything happening while you waited for the movie to begin?
Nope, just us goofing off.
Please tell the jury about what happened in the movie that night.
The movie started.
Well, sorry to interrupt that for you, but we are going to return to the courtroom. This recess was a little bit shorter than we anticipated and planned for. So now the judge is back in his chair and the jury will be called in. We'll send you back to Arapahoe County.
It's time. Is there anything we need to take up before the jury comes back in on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of the defense?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. Let's bring him in, please. Thank you. Oh, sorry. That's what you do. I didn't ask him to do that. I was like, sure. Ask him afterward. Okay. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, call your next witness, please, Mr. Edson.
Lori Latshaw.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name for the record and please spell your first, middle, and last names.
My full name is Lori Denise Latshaw, and that's Laurie. Denise is Denice, and Latshaw is Latshaw.
Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by Match.com.
What is your job title or job duties with Match.com?
My present title is Senior Director of Legal Affairs.
Are you a custodian of records for Match.com?
Yes, I am.
Do you regularly review user and customer records associated with Match.com?
Yes, I do.
Have you received training and education related to the records associated with Match.com?
Yes, I did.
Records contained from Match.com, are they computerized records?
Yes.
Are they digitized records?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
For the record, I have shown opposing counsel this exhibit as well. I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 1076. You can just take a quick moment to flip through that and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, I do.
What is that exhibit?
This exhibit is the records for the user profile for Classic Gem from Match.com.
I'm going to refer you specifically to the 5th page of People's Exhibit 1076. I think it has information relating to billing data.
Yes.
That information on that page, does that correspond with a particular user or customer name?
Yes, James Holmes.
And what is the address?
1690 Paris Street, number 10, Aurora, Colorado.
Have you reviewed these records prior to your testimony here in court today?
Yes, I have.
Going back to the first page of People's Exhibit 1076, is there a sign-up date for this exhibit?
This account was originally created on April 19th of 2012.
Was there also a last login date for this account?
Yes, July 18th, 2012.
The computer records from People's Exhibit 1076 are the entries contained within this exhibit made in the regular and ordinary course of Match.com's business?
Yes.
Those participating in the making of records such as these in 1076, are they done so in the routine and ordinary course of business?
Yes, they are.
The input procedures to create People's Exhibit 1076, are they accurate?
Yes.
Does there appear to be any sort of manipulation associated with these records, aside from perhaps the numbers at the very top, case numbers at the very top? Aside from that, any sort of manipulation?
No.
The entries made within People's Exhibit 1076, are they made within a reasonable time after the transactions occur?
Yes, they are.
How do you know that?
I know that because I'm very familiar with how the system works.
And how does the system work as far as making the transaction and the entries?
A user will come to the site through a variety of different methods, and when they do, they have to create a profile in order to use the service.
Who creates that profile?
The user creates the profile.
The information that's contained within People's Exhibit 1076, is it transmitted by a reliable person that has knowledge of the entries such as yourself?
Yes.
The information that's contained within People's Exhibit 1076, is that information kept and maintained in the ordinary course of Match.com's regularly conducted business practice?
Yes, it is.
As a custodian of records and an employee in a legal capacity from Match.com, do you regularly receive, maintain, and rely on records such as this in the normal and ordinary course of your business?
Yes, we do.
Are you familiar with how Match.com creates a business relationship with potential customers or users?
A user must come to the site and register and create a profile.
Is there a cost associated with that?
There are two types of membership. There's a free membership, and then there is a subscriber membership for which the user pays.
Contained within People's Exhibit 1076, which of those types of accounts was created?
This particular account is a subscriber account. It was subscribed on July 5th, 2012.
Based upon your review of People's Exhibit 1076, was there formed a business relationship between Match.com and the user, James Holmes?
Yes, there was.
Does Match.com substantially rely upon the information that is provided by the user, such as James Holmes in this case, that is contained within these particular records?
Yes.
Does Match.com substantially rely upon the entries and the information and the headlines or titles or taglines that is completed by the user?
Yes.
Does that include all information associated with a user profile or user information?
Yes, it does.
Does that include all the information associated with the customer's information, including their billing address and other personalized information?
Yes.
Does that also relate to any communications that is placed in there by the user or Match.com?
Yes.
Are the user inputs substantially relied upon by Match.com in creating this particular business relationship for a business purpose?
Yes.
Judge, pursuant to court's previous rulings, previous case law cited at the bench, and under 803 subsection 6, the people move for admission of 1076.
Ms. Brady?
Can I see that exhibit one more time?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brady.
Your Honor, I would object to, under Rule 401, 403, and 803.
All right, would counsel please approach? All right, would council approach, please? Here you go, ma'am. Thank you. All right, with the understanding discussed at the bench, the exhibit is admitted. So that's P-TR-1076.
Permission to public selected pages, Your Honor.
Yes.
If we could please have the first page of People's Exhibit 1076. Do you see that in front of you on your computer screen, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you also have the actual exhibit in front of you as well, if that's easier for you to read. Can you just tell us what the username is, please?
Classic_Jim.
The user ID that ends in 982, is that a unique user ID for this particular account?
Yes, it is.
As we have on the screen here, can you tell us when the sign-up date and the last login dates are, please?
The sign-up date was April 19th, 2012. The last login was July 18th, 2012.
If we could scroll to the bottom of this first page, please. There appears to be some photo information. What are we looking at here?
Photos that were submitted by the user.
If we could have the second page of People's Exhibit 1076. What does this refer to?
This is a photo uploaded by the user.
If we could have the third page of this exhibit, please. What is this?
This is a photograph uploaded by the user on July 11th, 2012.
Okay. If we could scroll down just a bit for us, please. How do you know it was that particular date?
Because it says submitted on and approved on.
Let me actually go back one to the second page of 1076. I don't think I asked you about when it was submitted. This particular photograph, when was this photograph submitted for Match.com?
This was submitted on July 5th of 2012.
If we could have the fourth page of People's Exhibit 1076.
This is a photograph submitted by the user on July 6th, 2012.
If we could have the fifth page of People's Exhibit 1076, please. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at the billing information input by the user.
Last four digits of the credit card?
2217.
If we could have... One moment, please, Judge. Okay. If we could have the sixth page of 1076. You see where it says posted profile text?
Yes.
Under that dating headline?
Yes.
What does that state?
Will you visit me in prison?
Below that is just other information, self-described information?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If we can go to the bottom of that page, please. We could go to the seventh page of People's Exhibit 1076. Is this just a continuation of the previous page?
Yes, it is.
We could scroll down a bit, please. When was the submit date of that information?
This shows that the profile data was originally submitted on April 19th, 2012, and it also shows that there was a change to the profile on July 11th of 2012.
We can take that down, please. The next several pages, without describing in great detail, does that information contain, well, once you just, without getting into detail as to what it actually states, what is the information that's contained in the next several pages of this exhibit?
The profile data describes interests and relationship status of the user.
Okay. If we could just go to the 12th page of People's Exhibit 1076. It's a rather lengthy page here, but at the top it says user sessions. I think we probably know what this is, but just tell us exactly what we're looking at here.
The system logs each time a user logs on to their account, and it captures the IP address, the number of pages they looked at during that session, and when it began and ended.
What do you mean by the number of pages they looked at?
There are pages on our website. For instance, every profile could be a different page.
And does it also show the approximate amount of time that was spent on Match.com?
Yes, the session minutes.
So just so we're all on the same page, when was the first user session according to these records?
April 19th, 2012.
If we could scroll to the bottom, please. And just so we're all clear as we're scrolling, all of these appear to have the same user ID number for all of these. What does that refer to?
That's the unique user ID assigned to this account. It's also, it matches the one on the first page, if you notice.
When, at the bottom here, when was the last user session?
July 18th, 2012,
What time?
12:36 a.m.
Is that local to the user? Do you know?
It's Central Time.
Central Time? Okay. Judge, can I have 1 moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any cross-examination, Ms. Brady?
Yes, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If I could get page 7, please, of this exhibit. And if we could scroll down to the rectangle area. There you go, right there. Thank you. So, ma'am, just because there's a number of dates here, I want to make sure it's clear. It looks like this account was originally created on April 19th of 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then it says, to the right, it says submit date July 11th of 2012.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means that the user made a change to some portion of this profile text on that date.
And can you tell what portion was changed on July 11th?
No, we cannot.
Okay. Now, if I could get page 2, please. Thank you. And if we could zoom in on the writing below the picture, please. Now, we can tell that this picture was submitted into the profile on July 5th of 2012. Is that right?
That's right.
And on the next page, with the next picture, page 3, we can tell that picture was submitted into the profile on July 11th of 2012.
Correct.
And page 4, the next picture, that was submitted into the profile on July 6th of 2012.
Correct.
Okay. At 4:09 a.m.
Correct.
If I could get page 6, please. And if we could scroll down a little bit, right there is fine. Thank you. Under the posted profile text where you read the dating headline, "Will you visit me in prison?"
Yes.
Is there any way to know what date that was written?
I know that it was between April 19th, 2012 and July 18th, 2012.
Okay, but there's no way to know exactly what day.
Correct.
And is there any way to know whether any of the rest of that content was changed at any time between April 19th and July 18th?
No.
Okay. So we know for sure about the pictures, but we don't know the dates of the writing.
That's correct.
If I could get the last page of the exhibit, please. And perhaps it's the one before, the one that says Winks record. Great, and if we could just zoom in a little bit, thank you. Ma'am, can you tell us what a Winks record is, please?
Winks are electronic flirts sent by one user to another.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Well, it's different than, for instance, an email, where you would email another user and you would put text in your email. This is a series of predetermined flirts that you can send to another user just to indicate interest.
Okay, so the user ID, let's see, seems to be the same as the sender user ID. So the sender is the person who's reaching out to someone else to sort of give them a wink online?
Correct.
Okay. And who they're sending the wink to is the recipient user?
Correct.
Okay. So that's sort of like a thumbs up on Facebook, or you sort of just give a wink to that person, is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. And that gives dates and times, including AM and PM, as to when those sort of winks would have been sent.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if I could get page 5, please. And if we could scroll down just a little bit more. Great, thank you, thank you. It says subscribe date, almost right in the middle of that page. Subscribe date, July 5th, 2012. Is that when that month's subscription started?
No. This profile was originally set up as a free account in April.
Okay.
It was not until July 5th of 2012 that a subscription was purchased, which would have allowed him to send emails to other users.
Okay, so it would have been free for April, May, June, and then he had to start paying in July.
Correct.
So that started on July 5th, 2012 for a term of 30 days. Is that what initial term means?
Yes.
And then where it says termination date, July 21st, was that done by Match.com?
It was.
Okay, so that was not him picking that date to terminate it. That was when Match.com terminated his account.
Correct.
He signed up actually for a 30-day subscription.
Yes.
I think that is all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Edson, do you have any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
The jury may have a couple of questions for you, so if you would give us a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? All right, ma'am, the jury has submitted a question that based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law I have found is appropriate. The question is, if the profile picture was changed July 11, 2012, would that change the submit date to July 11, 2012? Or is it only changes to text that changes the submit date?
Could I read the question? I'm not certain I understand it.
I'll read it to you
Okay.
again. If the profile picture was changed July 11, 2012, would that change the submit date to July 11, 2012? Or is it only changes to text that changes the submit date?
I'm still not certain I understand the question, but this particular photo was uploaded by the user on July 11th, 2012. There wouldn't be any changes made to this photo other than to delete it.
All right, any follow-up questions, Mr. Edson?
Can I have one moment, please?
Yes.
Briefly, if I may, Judge.
Yes.
If we could have the 7th page of 1076, please. And scroll to the bottom portion, please. Ma'am, do you have this page in front of you?
Yes, I do.
When we see the submit date, first of all, do you recall talking with counsel about this particular original create date and then the submit date?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Does that submit date refer to photographs or just the text information?
Oh, there are separate submission dates and approval dates for the profile as opposed to each photo.
Okay.
Those are completely separate.
And the profile, is that the words, for lack of a better term, as opposed to photographs?
Yes, it's what's on page 6 and 7.
So when we go back to the photographs themselves, I know that we talked about how they have a submitted date for the photographs. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
Is it your testimony that those photographs can be submitted into the account and they can only be deleted but not
Manipulated or anything of that nature.
exactly? Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Judge, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Brady, do you have any follow-up questions?
I do. So the submit date, which is still up there on the screen of July 11th, we know that that was the last time there was an addition or change to the profile, correct?
Correct.
And since one of the photographs was submitted on July 11th, it's possible that that is what changed the submit date?
No, that's not possible.
Can you explain that?
There are separate submission and approval dates for photos as opposed to profile.
Okay, so what we're looking at right now, the submit date, July 11th, 2012, 6:08 p.m., what does that indicate?
That indicates that somewhere on the pages marked 6 or 7, which starts with posted profile, will you visit me in prison, all the way down to the bottom, the last line there, if I admitted it, somewhere within that, there was a change made on July 11th, 2012.
So some words were changed on July 11th, 2012?
Correct.
Okay. Separate from that, we know exactly when those pictures were submitted.
Yes, it looks like there was a picture submitted on the same date that there was a profile change made.
So on July 11th, we know that there was a picture change and some words within that profile were changed.
A new picture was uploaded and there was some change to the wording within this profile.
So it's possible that that sentence, will you visit me in prison, was written on July 11th of 2012.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
May she be released from her subpoena, Mr. Edson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Stefan Moten.
Hello? Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
All right. Could you please tell us your name?
Stephon Lamont Moten.
And can you spell your first, middle, and last names for us?
STEFAN LAMOT MOTON.
All right, Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hey.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yeah.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
Yeah.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about what you remember about the day of July 19th prior to going to the movie theater?
I remember getting off of school around 12 o'clock and
Where were you going to school?
Everest College,
And what were you studying there?
dental assistant.
Okay, you can continue, sorry.
I remember coming home, me and my brother were talking about the movie, how excited we were, seeing all the promos on the TV and stuff like that. And then I remember playing basketball, then coming home and taking a shower. And then I got dressed and we were just waiting for the movie premiere to start. And then my brother's ex-girlfriend, she took us to the movies that night. And then we got there and there was like 5 tickets left. So we got the tickets and then we headed to movie 9 and we just waited for it to start.
Can you tell the jury the name of your brother, please?
Oh, Lamar Lane.
And the name of his ex-girlfriend?
Gina.
Do you know her last name?
No, I don't.
She's an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
And did you and your brother have to save a bunch of money that week to try to buy those tickets?
Yeah, we were talking about it all week, so we had to save it. So yeah.
What do you remember happening when you got to the movie theater that night?
I just remember we got our tickets and we went in and then we got our seats in the middle, top in the middle. And
To be clear, did you walk into the movie theater that night?
yeah.
And where did you go find your seats in the movie theater that night?
In the top row, like right in the middle of the top section, yeah.
So if we are looking at this model that's really close to you right here, can you see this right here?
Kind
This
of.
diagram kind of a little bit? A little bit blocked. Were you up in this area, up in the
Yeah,
middle
like
of the
ro-
stadium seating?
Yeah, like right up there, yeah.
All right, Your Honor, if the record could reflect that Mr. Moten just indicated that he was in the middle area of the stadium seating.
Okay.
Okay, and were you closer, if you're looking at the movie theater screen, were you closer to the left side or the right side?
Left side, yeah.
What do you recall happening before the movie began that night?
It just was like a regular night kind of, and it was like 10 minutes into the movie, and then out of nowhere, just like a canister just flew in the air going to the left. I thought it was a prank. I think we all thought it was a prank, and it just exploded, and then I just got down on the floor, and then
What happened when you got down on the floor?
it was just like a lot of shooting and a lot of yelling and stuff like that. And I just remember like getting shot, and I tried to call my brother's name, but I really couldn't get the words out because I think it just like paralyzed me instantly, stuff like that.
Could you tell the jury about what you remember about being shot that night?
Not too much. I just got shot, and then I just tried to call my brother's name, and it just went blank, just passed out, I guess.
Do you remember anything else from the movie theater that night?
Not too much. No, not so much.
Do you ever remember seeing a shooter?
No, I didn't. I just got down right when the canister flew in the air, and I just got down. Like,
Could you tell where you had been shot when you felt that you had been shot?
not soon. No, I didn't. I couldn't really tell.
What is the next thing that you remember?
Waking up in Aurora South. I think it was like 2 or 3 days later. Just waking up, and the doctor told me like what happened, and I was paralyzed. And, yeah.
And just to be clear, you said that you woke up in Aurora South Hospital? Is
Yeah.
that-
Yeah.
And did the doctors tell you from where you were paralyzed down?
Yeah, he told me I was paralyzed from the chest down.
From the chest down?
Yeah.
Does that make you a quadriplegic?
Yeah.
Can Can you tell the jury how long you were in Aurora South Hospital?
For about 1 month. 1 month, yeah.
Did you then have to go to Craig Hospital?
Yeah, I transferred to Craig.
How long were you at Craig Hospital?
About 2 months, yeah. 2 months.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 3031 and 3032.
Yes.
I have no objection to 3031 or 3032, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Tish McGuire, are you moving the admission of these exhibits?
I am, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, P-TR-3031 and 3032 are admitted and may be published.
If I could have 3031, please. Mr. Moten, is this a picture of you in the hospital on July 20th of 2012?
Yeah, yeah.
If I could please have 3032. This is also a picture of you in the hospital up
Yeah.
July 20th of 2012. Do you now know where you were shot that night, Mr. Moten?
In the collarbone, and it didn't exit, but it just hit the spinal cord.
Do you still have that bullet inside you today?
Yeah, yeah.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. King, do you have any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
All right. And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Please, Your Honor.
Without objection.
All right. Sir, thank you.
Oh, yeah. You're welcome.
Judge Wimmy. Thank you. May we approach briefly?
Yes.
All right, call your next witness, please.
There are the people called Young Mook Lee.
Sir, could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, please be seated. You can hand me that exhibit there. Of course. Thank you, Ms. Curlings. Sir, could you please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names?
My first name is Young, middle name is Mook, last name is Lee.
Can you spell each for us?
Yes, Young, Mook, and Lee.
All right, thank you. Please make sure you speak into the microphone so that we can all hear you. You can move the microphone closer to you. There you go. All right, Mr. Broccoli, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you please tell us what you do for a living?
Me, right now?
Yes, sir.
I'm working in
One of those students, was it the defendant here in this blue-greenish shirt with the beard and the mustache and the glasses?
Yes.
You know him to be James Holmes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, this lady here is going to type all the words that we say.
Okay.
Sir, do you remember what period of time over 2012 the defendant was in Dr. Freed's lab with you?
Oh, I don't remember exactly. It's like a spring. It's like a March, around the March to May, maybe.
Were you familiar with the 3 rotation setup for each of the first-year neuroscience students?
Yes.
And do you remember that you had the defendant in Dr. Freed's lab for that 3rd rotation?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, good. During your time with the defendant in that lab, can you describe him for us?
He was a just normal guy. You know, he was a little shy, didn't talk too much, but he showed up the lab every day, and we worked together. And I did teach him how to make cells correctly and discuss about the project. And yeah, so he was just normal guy.
Do you recall whether or not you had to approach him to ask him if he needed help on things?
Oh, yes. When he came to the lab and he was sitting his desk for a week without asking me anything, and I just waited for a week, and after that I thought I have to change my strategy to work with him, and I came to him, and this is kind of project, you can do it, and are you interested in? And he said yes, then let's do it together. And after that we began to work together about his small project for 3 months.
If you told him to do things, would he do them?
Yes, yes. and he understood very well about the project. So not just doing without thinking, and he knew.
You didn't have any questions about
Your
how
Honor, I need
smart.
to make an objection if I can approach.
Yes.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. I have an instruction for you. The word normal, as used by this witness a moment ago to describe the defendant, should not be interpreted by you as a comment on the defendant's sanity. Does everyone understand that? Okay, everyone understand that? Everyone's shaking their head or nodding their head yes. Okay, great. All right. Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, did you have the opportunity to watch the defendant in his end of the rotation presentation that he did?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
This has been marked as People's Exhibit 1223. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is your handwriting on that disc somewhere?
Yes.
Who put it on there?
Me, I did.
Did you watch what was on the disc?
Yes, today I watched that one.
What's on that disc?
He present his data in front of student and faculty members.
Are there 3 different segments totaling about 2 minutes on this particular video?
Yes.
That video that you watched there, were you present for that presentation?
I didn't present my presentation.
I'm sorry, I've used the word present in 2 different ways. Forgive me.
I was there, yes.
Yes, you were there. Okay, thank you, thank you. You were there for it. Is that a fair and accurate representation of portions of the defendant's presentation that he gave at that end of the 3rd rotation in May of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to move to admit People's Exhibit 1223. Sir, can you look on there and see?
Is there any objection, Ms.
Yes,
Hicks?
there is, Your Honor.
All right. What's the objection?
If I could approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
People's Exhibit P-TR-1223 is admitted and may be published.
May I retrieve it, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, sir. Can you pause that? And Your Honor, just to make the record clear, I've asked that it be paused in part because, as the court can tell, the sound is not fantastic. Do you know how to make it fantastic, ma'am? That's it?
I don't think that's our system. I think that's on you. That's on your system, so.
I'm blaming Jacob. Can you just finish playing it then as best you can and get the sound as loud as you can? Hey, can you pause it real quick, ma'am? Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we try something different? Mr. Orman suggested maybe playing it through the laptop, and I could use this thing to try to amplify the sound.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we take our second afternoon break? I said we would have a second one, and then you can see if you can figure it out. All right, folks, please keep in mind all the advisements that I have been giving you throughout the trial. All of them apply during the break, okay? We'll take 15 minutes.
Why was that sounding? I'm sorry. That turned the volume to otherwise we've heard it. When you watched it with him, couldn't you hear it? It doesn't come to the TV, it comes to the system. Is there a pause? Like sometimes when our audio, I don't know.
The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Sir, you can go on break as well. Thank you. Everyone may be seated. Just one record now that the jury's out of the courtroom. With respect to People's Exhibit P-TR-1076, I admitted that record in its entirety over the defense's objection. Part of the objection had to do with hearsay, and I overruled the hearsay objection based on Rule 8036, the business records exception objection. But as an alternative ground, to the extent that this exhibit contains any statements the statements are admissible under the 801, Rule 801, and that's because they are admissions by a party opponent. And pursuant to People versus Glover, I find that the testimony of the witness and the exhibit itself prove by a preponderance of the evidence that this account on Match.com was the defendant's account, and that it was the defendant who authored the statements contained therein. And I'm relying specifically on all the identifying information in the exhibit, including the IP address, and including on the testimony provided and the rest of the exhibit. Is there anything else at this time that we need to talk about on behalf of the people?
Judge, briefly, if I could make a record continuing on 1076.
Yes.
First of all, Judge, we have already made the redactions that were ordered by the court. It would be reflected on the 9th and 10th page of People's Exhibit 1076. So I will tender this to the court. I've shown it to Ms. Brady. I do not believe she had any objection and agreed with the redactions. And then I will mark the other 1076 as a court exhibit pursuant to what we've previously done. Second, Judge, the question from the jury about publication of this, I'm not sure if the court's given any thought about this. One thought that I had, and I talked briefly with Ms. Brady, is that what we could do is we could make 24 copies of this, because I think part of the question was that they couldn't see it on the screen very well. We could make 24 copies, let them each individually review it like we've done with some other records. Court can take that back, and we can do that at some point. Doesn't have to be now. We're going to need some time to make the copies, but at some point publish to the jury in that fashion if that's acceptable to the court.
Is there any objection to that, Ms. Brady? No, sir. All right. We'll do it that way without objection. Once you have the copies, let me know, and then we'll publish it that way, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for letting me know. Anything from the defense? All right. Before we go on break, yeah, Mr. Brockler?
The court's permission, while we're on break, can we experiment with the sound system, try to make this thing work?
Yes, that's why we're going on break, in part. So feel free to do that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Before I get off the bench, folks, just a reminder, again, this is a public trial, and I want everyone to feel welcome here. That's important to me. However, you must observe proper courtroom decorum. I am sensitive to the fact that this case may evoke powerful emotions. I fully understand that, but it is my responsibility to ensure that both sides receive a fair trial and to uphold the dignity of the court. In Order D-79, the court recognized that some visible emotional reactions are inevitable and appropriate. What the court has strictly prohibited are audible comments and emotional outbursts, as well as a display of insignia, symbols, pictures, clothing, or any other item that may influence the jury or which are intended to convey a message about a person, an issue, or cause. If at any time you feel the onset of an emotional reaction that may turn into an audible comment or an emotional outburst, please quietly and discreetly exit the courtroom. You may return to the courtroom after the following break if you're ready to do so in compliance with this order. Anyone who violates this order may be subject to contempt proceedings and sanctions and may be barred from attending the remainder of the trial. I thank you all for complying with that instruction. All right, with that, the court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to our second afternoon recess, a short one. The court said we would be returning in 10 or 15 minutes, and they've already used up a few with those housekeeping issues, including a reminder to the gallery that they should refrain from emotional outbursts, visible or audible, things that could hamper the pursuit of a fair trial, things that might influence the jury's emotions during the course of this. And again, we can't see exactly why, but something must have happened to cause that. And I know I read in the chat room, somebody thought they could have heard crying earlier this afternoon. I didn't hear that myself. I was not plugged into my headphones at the moment. But if that's the case, the judge certainly was responding to that. We do have some sound that we can replay for you during this short recess from Jansen Young. But before we do that, since we had some technical difficulties this afternoon, and since some of you over the course of this trial in our chat rooms have asked questions about how this is all being put together, I thought now might be a good opportunity to explain that and beg your pardon a little bit. So if we could, Erica, let's start with the map on the computer screen. and take a look at the courthouse, and let's explain for our viewers how everything is all working out. So this is the court, this is the jail. There is an underground tunnel through which the gunman is escorted every morning and back in the evening. On these buildings, there is a path. We call it a path. Any transmission of signal we call a path. But it goes over wireless microwave signals to a vehicle that's parked here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map in the parking lot where we have an area reserved for our media vehicles. That signal then goes down a wire, gets distributed, and so we have two distribution points. And Erica, I'm going to pull out the whiteboard now if you don't mind. And everything that we have, I hope this works. This works in my head. So everything comes from the courthouse back to the studio. As it does that, it's actually going across two different paths. One is HD, the one that we like to bring you every day, goes out and it's HD. The other one is standard definition. We like to bring you the HD definition whenever possible because YouTube will support that for us and because it gives us much better quality when we're trying to zoom in on those pictures of evidence that's up on the monitors. Unfortunately, there's what's called a 7 gigahertz transmitter that is somehow involved in a power hit, a power spike that's been happening today and a couple of times in the past, as I'm sure you've noticed. And what that has caused is this HD signal goes down. And that's when we've been reverting to that courthouse logo, the Colorado Courts logo. And of course, that's something we don't want to do, and that's why we have to keep shifting back to the SD signal that comes back through a different route. It actually comes back through a connection we have at the Broncos facility, Dove Valley. Our competitors, we all have these backups in place, but we prefer in our coverage to use the HD signal whenever possible. Unfortunately, where we are in the corner of the newsroom is a good distance down the hallway from our engineering control room, and that's where we have to go dash to. And so we've been sprinting 200 yards back and forth up and down the hallway whenever the signal goes out or whenever we have that melting signal or anything like that that could be caused by a power hit on that 7 gig transmitter. And so now I hope that explains how that all works for you. But the Media Consortium, we've worked together through the Colorado Broadcasters Association to put this infrastructure in place to have an HD transmission system. It is obviously shared across the media pool that includes our local competitors on television and radio and newspaper. It includes national competitors, but obviously we want to explain that to you and appreciate your patience as we are a local competitor fighting obviously to do the very best we can and provide you context every day in a way that I believe no one else is doing. But unfortunately the technology has sometimes come up and bit us. And so again, we just want to beg your pardon. Thank you for your patience and understanding, and hopefully that explains a little bit of the months of preparation that went into bringing this trial back, the thousands of dollars that everyone involved in the Media Consortium is paying every month in order to ensure that this HD signal comes back so that the quality of what we present to you every day can be as good as possible. With that said, I will rejoin the chat room in just a minute and hopefully be able to answer any more of your questions that you have regarding this, and Anika is there right now as well. But while we wait for just a few more minutes, hopefully no more than 10, for the judge to return and the jury to be brought back from this uncommon afternoon break, we'll have a sound from Jansen Young, who was at the theater with John Blanc. She had a pretty dramatic story about how she ended up getting out of Theater 9 and what happened to her afterward.
Did you end up getting out of the theater?
Yes, I did.
Before we get there, you're on the ground underneath these seats. Is Jonathan on the ground on top of you or next to you?
Right next to me. He was in.
Go ahead, ma'am.
He was in the aisle right here.
What did you try to do?
I sat up when the shooting stopped, and I looked over the seats really quick to make sure no one was shooting, and then I tried to shake him, and I kept saying his name, John, come on, we have to get up, we have to go.
Excuse me, I'm going to interject. 401, 403. I didn't hear that. 401, 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead. How long do you think you shook him?
Maybe like 10, 15 seconds.
How hard were you shaking?
Hard enough that someone that was asleep would wake up.
Could you see his face?
Yes, his face was turned towards me.
And were his eyes open or closed?
They were closed.
Did you ever see him take another breath?
I did not.
Or see him move again?
I did not.
What'd you do?
I realized something was wrong, so I tried to call 911, but I didn't have my phone, so I reached into the pocket closest to me, which would have been his right pocket, and his phone was not in there, so I started reaching even further under him to reach into his left pocket, and I could not reach that far. So then I tried to lift him up to take him out with me, and I could not.
Something that we could have done earlier that I'll do now is I want you to tell this jury how big Jonathan was.
He was about 6'2" and 200 pounds.
Were you able to pick up Mr. 6 foot, 200 pounds?
I got his right shoulder up maybe about 3 inches, and then I could not lift him any further.
How long did you struggle with him?
Objection, Your Honor. 401, 403.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Probably, about 10, 15 seconds before I realized that I could not do this. He was too heavy, and I thought through the fact that if he had been shot...
Objection.
Sustained.
It's okay. After you tried to lift him for those 10 to 15 seconds, what did you do? And if you got up and moved, would you show us with your finger how you tried to get out?
So I was still kneeling, and so I looked over the seats again, and the movie theater did not have very many people in it. I saw a couple little heads sitting just a couple rows in front of us, and then someone army crawling down here and another person running out. And so I thought maybe it might be safe to go, and I kept thinking I have to get help for John. And so I crawled to the end of the seats, and then I was crouching, and I ran down the stairs, and I went to go out this exit, out the lobby. And when I looked on the ground, there was bullet casings and other gun material.
Can I stop you for 1 minute? Because you've spoken 18 pages worth of stuff right
Okay,
there. Is that okay? Hang on. I want to say some stuff for the record, and you correct me if I misstate what you indicated, okay? I know you're nervous. Okay. When you talked about seeing two heads above the seats, you were indicating, it looks like to me, 2 rows up from where the stadium seating starts.
Yes.
A little bit to the left of center. Is that
Yes.
fair? You also indicated someone was army crawling. Was those your terms?
Yes.
And that was down here in the flatter portion?
It was around here, and she was wearing a teal t-shirt.
And you said around here, right in front of where the movie screen would be? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then you described getting up and going down the stairs, and the stairs you were indicating were the ones on the right-hand side as you faced the movie screen?
Yes.
Then you said you turned to try to go out this exit. Are you talking about back towards the lobby?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now tell us why you didn't keep running into the lobby.
Because I looked down, and there were bullet casings everywhere. And so I thought whoever had done this was probably in the lobby. So I turned immediately around and started walking very fast towards this exit door.
And when you say this exit door, you're talking to this green 3D looking thing on the right side.
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Brockler, are you ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor, and I was going to ask the court, and I can do it in front of the jury, to permit us to republish that exhibit from the beginning now that we have the sound addressed.
Any objection to that?
Your Honor, I do have an objection with regard to this exhibit. I've just been informed that this exhibit is not actually a reflection of the clips that I was told that they were. The court's aware that those clips were in 3 separate portions, and I've just been informed that it's actually no longer in 3 separate clips, but it's all been strung together. So I think that the clips themselves have now been altered out of their original state, and I don't think that that's something that's clear to the jury, and I think it becomes misleading. So I would object under 403 with regard to, if the court overrules my objection with regard to republishing it, I do not have an objection to that.
All right. First, with respect to the objection, Mr. Brockler, I'll require you to simply clarify for the jury that these are 3 different clips that have been put together, and you can do that through the witness. I'm assuming the witness is aware of that.
I think he is, yes.
All right, will you make sure of that?
I will.
All right, and then with that, then without objection, the exhibit may be republished. For the record, only part of it was published because the people stopped the playing of the audio or the video about halfway through, I think. And that's when I ended up taking a break. And the reason why the prosecution paused the videotape is because there was no audio. You could barely hear what was being said. And so given that, I'll allow the prosecution to replay it in its entirety. But I agree with Ms. Higgs that it should be clear that these are three separate clips that have been strung together. But to the extent that there is an objection to that, it's overruled. All right? So, you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Is the defense ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Hey, sir. That's all right.
The record should reflect that the jury's back in the courtroom. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, folks. Right before the break, Mr. Bruckler was in the middle of his direct examination of Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, I will remind you that you are still under oath, okay? All right, and Mr. Bruckler, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we figured out the sound on that video, but before we play it again, what I want to make sure I clarify with you is that the clip that we're about to see is three separate segments that had been strung together to piece them into one. Is that what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the court's permission to republish Exhibit 1223 into evidence.
That request is granted.
Prost.
The other pertinent topic is microRNA. So what is microRNA? Well, microRNA is roughly 22 nucleotides long, and this is a microRNA exemplar in its precursor form. So this precursor microRNA, in its characteristic hairpin shape, will then be cleaved to its mature form of microRNA, shown in red, by the enzyme dicer, which is a ribonuclease. The microRNA in its mature form will then target a messenger RNA and repress its messenger RNA target from being translated into a protein. Of maintaining the mouse embryonic stem cells and going through the first step of the procedure to make neural stem cells. This image shows embryonic stem cells, shown in these conglomerates here, growing on a mouse embryonic fibroblast feeder layer, which are these spindles. After changing media and adding morphogens, the stem cells are then driven to neurospheres, which should express neural stem cells. These neural spheres are aggregates of stem cells, some of which should be neural stem cells. These are representative images of dopaminergic neurons. These PIX3 GFP positive cells show there were dopaminergic neurons being expressed. PIX3 is a transcription factor, so it's in the nuclei of the cells. PH is an abbreviation for tyrosine hydroxylase, the rate-limiting step in dopamine synthesis. And it's in the cytosol, so that's why we see a different morphology, because it will spread throughout the neuronal processes of the dopaminergic neurons and then emerge in it.
A couple questions to follow up on that, sir. The way that the defendant is dressed in that exhibit, is that pretty much how he dressed all the time?
Yes.
The thing, we can see his right hand moving. Is he holding a remote or a pointer or something as he does his presentation?
Yeah, there was, I believe, a pointer.
Okay. That presentation, and you've seen other rotational talk presentations, is that fair?
Yeah.
How does that one compare to the other ones that you've seen out of first-year neuropsych students?
It's hard to say. I mean, it's just a presentation and it's just average. It's not really bad. It wasn't really good, you know. So what can I say? Just normal presentation that he did.
That presentation, did it seem to you to be not full of a lot of new data?
Yes. No, I remember at the time he couldn't generate a lot of data, but it's not his fault. I mean, it depends on what kind of project he had at the time. So it's complicated, but all I can say is that he couldn't generate enough data to present his last rotation presentation.
Two final questions for you, sir. One is, during the time that you were with the defendant over the period of time you've described for us in that third rotation, did he ever seem to you to be detached from reality?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation and lay opinion testimony.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
No.
Over the time that you were with him throughout that third rotation, did he ever seem to you to change at all, or was he the same guy at the end that he was at the beginning?
I think he was the same guy. He never changed.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Forgive me. I think I may have asked this. Someone else thinks I may not have. That presentation that we saw, did that take place in May of 2012?
I don't remember, maybe around there, because this is the last time of the rotation. So, but I don't remember the date. And
Without remembering the specific date, and I appreciate you clarifying that, if someone were to do a presentation at the end of the third rotation in any given year, what month does that typically occur in?
I think it's May, but I'm not really sure.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you so much. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Higgs, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Okay.
With regard to that presentation, the clips that we just watched, I see that totaled about 1 minute and 55 seconds. Is that what you saw as well?
Yes.
That would not be an entire presentation,
No.
correct? An entire presentation would last much longer than that, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding is you did not see Mr. Holmes give his end of rotation presentations from his previous 2 labs, is that right?
I didn't see his previous presentation, so I cannot compare it.
Okay. Mr. Holmes came into your lab, I think you said somewhere in March, is that right?
Yes.
You did not work with him prior to March of 2012?
No.
You did not have any experience with him prior to March of 2012?
No.
After this last rotation presentation that we just saw in May, you did not have further contact with Mr. Holmes, is that correct?
Oh, I don't remember. I might call him sometime. I don't know. I don't remember, but
Okay.
yeah.
You don't recall having any conversation or going out with him after May, after this presentation, is that right?
After this presentation, I guess we try to go for dinner, something like that. So I might call him and he might call me and to get together, but we didn't.
Okay.
Well,
And-
I don't really remember.
Right. So you cannot tell the jury of any specific contact that you had with Mr. Holmes after this presentation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. With regard to the time he was with you in that lab, is it fair to say that Mr. Holmes was never acting angry with you?
No, never.
Never acting mean?
No,
Never even rude? Is that fair?
never.
Okay.
Never.
He never dyed his hair a crazy color, anything like that?
No.
He didn't seem to draw any attention to himself during that time in the lab. Is that fair?
No.
It's not fair, or he
Oh.
didn't do it?
He didn't do it. He
Okay,
didn't do it.
thank you. Now, you've also described Mr. Holmes' time. You've talked a little bit about his demeanor while he was in the lab today, and you called him shy. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I think you've also called him maybe passive is a good word.
Yes, you can say that.
Okay. You've also described him as not as energetic as others you've seen in the lab.
I mean, it depends on what is the definition of the energetic, you know. Some people is very shy, but could be very energetic inside of his mind. But, you know, so it's hard to say. I mean, I can say that he's a shy guy and a little passive, but about the energetic, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall speaking with the prosecution and their investigator on March 23rd of this year?
Yes.
And you recall that what you told them at that time was that he was kind of a shy guy, not active? Is that fair?
That's what I said.
Okay.
Yes.
And less energetic?
Oh, okay.
Okay. You've also indicated he had poor presentation skills.
It wasn't really poor presentation, but you know what? It's really difficult to say that to decide the quality of presentation because it depends on the project and depends on the what we got, things like that. So, but his presentation skill was great. Okay, I don't think he's poorly present his data, but he couldn't get a great data during that rotation period.
Do you recall, well, as you've said, you spoke with the prosecution on March 23rd of this year? Is that correct?
March 23rd?
Correct, of this year.
Yeah, but I don't remember the date.
Oh, that's okay.
Right? Yeah.
And you spoke with them on the phone, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think, and what you indicated to them about that presentation was that it was a little short on data and presentation skills. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've also described in the lab, you felt that Mr. Holmes was, a word you've used is unmotivated. That's how you perceived him.
Yes.
Okay. That he lacked passion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to all of those descriptors of James Holmes, it's fair to say that you don't know why it was that he lacked passion. Is that right?
That's right.
You don't know why it seemed to you that he was unmotivated. Is that right?
Yes.
You don't know why it was that he was a shy person, correct?
Yeah.
You don't know why it was that he was less energetic than other students in the lab, correct?
But what I'm saying is that he is the normal. I feel he's a normal guy. So I don't have any doubt why he doesn't have any energy or why he's so passive, because he's not out of the boundary. If he's so
Mr.
passive.
Lee, I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
My question is, you cannot tell me why it was that Mr. Holmes was less energetic, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Do you have any redirect, Mr. Bruckler?
I do, Your Honor, briefly. Sir, a couple things. You were asked a whole lot of things you don't know the answer to about the defendant. Did you know whether or not prior to his presentation in May, he'd been buying things in preparation for a mass murder?
No.
Is it fair to say that the parts that weren't recorded on there but that you watched looked just like the parts that we actually watched on the screen?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any recross, Ms. Higgs?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. The jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Is there any objection?
Your Honor, if I can just have a moment.
Yeah.
I don't have any objection.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name for the record?
Nicholas Gerald Gallup.
And can you spell your first, middle, and last names?
Yes, Nicholas, Nickelas, Gerald, Gerald, last name Gallup, Gallup.
All right. Before we proceed, members of the jury, there's something I need to take up with one of you, so we're going to take a short break. Please don't go too far. Hopefully it'll be about a 10-minute break, okay? Please make sure you follow all of the advisements I have been giving you throughout the trial during the break. And sir, we'll have you step out for a moment as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. Now everyone may be seated. The record should also reflect that we are outside the presence of the witness. Juror number 329 submitted a note that reads, "I know this witness." So I propose we bring her in and question her about that. All right, let's bring her in, please. The record should reflect that juror number 329 is now back in the courtroom. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi. I received your note that reads, "I know this witness." And so, do you know witness Nicholas Gerald Gallup?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
I went to high school with him.
How long ago was that?
We graduated in 1999.
Have you had any contact with him since you graduated in 1999?
Not that I remember. The only time would have possibly been at our 10-year class reunion.
And that would have been in 2009?
Yes, sir.
Did you have contact with him at the 10-year reunion?
I don't recall, but that would have been the only time I would have seen him.
So you don't remember having any contact with him since you graduated from high school in 1999, but to the extent that it was possible that you were both in the same room, it would have been in 2009 for your 10-year reunion.
Correct.
But as you sit here right now, you have no recollection of having any contact with him in 2009 during the 10-year reunion.
Correct.
What kind of relationship did you have with him back in high school?
I mean, I knew of him. I don't remember specifics. It was some time ago.
Well, would you describe the relationship as friends, close friends, acquaintances, or just someone that you knew attended your school?
I would probably say more so acquaintances.
Acquaintances, okay. Have you ever been friends with him?
Not that I would say.
Okay. All right. And how long did you know him in high school? Did you know him for all 3 years of high school or 4 years of high school, or was it for 1 year or less than that? Do you know?
I think he and I were both there all 4 years.
All 4 years? And would you describe the relationship as acquaintanceship throughout the 4 years?
Yes, sir. I mean, we may have had friends that overlapped, but I don't recall. But I couldn't.
So you may have had friends in common, but you two were not friends.
Correct.
Were you friends before or not friends, but did you know him before high school?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Anything about that acquaintanceship from high school that you think would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this trial?
No, sir.
Anything about that acquaintanceship that you think would affect your ability to assess his credibility in the same way that you assess the credibility of all other witnesses?
No, sir.
Anything about that acquaintanceship that you think would affect your ability to assess his credibility pursuant to my instructions?
No, sir.
And do you have any concerns at all in terms of having to explain to him the verdict that you reach in this case?
No, sir.
So do you think that if you end up on the jury, that's one of the jurors who deliberates, and I don't know, you don't know which jurors are going to deliberate, but to the extent that you end up deliberating, is that going to be something that is going to influence you or that is going to be on the back of your mind in any way?
No, sir.
All right, let me have you step out. Actually, before you step out, do you have any other concerns?
No, I just, with knowing him, I just needed to make that be known.
I appreciate that. You did the right thing. That's exactly what you should do, and I appreciate you letting me know. But as you sit here, you have no concerns about being a fair and impartial juror in this trial.
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Why don't we have you step out for just a moment, and then we'll come and get you. The record should reflect that juror number 329 has now exited the courtroom. Is there any other record that the prosecution wants me to make, or are there any other questions that the prosecution wants me to ask at all?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any action you're asking me to take?
No, Your Honor.
All right, same questions for the defense. Mr. King, any other questions that you want me to ask, or any other record that you want me to make?
No, sir.
Any action that you're asking me to take?
No.
All right, thank you. Let's bring all of the jurors back in, please.
No witness stand, Your Honor.
Yes. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed with the direct examination of Mr. Gallup.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th?
Yes, ma'am, sure did.
Please tell the jury a little bit about what you remember from the day of July 19th prior to going to the movie theater that
Absolutely. Of course, it all seemed to be a normal day starting off. I was at work. I was a manager at a restaurant locally to the theater, and business is normal, and we decided to go to the movie that night, and some friends had already pre-bought some tickets, and the restaurant closed at about 10 o'clock, and we went and grabbed a bite to eat, and then went to the theater.
What did you do when you got to the movie theater?
We were looking for some friends that we were meeting up with. We were in the lobby, and then we decided to go into the auditorium to find our seats, and we went to Auditorium 9.
Where did you go find your seats in Auditorium 9?
Initially, we got there a little bit later, so the theater was packed when we got in there. We were still waiting for a few friends, so we were trying to find 5 seats total together. We were able to locate 3 seats on the very top back row, and then my girlfriend at the time and I were going to occupy 2 seats on the very far side of the theater.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that Mr. Gallup be permitted to take his microphone and meet me down here if I could move the 3D model.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, did you turn that microphone on?
I believe so, yes.
Great. Okay. All right, Mr. Gallup, if you could I'll let you stand on this side, I think. That'll be better.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And if you could show the jury where it was that you first were about to find seats that night.
Okay, we were looking around the theater, and the seats that we found that were most together were up at the top row here. They were the seats starting at the first seat closest to the wall and going over to the 5th seat. There was a couple about in the middle of the row there that we found. My girlfriend and I were able to locate 2 empty seats on the side here, and it was pretty evident that we were trying to find 5 seats together. We spoke with those people there, and they were generous enough to actually move and exchange for the 2 open seats for my girlfriend and I here, so we could join our friends on the top row, and we proceeded to have 5 seats together. There was 2 of my coworkers here, myself, my girlfriend, and another friend or coworker there, and then we proceeded to watch the previews.
So just to be clear, so the record can reflect this, your seats were at the very last row of the theater, right in front of the stairs, so you had a very clear view of
Absolutely, that's correct.
in the theater. All right. If you could please tell the jury what happened during the movie that night.
Sure thing. After the preview started, it was a little ways into the movie. Actually, the last scene that I remember is when Catwoman jumped out of the window with the pearls. Right about that time, I witnessed just a sound and a really loud hissing noise coming from the emergency exit. I think it's this represented on the model. And it flew over the auditorium into this area here. I, of course, didn't see exactly where it landed. And after the gas can, or the hissing and the smoke, it sounded like a pack of black cats. Again, it sounded like it was a prank going on.
Now, what are black cats?
Black cats are fireworks. They're explosive, very small explosive fireworks.
Right. What do you recall after hearing that noise?
I certainly recall seeing sparks and the muzzle flashes from that area, and I quickly realized that it was small arms fire, and it was very rapid as well.
Could you see a figure of a shooter?
I could see a silhouette, but that's all it was. I couldn't see any detail at that point.
So after you realize that this is actually gunfire, what do you do at that point?
At that point, the 2 friends that were on my right got down behind the seats in front of them. My girlfriend at the time couldn't get down on the ground, so she laid down in the seat to her left. I proceeded to get out of my seat, get on my knees in front of her, facing the auditorium with my arms behind me, shielding her. And our friend to the left of her had left at some point in that time. I don't exactly recall her seeing her when she left.
Could you still hear gunfire while you were getting down in that position?
Absolutely. I witnessed the whole thing, and I saw the rounds from the small arms fire, and then it was a lot louder and more of a distinct boom, which was the result from the shotgun.
Objection to foundation.
Mr. Gallup, do you have experience with firearms?
Absolutely. I have fired small arms as well as shotguns, as well as high-powered rifles.
Right? Were you able to discern distinct firearm sounds in the theater that night?
Absolutely.
And is that based on your experience with firearms?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
All right, so what did you hear that night in the theater?
Small arms fire in a location like that is going to sound a lot like Black Cats. It's a really distinctive pop to it. Shotgun has more of a distinct boom or pow to it. And then the high-powered rifle is kind of somewhere in the middle, but it's very pronounced, very deep as well. And I was able to definitely tell that there were different weapons used.
Were you able to see the shooter with the shotgun?
I was able to see the shooter with a shotgun, yes.
All right, please tell the jury what you noticed the shooter doing with the shotgun.
Absolutely. I noticed, starting off after the small arms fire, after the handgun, the shooter did go to the shotgun and was targeting the majority
I'm gonna
of
object to
the...
the characterization as speculation going to the state of mind of the alleged shooter.
You're not allowed to speculate about what someone else was thinking. You can testify about your observation. So limit your testimony to what you observed, to what you saw, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay.
With that, you may proceed.
Thank you. So I witnessed the shooter with a shotgun firing off multiple rounds into the seats, and I witnessed actually folks getting shot and targeted and shot
Objection
from what
to
it
the
looked like.
characterization of targeted.
So, Mr. Gallup, what area of the theater did you see the shooter using the shotgun in?
I saw the shooter using around the emergency exit with the weapons.
And where was the shotgun pointed in the theater when you saw the shooter with the shotgun?
It was pointed in multiple directions, but majorly in the same direction as the canister was thrown to.
Did you have a chance to see the shooter with the rifle?
Yes, I did.
All right, where was the shooter when the shooter was using the rifle?
Roughly in the same spot in the area by the emergency exit.
And just to be clear, are we talking about this area?
Yes.
The record could reflect it's the area that's closest to the right aisle of the theater, closest to that exit towards the screen at the beginning of at the front of the movie theater.
Okay.
Now, where did you see the shooter pointing the rifle that night?
Now, I witnessed the shooter pointing the rifle at first in the direction towards the exit here, and then I also witnessed from what I saw, the muzzle flashes going up into the seats as well in kind of an upward motion.
Did you see the shooter specifically shoot people?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
To speculation and state of mind.
The question was, did you see the shooter shoot people? That doesn't call for speculation. Overruled.
Please tell the jury about your observations of exactly what people you saw the defendant shoot that night.
In my observations that night, I did see when folks were getting up to run away that they were being impacted or being shot by the weapons described.
Do you specifically recall a woman standing up and her being shot?
Absolutely. I do recall a woman in the area lower on the stadium seating here getting up to run away and getting shot actually in the back.
Do you recall people fleeing and those people being shot?
Absolutely. Once everything was kind of midway through it, it was just a stampede, and there were folks who were trying to exit in a panic, and there was a lot of commotion.
Were you able to hear the rate of fire from the rifle that night?
Absolutely. The rate of
objection. If the witness is finished with the demonstrative exhibit, I'd ask that he be allowed to take his seat.
I just need him for probably about 2 more minutes up here, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled.
If you could tell the jury about what you heard from the rifle that night, what rate of fire?
Absolutely. It was a very rapid rate of fire, but it was not. I'm again familiar with high-powered rifles, and it was not a fully automatic weapon,
Judge,
or
I'm gonna
wasn't
object to this
used.
testimony as beyond the scope of his personal knowledge and relevance to this.
I'm not sure he was responsive to the question. Ask the question again and make sure you answer the question that she's asking you. All
Yes, sir.
right?
Sure. So if you could do me a favor, if you could kind of tap out on this board what sort of rate of fire you heard from the rifle.
Absolutely. It was pretty rapid.
You would describe that, how would you describe that?
As a semi-automatic, rapid rate of fire.
So while you're hearing all this different gunfire in the theater, are you still knelt in front of your girlfriend, shielding her?
Yes, I am.
All right. And what do you recall doing after that?
While shielding my girlfriend there, I witnessed as the high-powered rifle was being shot that the muzzle flashes were getting brighter, and I then felt a burning sensation on the side of my head.
Had you been shot at that point?
Yes, I did tell everyone that I was with that I'm hit. And at that point, I was able to then get down on the ground. And I had a shirt on that I took off and actually put over my wound to control the bleeding at the time.
What do you recall happening in the theater after that?
After that, I was just waiting for the shooting to stop. I figured the shooter either had to run out of ammunition or leave. And after I heard the shooting stop, I told my friends, let's get the fuck up, stay low, and follow me. We then proceeded all the way across the top row to the emergency exit.
And did you take that out towards the front lobby?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Galbi. You can take your seat.
Thank you.
Did you ever notice a green laser in the theater that night?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Absolutely. By the time we got to the emergency exit, about halfway through that through the top row, I will never forget seeing that green laser flying around the auditorium. Because it was smoky in there, it wasn't just the point, it was the entire laser beam.
And are you familiar with that as a laser beam on a firearm?
Yes.
What happened when you got outside the theater lobby?
We went down the we went down the stairs into the lobby, and it was mass hysteria out there.
I'm going to
There was
interject an objection to 403. What happened outside the lobby is not relevant, and it's cumulative to other testimony.
Sustained.
Mr. Gallup, did you sustain any injuries as a result of being shot on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I did actually have shrapnel lodged superficially on my left temple.
Right, and were they initially able to remove that?
Not initially. I actually controlled my bleeding and assessed my own injuries and wounds, and I did not go to the hospital until a week later. The carnage that I witnessed and the people that I saw needed more.
Sustained. Just answer the question, sir. Okay.
So-
all right, Mr. McGuire, ask your
So
next
initially,
question.
why would they not remove the shrapnel from your brain?
I was informed that there was a risk.
Object to the characterization. That wasn't what the witness testified to, and it's hearsay.
Sustained.
Please tell a jury about what injuries you sustained.
Absolutely. I received shrapnel in my left temple.
I could approach the witness, Your Honor, with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 4529, 4530, and 1126.
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in those photographs?
Absolutely.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the injuries you sustained on July 20th of 2012?
Absolutely.
Right. And, Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 4529 and 4530.
Is there any objection?
I do not object to the photographs.
All right, so without objection, P-DR-4529 and 4530 are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If I could please have 4529. All right, if I can approach the witness, Your Honor, and retrieve the thanks.
Yes.
Is that the shrapnel that went through your head?
That is the location of where the shrapnel entered, yes.
Can you tell the jury where it went in your head, please?
It was superficial. It did not penetrate my skull. It was just underneath the skin on my left temple.
All right. If I could please have 4530. Okay. Could you tell the jury what this picture depicts?
Absolutely. This is just after the shrapnel was surgically removed. That is the sutures after the surgery.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Yalop, do you recognize the diagram in front of you that is labeled as 1126?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that fairly and accurately represent what you recall happening in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I've moved for the admission of People's Exhibits 1126, although I'm not asking to publish.
Any objection to P-TR-1126?
Yes, Your Honor, it's cumulative to the testimony.
All right, can I see that, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, the objection is sustained under Rule 403. So
Thank
we
you,
can
Your
mark
Honor.
it later. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination, Ms. Spengler?
No.
The jury may have a question. Give us a moment, please, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Sir, the jury has submitted a question which, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have determined is appropriate. The question is, did you see the shooter move from that right front corner during the shooting periods?
From the angle that I was at, it wasn't clear that the shooter did move. I just witnessed the shooter in the area just by the emergency exit. By the time I was shot, I was down on the ground and did not witness anything further as far as movement.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Spengler?
No.
May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Please, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire, you
Thank you, Your Honor.
retreat that. Thank you. All right, members of the jury, it's 5 minutes till 5, so I think it makes sense to adjourn for the day. Quickly, I want to remind you about all the advisements that I've been giving you. Please don't discuss the case with each other through any means. You're free to talk about anything else, but not about the case. Please do not discuss the case with anyone else. All you may tell people is that you're on a jury and that we expect that the trial will go through August or September. Please don't talk to any witnesses, parties, or attorneys about anything, whether related to the case or not. Please don't talk to any members of the media about anything, whether related to the case or not. Please wear your juror badges at all time and make sure they're visible to everyone around you. And please avoid people talking about the case in your presence. If people happen to be talking about the case in your presence, please remove yourself from that location immediately. And then if you happen to overhear something, even despite your best efforts not to do so, please tell my staff that you need to talk to me about something. Please do not read, view, or listen to any news or media reports about the case. there is media coverage on about this trial, so please be vigilant while listening to the radio, watching TV, reading the newspaper, or using the internet. Please do not visit any locations that are mentioned in the case or conduct your own investigation outside the courtroom. Please do not start forming any opinions about the case until I tell you that you may start deliberating. You must keep an open mind throughout the trial. Please keep in mind that neither sympathy nor prejudice for the prosecution or the defendant may affect any of your decisions in this case. And finally, please remember that the attorneys have a job to do, and sometimes that job requires them to make objections. Please don't hold it against them when they do, and please don't infer anything from my rulings. I'm simply trying to apply the rules of law, including the rules of evidence, to the best of my ability. All right, with those summarized advisements, I hope you have a great evening. I'll look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning at the usual time at 8:15, okay? Thank you, folks. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Should we mark the note from Juror 309 that reads, "I know this witness" as a court trial exhibit? Anybody object to that? No. All right, we'll mark it as a court trial exhibit. I'm not seeing any disagreement from anyone. I don't think it makes sense to mark it as a juror question because it wasn't submitted in a juror question form, and I want to avoid any confusion. I think we've been consistent in marking the juror question forms numerically, regardless of whether it's a question for a witness or sometimes a question for me, but in this case, it's just a blank page from a notebook and not it's not one of the juror question forms. So we'll just mark it as a court trial exhibit. What's the next court trial exhibit number?
35, but I believe I gave that.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Edson, did you already use 35?
I did, sir, and I placed it with the court reporter.
All right, we'll mark it as 36. And then, Ms. Tish McGuire, do you want to mark P-TR-1126 as 37, C-TR-37? All right. Anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people?
Beginning of the case, you had asked us to estimate the amount of space that was going to be needed for the physical evidence, and so I don't know what issues it's creating for court staff, but I want to let the court know, I think we'll have a few more pieces, but the space that you're using now, I think, is the space that you're going to need.
Okay, great. Thanks for letting me know. We have plenty of space, so that's not a concern. Thank you. All right, anything on behalf of the defense at this time, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
All right. Have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Good evening. Thank you all for your patience there. We are getting our 7 News legal expert Rick Kornfeld on the line so that we can chat with him about some of today's developments. We've heard several of your questions that we want to ask him about sidebars, about the video that we're going to start seeing tomorrow. And forgive me as I lean over to plug my microphone into this phone so he can hear me. But as we wait for that to get all established, just so you are all aware, what we do expect to hear tomorrow. We expect that District Attorney George Brockler and his staff are going to begin the long presentation of about 22 hours worth of video from a psychological examination, a sanity exam, that was ordered by the court, and there were 2 of these total. So the first one is 22 hours of video, and Brockler has said that he is going to have his team present it in its entirety. And in between, he's going to take pauses. He's going to pause to ask questions of the doctor, then return and watch more video. There was some debate that District Court Judge Carlos Samor had to resolve for the court about the process. Public Defender Dan King had asked for the opportunity to cross-examine point by point. The judge denied that, saying that King is going to have his opportunity to spend as much time as he wants working on his own cross-examination and in playing back the parts of the video that he deems to be relevant, if he so chooses and if his team so chooses. However, he will not be allowed to interrupt George Brockler and the prosecuting team in a line-by-line, sort of line-item fashion. We are glancing off to the side as we await Rick. Let's see. We've got, as I pull up some notes here, we've got some other items that we can review. We had Nicholas Gallup, who was the last witness on the stand today, a survivor of the shooting. And I'm getting the thumbs up that Rick is online. So I will return to that recap in just a moment of the day. But let's go to Rick, and let's talk about that video that we're expecting to see tomorrow. The procedure that the judge has allowed, if we could, Rick, start with that, is the procedure of play a clip, ask questions, is that standard, or is this something that the judge is making an exception for?
Well, I think the judge is making an exception in the sense, typically a typical piece of evidence is admitted, it's viewed, and then questions are asked, but your typical piece of evidence is not 22 hours long. So I think the judge sort of tried to split the baby by, no one's going to watch 22 hours straight video. That's not realistic. On the other hand, he's sort of stuck with tradition, and tradition is, like we talked about over the lunch break, tradition is you go first on direct, and then you finish your direct, and then the cross-examiner goes. So in a sense, I think the judge's ruling was more a mercy ruling for the jury to break up the presentation, recognizing that it's important for jurors to pay attention, and the way he's kind of come out is probably designed, at least in part, to facilitate the jurors paying attention and getting something out of it, rather than being numbed into complete boredom at best and sleep at worst.
Some of our chatters have asked this question, and certainly our crew in the studio has asked this question as well. But now that Dan King is going to have to replay his own segments to ask questions in order, are we going to see 22 hours times 2? Strategically and realistically, logistically in the courtroom, is it possible that King and his team might replay the whole thing and give their own spin for every hour?
I don't think so. First of all, I think they know that tactically you would have some very upset jurors and probably some upset other people, including the folks that are watching the live feed of the trial. But no, I don't think that's a tenable option. I think what the defense is going to have to do is zero in on specific portions that they find helpful to their mental state claims. And not only is that going to be more effective in terms of getting people to pay attention to important parts, but I think their presentation will be more effective because they're going to point the jury directly to key passages that they believe support their position and foreshadow some of the evidence that they will put on regarding Mr. Holmes's mental state in their case in chief. So I don't think we run the risk of 22 hours times 2. That being said, I would not imagine that the defense will, just play a minute or two here and there. I think they will focus on, significant portions, and what that turns out to be in terms of hours, we'll all wait and see. But I think it's going to be a lot less than 22 hours, but probably a lot more than a lot of people would like.
Well, Rick, we have a few strategy questions coming up, especially because of all the objections that we saw today. But before we go there, if we could ask you a little bit more about this video and what it could mean. What does it mean as the jury sits and evaluates this? What is going to be their task watching the video? What are their instructions going to be from the judge?
I'm not sure that the judge will specifically instruct the jury, relative to this video as opposed to any other piece of evidence. And that is, he's going to ask them to pay attention. He's going to ask them probably not to make any decisions ahead of time. I don't think the instructions are going to be all that fancy. I think the video is really significant for a couple reasons. Number one, you're hearing the defendant in an unfiltered way. You're hearing the defendant effectively testify without taking the stand. So that's going to be obviously extremely significant. Number two, from a evidentiary standpoint, expert witnesses are allowed to rely on pretty much anything they want to form their expert opinion. So what we are going to start to see tomorrow is the beginnings of what the various experts relied on to come to their expert opinion. It's going to form, in part at least, a significant foundation for their expert opinions. And so it's going to be really interesting because the experts are going to have viewed the same videos, and how they come to different conclusions and why they discount certain aspects of the video but lend more credence to other aspects of the video. There's going to be some disagreement among the experts, and I think that's going to be what's extremely interesting in the days going forward. What this video portends in a nutshell is the heart and soul of this case. All this other stuff has been interesting. Some of it hasn't, frankly, but theoretically it's all been interesting. But the heart and soul of the case is the insanity defense, and the heart and soul of the insanity defense are the examinations, and we're going to get to see the beginnings of these examinations starting tomorrow morning.
So, Rick, let me step you back to some of the comments you were making earlier and resume asking questions from our viewers about the strategy of these presentations, not just tomorrow with the videos, but also today. It seemed like there was a record amount of sidebar time with the white noise and us having to pull the noise down and wait for them to come back, and then within minutes, sometimes seconds, back they went to the judge. And I know we've been over this before, but can you tell us from a lawyer's perspective again about the strategy of sidebars? Why do they do it? And when should they avoid it for the sake of playing to the jury?
Well, the sidebar situation isn't so much a strategy call as it's a procedural call. So when you make an objection, you're supposed to not make what are called speaking objections. So you're not supposed to explain your thinking. You're supposed to say objection, hearsay, objection, relevance, objection, 401, which is relevance, objection, 403. You can use the numbers or you can use a tagline, but anytime you need to explain yourself or you need to discuss something that the judge may or may not be allowing, you have to do that outside the presence of the jury. And a judge will appropriately come unglued if you start speaking in open court about an exhibit, as an example, that the judge has yet to admit. So it isn't so much a strategy, it's more a procedural requirement. Now, that being said, do you have to think about, are you upsetting the jury? Absolutely. People hate their time being wasted. people hate sitting around and not seeing or not knowing what's going on, but that's just part and parcel of any trial. There are some judges that discourage sidebars. Clearly, Judge Samore is not one of them. And the other important thing for the viewers to remember is every word that is being said in the courtroom is being taken down by the court reporter for the record in this case. So even though the jurors can't hear the legal arguments, and it's not appropriate for them to hear the legal arguments, the court reporter can hear it, she's taking it down, and the Court of Appeals can review the arguments if and when there is an appeal in this case. So it's significant. It's significant, and it's important, and it's the legal sausage making, so to speak. And it's not appropriate for the finder of fact, which is the jury, to be privy to the legal sausage making any more than it would be appropriate for the jury to have knowledge of the pretrial proceedings or the motions arguments or any other logistical component to the trial. Is it annoying? Absolutely. Is it necessary? Yeah, it is necessary, and it happens all the time. And no, there's not a jury in America that likes sidebars.
Well, thank you for that. I think you crossed off the next 4 questions I had on my list, all relating to sidebars, Rick, and I appreciate I'm sitting here checking items off of our whiteboard.
Well, I try.
It's almost like we planned this in advance, isn't it, buddy? Well, let's see. I guess.
Yeah, professionals. What can I say?
I guess the last question before we leave you for the evening is coming into these big events or these big ideas of mental health. As an attorney, what are your goals? What are the things that you want to make sure you check off your list every day for that jury?
Well, I think a lot of what's happening is it isn't just getting the substantive interview before the jury. It's really laying the factual foundation for the experts' opinions. So all of the experts will have reviewed a myriad of information to and including all of the interviews and all of the videos. So I think it's obviously important in the jury's opinion of Holmes's affect during these interviews and how he presents himself to the jury. That's going to be important. But frankly, as the lawyer, I am thinking ahead to the cross-examinations and the direct examinations, depending on what side I'm on, of all the mental health experts. And so these videos really kind of set the table for that determination and for the battle of the experts that's coming up. And so I think that it's easy and it's seductive to be overly focused on what the videos appear to be, but we're lay people, and the expert witnesses are the ones who are going to be interpreting those for us. Now, all that being said, the jury's going to be instructed that they can disregard all, some, or whatever they want of an expert witness. Just because an expert witness is an expert witness doesn't mean the jury has to accept their opinion. So the jury's review and the jury's determination of what this evidence means is of equal importance. But watching the trial as an outsider and trying a case as a lawyer, I'm really focused on, like I said, setting the table for the mental health experts to talk about the things they're going to talk about in the days to come.
No rest for the weary, Rick, but thank you, and we're going to let you get some rest tonight so that we can use you again and use your knowledge again tomorrow at lunch and in our end of the day wrap up. Thank you all for joining us on this webcast of the Aurora Movie Theater shooting trial, the 19th day. We're now in week 5 of this trial with roughly 4 more weeks or so to go on the prosecution's case, and then a month for the defense following that. Time for the verdict, guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity, and then potentially, if guilty, another month for the sentencing phase. So there's a long way to go yet. As Rick said, an awful lot of important information for us to get through. We'll be back to join you again tomorrow morning around 8:30, expecting court to begin 10 minutes later. And in those 10 minutes, we'll have recap of sound, we'll have information maybe from the notebook, which if you haven't seen, that big piece of evidence was published to us today for the first time after 3 years of asking. We have received that, and that is published for you on thedenverchannel.com or the 7 News app. Thank you for joining us. Anika Padilla, Erica Tinsley, and I appreciate your company. Thank you.